and I, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you 251 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. Flying along level here with the help of my co-pilot and good friend, Something Wong, who is here to make sure that we have plenty of bong bowls and level flight across this beautiful plane on which we exist. Wow, here we are. Selection night. Did I put a link in the chat? I don't think I did, but I think I will. Let me see. Let me see if I can find my... Here we go. No, I did not. Well, that was very unthoughtful of myself, wasn't it? So we're at a point in time here where we are going to see the selection of the next tyrant in chief, whoever it may be, or whatever may come of it. I know, half warrior. I know. I'm getting forgetful in my old age, man. That's just all there is to it. You know, it's it happens. Maybe it's because I'm fucking ripped, but anyway, I was keeping track of the election results here and what we're seeing so far, and we're going to keep that up here live tonight so we can kind of see what's going on. It's kind of like watching a little race or something, but we can see where they're going to go with this. And I'm really, I mean, if anything, I'm kind of, hey, there's Zach Housen. What's up, Zach? What's happening, buddy? I ain't seen you in a coon's age. That wasn't racist. I meant the animal. And I know that's kind of sensitive because of Fred and Peanut and all that. And we're not even going to get into that. Anyway. Good cigarettes. Who's that back there? Kevin C is with us tonight. What's happening, Kevin? The reason I got you like that is because I don't know. Let me fix that. Oh, what's going on, brother? Yeah, you're not coming through on the microphone real good, but that's okay. Get that worked out. I'm going to give a shout out to all the people in the chat so far. It looks like there's 50 people watching. We've got LJ here tonight. He says this is a selection. Absolutely. Absolutely. If voting worked, it would be illegal. Got Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. Sean Alkey here with us. Yeah, even Kevin voted hard. Kevin has been voting hard. Zach Housen, as I mentioned, he's a local boy here. Did you hear anything about the mayor election with Mike? Is Mike pulling ahead or whatever? I've not. Why in the hell is everybody trying to message me right here while I'm trying to do this? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you, Angela. I was like, what the fuck is my phone dinging for? I got too much going on here. Angela Baby Carson is here tonight as well. We got let's see, Jeff Gashead's here, True Feud, DSN. Where's the We Too Low? I don't know. I think that's a distant cousin. You might have to ask him if you speak Mandarin. Come on up on here and I'll put you in touch with him back here. And it's like, no, globe. Repeat after me, globe, not grobe. God, he keeps saying that. I don't know. I always grobe. No, globe. God, what's wrong with you? Anyway, what else we got? Damn it, Dave. We got Castle in the pasture here with us. Brad and Tasha, perhaps both of them or one or the other. We don't know. When are you going to do that show on Rumble about the Edomite Jews? Very soon, very soon. I'm compiling some more of my stuff. It's going to be a hell of a stream. Probably do that sometime this week. We're going to do a show where we start out here. I wanted to get past this election bullshit first. We're going to start out here, and then I'm going to migrate everybody over to my Rumble channel. I am SSUM369 on Rumble, so go over there and subscribe to the channel. I will, of course, put a link in here when I do that show, because after we get the preliminaries, we're going to shit can YouTube and go over to Rumble where we're free to speak as we wish about this. And no, it's not going to be hate speech. It's just going to be truth speech. Okay. Let's see who else. Post anything is here. Eldon Bean. Who am I missing? Half Warrior. Next chapter. Let me see. Twilight Nights. Twilight Nights is usually like the first person in here. We got Austin Murphy. I don't know how your visit to the mining ghost town or whatever it was, but you'll have to let us know. Send pictures. Let me see. Greg Braden's here tonight too. Good Lord, we got a whole full house. We're doing good in here. We're doing good. We got 60 people watching right now. And what we're seeing on the screen I've got over here. Did you get your microphone issues worked out, Kevin? Okay, it would appear not.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on it. Is it working?
CNN is not calling things quite so clearly, my wife says. Let me see. Early wins are no bellwether. I don't know what we got going on here. Because, you guys really want to see the most comprehensive? I got to find this first. Let me find this thing real quick for you. This was pretty good. And we'll come back to these. Let me go over these results, what we have so far, okay? I'm going to refresh the results just so that we're at the latest stuff. This is from Associated Press, AP, and it's got Harris at 99 electoral votes with Trump at 178, and this is as it stands so far. The dark red states are the ones that they've called it for Trump. the blue states are the ones, the dark blue ones are the ones they've called for Harris. And then with their pastel color means that it's leaning one way or the other, but has not been called yet. Okay. So that's what we're seeing here. Wyoming, did they give a percentage? Now, see, this is crazy. Now, how does Wyoming show 68.8% winning for Harris, but Donald Trump winning the state? Now, the same thing happened over here in Maryland. They called it for Harris. Oh, they totally flipped it. They totally flipped it. We were on Breaking the Veil stream just a few minutes ago. I came from there, and those numbers were completely flipped. Completely flipped. Not cool. So what does that mean? That he's 79 electoral votes, and they need whoever's to win this selection process is to obtain 270 or more electoral votes. So we've got Trump is up. He only needs like 100 more. But some of these states, like here, Wyoming, right? They got 68.8% for Harris, and they called it for Trump. How the fuck did they do that? So this is what these are the percentages. If you're in any of the dark red state or anything, a dark red state or a dark blue state, on this map, let me know. We'll check and see what happened there. Because in Florida, this was the result. South Carolina, see, this is the result. And for the most part, they seem to have called everything pretty well. But Wyoming puzzles me, as does Maryland. I mean, I don't see how. I mean, Maryland is now flipped, and now I expect Wyoming to, because if they've called it, but it's already gone red. I mean, when they called it red for president, I mean, they called it for Trump, but it looks like Harris won the vote. So I don't fucking know.
So which of the states has got the all the Haitians in it?
Let's see. Well, that was Ohio, was a bunch of them. That's where they was eating the pets. And Ohio went 55.4%, and they've called it for Trump.
Wow. Well, I know that they got something up for all those immigrants that are coming in.
So this is with 77.5% of the vote in, showing Trump. This right here, this has got 62% of the expected vote, and it's showing red. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Kansas a little bit ago was blue, light blue, and now it's red again, or pink. So they're only half in. These people are beyond our time zone. Some of you people are already out there and shit, so you know what's going on. There's Lowry. What's up, Lowry? I'm gonna put this thing away for a minute.
Yeah.
And
clown word out there tonight. I mean, like, I'm coming through on the Reckoner, which is my other YouTube channel. I was shadow banned from 3 different shows tonight from Witsit. Witsit's got one going right now. And there was a couple others, and I don't know. Maybe I just said something that they didn't like. I don't know, but I'm under the Reckoner tonight. But yeah, it's
what they do? They blocked you on the chat?
No, we were testing. She was running a test from across the room, and I was just in the chat typing, and I wasn't showing up. And I was sitting there like for 40 minutes thinking I was like talking to people that I normally talk to, and nobody was getting back to me. So I was like, this is weird. Usually somebody says, hey, hello, get back to me. You know, and it wasn't. We figured out that like they've got one of my accounts shadow banned. I think there's some shenanigans out there in Google land tonight.
Sure.
You know, I think like there's so many people talking to each other and like talking about this topic that they just want to throw as much chaos, you know, into the chat as they can. And I'm not saying that I'm way up on the enemy combatant list, but yeah, let's watch this. I love this. This is so cool.
And okay, maybe I'm gay. Maybe my wife really is a man, like all these people say. Maybe her name is Big Mike, and maybe she does have a huge dick. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Just go out and vote for Kamala, even if she is retarded. Okay, we already got Joe out of the way. Just vote for Kamala so we can win this thing, and we'll figure it out. Okay? And okay, maybe I'm...
My God, that's so good, dude. You have that...
Did you really say that, or somebody just make that?
No, somebody made that.
It's AI.
Somebody made that.
Sav and I went through several AI things today. I even the first one that you sent over to me today, I completely missed it. I thought they were actually really saying bureaucracy as opposed to democracy, because I wouldn't put it past them for them to do that.
Right.
But it was so funny, because once you do plug in that word into the propaganda that they do, then it makes a lot more sense to people. Sure. If you catch it. But I even missed it. I was like, you had to tell me. I was like, oh shit, that was AI. Which is it's getting, things are getting really chippy, as far as AI and knowing what you're looking at and what's fake and what's real. And you kind of have to keep a sharp eye on that stuff, right?
They said Lady Gaga said that she'll buy a one-way ticket and move to Canada if Donald Trump becomes the next president. I reposted her tweet and I says, what did Canada ever do to you?
Yeah. And I was like, also all this, Missouri and Kansas, I grew up there. I mean, whether you like Trump or not, don't care. But that place is red. It is Trump country. And that they still have it listed as blue right now is absolutely baffling.
Yeah, we'll go back. I'll pull it back up. I have this interactive map. It keeps refreshing every couple of minutes, or I can refresh it myself. And it's keeping me updated on these numbers. So I thought that was a good tool to just keep, bring up from time to time.
Yep.
This was hilarious. This was from Babylon B. It's the Kamala version of Alexa, called Kamala Alexa.
You liked your Amazon Echo, but wish its answers were more confusing. Introducing Amazon Echo Calm Alexa Edition. This great new device will just give you a long, rambling answer to anything you ask.
Calm Alexa, what's the weather like today?
Weather is big. Weather is exciting. And did you know that files are stored in the cloud? Your files, they're all up there, up in the cloud. In the cloud. So the climate is changing, and that's bad.
Oh, hey, Calm Alexa, what time is it?
The significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. When you think about it, there is a great significance to the passage of time.
Thanks, Calm Alexa.
Calm Alexa has millions of great answers to your questions. Whether you're wondering about the stock market, traffic in your area, or the Roman Empire, Calm Alexa has got you covered. Amazon Echo Calm Alexa Edition, available now.
Oh, yeah.
People are calling these illegal aliens. How many illegal aliens did you let in on your watch?
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny. It's I've been through 6 different election coverages. And every single window of election coverage has a little different spin. You've got, all sides, all degrees, all the way across, right? And I was on Witsits just a second ago, and that, of course, that's coming from, mostly our community. And I'm the way that it's talked about with the group versus, say, another position would talk about the election versus another one. And I was trying to pick out the best one I wanted to watch. And, I kind of bounce between 6 or 7, like Salty Crackers. You might like him or you not, but he's this white.
He needs to calm down a little bit, man. He's too crackheady for me, man.
Yeah. I always thought that I always can get about 1 day a week with that guy. And then I think there's also the liberal hive mind. I used to pop in every now and then just to kind of see how his approach to election coverage would be.
Right. And
I'm saying that as in pop in, as in 4 years ago, I popped in, just like Salty Cracker, I popped in 4 years ago. The FE. the FE window, which would have been with Witsit tonight. It's a completely different window of talking about it. And then, then you've got the Charlie Kirks of the world, and you've got the varying degrees, the back to the middle, and you like.
There's gonna be a lot of fucking material. There was going to be a lot of material. I found some of the best comprehensive election coverage on the internet. I want to share this all with y'all. This is really good.
That's why we're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris and areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer, zoom in a little bit more. Right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart. But I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers are.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system, to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason. Coming up next, the Trump campaign is in full-on damage control after footage leaked of the candidate being extremely...
That was, I used to love The Onion back in the day, and I still do.
That's why we were seeing some real...
Motherfucker, he's like, let's go deeper into it. Here's this one guy.
I know. And the Onion always I don't know, like depending on where you're at in the political spectrum, like The Onion was always this thing that just kind of kept you sort of balanced against the bullshit. And now Babylon Bee is doing kind of like a lot of the same way, kind of in, I guess, maybe in the opposite direction, or maybe they're actually operating in the same direction. I'm not exactly sure, but leave it to those guys where they're like, well, we're just going to make fun of shit. We're just going to make fun of this because we're out of political angles, and like maybe our advertisers will stick around or maybe they won't. And that one was like, I watched that today and I was like, I lost my shit. I was like, that shit is awesome. And like, it used to be The Onion was, I guess, a left-leaning sort of paper. I'm not even sure that's where they're at anymore. I think they're kind of like, well, we don't even know where we live, so let's just make fun of people. And Babylon Bee, which I think some people left The Onion and went to the Babylon Bee to apply that same formula for like basically breaking down the bullshit and the propaganda. But I thought that was just amazing. And like, I saw so much funny shit today. You sent half of it to me, but like, I was just like surfing around. I'm like, wow, they saved all the good stuff for today.
Did you see what's going on in Australia?
No.
Well, check this out. This is fucked up.
A radical plan to crack down on social media abuse is being considered by the federal government. For more, Nine's Oliver Haig joins us live in Adelaide. Ollie, how will it work?
Layla, good morning. Essentially, it will work the same as a passport. Australians forced to submit 100 points of identification, like their driver's license or passport, when using social media accounts like Facebook and Twitter. Now, police would have access to those social media accounts, and it's all part of a crackdown on online abuse. Now, users could be liable for defamation suits or even criminal prosecution, and it's all part of a plan hoping to deter people from engaging in bad behaviour. Now, the recommendations were handed down by a federal parliamentary inquiry. They're reforms that are being considered by the Morrison government, with the chairman saying there is merit to remove the veil of being anonymous. Layla?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's some serious Big Brother shit right there, man.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with that.
What's that?
There's definitely something wrong with that.
Oh, for sure.
Defamation of character suits. I mean, they're going to actually press charges on people for the internet? That's BS.
Sorry, something just blew up outside. It's New York. It happens a lot. Anyway, keep going.
Something blew up outside. What?
It's a well.
No, it was a train.
It was a train.
There's never train horns here.
Yeah, there's just things happen in New York, Sov. It just happened. We hear them out the window, and we're like, she's like, whoa. Anyway, I'm sorry, Kevin. Keep going. Sorry.
I'm good.
Yeah, I was just like, I was just watching this whole thing go through. I've got like several streams running on these other screens and whatnot, and I'm looking at
new results. I got new results.
Let's look at them. See what happens.
All right, so looking like Montana and Utah. Let's see, Utah, Montana, and have called it for Trump. We don't have the numbers yet. Montana was what others got. He called it for Trump, but
others got more.
45.6%.
That, you know what that would have been, I think, is there was a large movement up in the Northwest of a lot of, especially like evangelical Christians. There was a whole like 40 million chunk of people that had committed to putting Jesus Christ on the ballot, and that's what happened. And that might be part of that. It's the Amish. The Amish. Pennsylvania's gonna be red. Kansas should be red any second. Missouri, I knew that
Pennsylvania's close.
Yeah, but that's just such bullshit, dude. I mean, it's just like
there's a lot of fuckery in Pennsylvania, man. They've been having power outages. They had people bringing a thing out saying, "Here, just hit the button," and then going out, coming out to their car with the shit.
Yeah, but they had in my state they burned the freaking ballot boxes in Vancouver and Portland.
Yeah.
They lit the things on fire.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now Pennsylvania just went blue again.
I just don't buy it. It's like also like even New York. You think this is crazy? I mean, New York. There's a very good possibility it could go red, and just by the litmus test of the street, and like so even in the city, there's Trump rallies coming through the city. There's Trump upstate is just Trump everywhere, right? So like, it's weird that they want to use legacy media wants to use all this old data. It's, well, New York's always been blue or whatever. I don't.
They've called it for Harris.
So they call it for Harris upstate.
There's the vote in New York.
All right,
60.5%.
Yeah,
there ain't no damn way that's happened. I can't believe anybody's voting for Harris, for God's sakes.
It's weird. It's kind of weird.
Now Kansas goes back to red.
Yeah. Kansas is going to be red. I mean, I grew up there, and I know Kansas and Missouri. That is Trump country. Like this, just forget about it. If Kansas goes blue, I would be super surprised. In Colorado, it's other than Denver, because Denver's the core of Denver is liberal, but like the rest of it, it's Trump country again. So like run your numbers against the population of against Denver versus everywhere else in that place. It's mostly mountainous, but there's, Denver is the biggest city in that state, and everything else is small, small little towns. Fort Collins.
Somebody backstage. I didn't hear him pop back here. All right, I didn't see you back there, bro.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're good, man. You're good.
Yeah, I'll be interested. This is weird because Kansas and Missouri have never not been red. They might, in the core of Kansas City, you might have some blue, but like in general, it should be red. Pennsylvania is really curious to me. That stinks, and it's because Philadelphia is brutally like the political structure in Philadelphia. That it's very corrupt, extremely corrupt, and it's related exactly to the same corrupt mechanism that's in New York City.
Did you see what they did here, Sebastian? Look at, I'm going to bring up Maryland again. Look.
Yeah. Oh, dude, we were watching that over on the other one. It's in the millions now, man. It's in the millions. And what we were looking at too is we pulled up because they put up in the chat that they're getting different numbers than me. So I pulled up four different maps of like they're saying it's all live feed, and they were two of them were different out of the four. One of them says they're already at like 230 out of like 220 or yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Look at Oregon. Look at Oregon.
Yep, those are my people.
That's crazy, man, because you'd figure that's
yeah.
That's
I
part of
voted
the left coast.
I was first one at the ballot. I was first one at the ballot box this morning.
Your microphone is really, really bad, Kevin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like popping and like coming in and out. You
Yeah,
guys hear that too?
The poppy pops. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Like Maine is like sort of like they're in the pink. New Hampshire, they're kind of like all these colors are just like, oh, we're indecisive. We don't know what we're gonna do. I mean, it's kind of like it's really weird. This whole game they play with colors on the map.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, let's say, well, it's red right now, or it's it could be blue, it could be purple. I'm like, no, come on, guys. Like, I mean,
the red automatically makes you go, oh, you know, that's what they use for hot temperatures. That's what they use for the death numbers. That's what, that's what they showed the Nazi invasion across Europe on those animated maps and shit. It's a red plague coming across,
Yeah. It's like they even did that with weather, like over in the UK. They were just the same temperatures that showed up 10 years ago, this last summer. They just put red in the same places where they had green colors. And, and then it was just like, climate change. Look at all these high temperatures. But it was just a change of color for the graphic that we're having behind them on their screen with their weatherman pointing at it. And I will tell you this right now. I think weather people in the weather business might be the highest version of propaganda that we've ever seen outside of, cartography manipulation and everything else. Because they're on every day telling people how to get up, behave, and go somewhere when you're looking at the same temperature that it was last summer, roughly.
Yeah. They just show it red.
They show it red.
Looks like it's worse. Yeah.
And then somebody's like, oh, climate change.
Yeah.
Climate change. And you're just like, you go through this stuff and you're like, come on, guys,
No.
it's just a red color behind there, and you think the devil, or you think it's hot.
It was a color change, not climate change, right?
No, it's color change. But that's what we're looking at on this one too. It's just like, it's like red bad. Is Colorado blinking there?
Colorado blinked.
It
looked like. But they're around everybody. I mean, look at everybody around them is red. This is crazy. You got Kansas at 52%, New Mexico at 52%, Arizona. That's tight.
I mean, the only places, again,
Oregon not tight at all, man.
I mean,
that's why.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, at least from my perspective, like I don't believe in this political system, but like, Trump is probably better than Kamala, if not definitely better. So like, I'm not playing sides on this. I'm just saying I'm watching this game unfold and how it's manipulated in front of people. And once you get into this stuff, especially on election night, and already after like 3 hours of being online with different people and seeing like the Google buggery that's going on, like people are getting chats erased. This is 3 hours into it. I was watching chats getting erased on several different broadcasts.
Yeah.
And they were just nailing through it. So like, and this is like leads to this color thing that happens when they show you the color map. What they do is they play with you. They play with you over the night. Yeah. And it could be blue, light blue. It could be purple. could be, oh, and look, it's pink again, and like, this is a stretch for, this is a stretch or a little woo-woo on this conversation, but it's like, they're kind of playing with your loosh a little bit. They're like, oh, it's back to pink. Oh man, it's back to blue.
Yeah. Did you see, just to show how fake it is, watch this stupid, and she's so dumb. She's acting like she's calling a fucking voter.
Yeah.
And then she shows her phone screen to the camera. Just watch this. Right.
How you doing? Have you voted already? You did. Thank you.
Got it on the camera.
She had a camera phone. She had a camera function. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yikesy.
Being on the phone, look at that's her.
Yeah.
That's her in the camera.
Yeah, it's cringy. It's cringy. Like
these people, man.
The queen of cringe,
They all do it. She just sucks at it. That's the thing. They all do it. She's just not any good at it. She's not a good actress. She's not she has no brains. She can't speak. I mean, did you see when Cardi B went up to deliver some kind of speech at one of her rallies and shit, and the teleprompter broke and she couldn't fucking do it. She didn't know. She had to read it off her phone and shit. Yeah, man, Kamala, good woman, man. You should vote for her. Shit. And I was like, oh my fucking God, man.
Yeah.
There's an ignorant hooker that can say rhyming words to music with a tone machine and some electronic drums and shit. And because she shakes her snatch at everybody, she's famous. What a whore.
That's the only reason why she is where she's at is because she sucked enough what to get there.
Well, yeah, her old man said that too.
She puts her head down and gets to work.
Put her head down and go to work. He said that in his speech.
So my question here, from an outside perspective, I don't partake into this game. This is the first real election that I'm sitting in on. So I have 3 different maps here in front of me with all different numbers. How would obviously I know it's all bullshit, but how would an outsider know which one to go off of?
Doesn't matter.
I have one telling me it's 230 to 226.
If the Democrats fail,
one is 178 to 91, and the other one is 198 to 109. All Republican sided. But they're all different.
Yeah.
So they have a name. They have a name called the decision desk. They call it the decision desk, which allegedly it's when all the numbers go to one spot, and the AP and or various media networks all agree that the decision desk is where the data is disseminated back out. I happen to believe, this is my personal belief, my opinion, that it's straight up bullshit. Like nobody knows what the fuck is going on. Nobody knows how many votes are where or what. What they do is they make personal decisions in the background, and it goes to one space. And if you want to do some digging, look up the AP, because honestly, like nobody, like Nicole knows the AP because they control images, and they control the subtext, like in photojournalism, that they control that. But it's still some office that controls a vast amount of information that reaches this entire place that we live in. Right. So like what you have there is, if you have something like that, that has to be questioned. The AP, where is the office of the AP? Where does it live? Who are the people that run it?
Yeah.
And the same as the decision desk. The decision desk, who runs that? Because they're the one telling the whole world who's controlling this place.
Right.
Who won it? And it's like, you got to break it down logically and boil it down and be like, oh, so it's, fuck, it was a fucking bullshit hoax the whole time.
Well, what pisses me off? I hear this all the time. People are all the time. That's just dangerous to our democracy. We are not a democracy and never have been. We are a constitutional republic. Okay.
Is that what you thought?
Yeah.
We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. It's a different story altogether. Okay. And this is a neat little clip here because they took every time somebody says that shit on TV and they replaced the word democracy with the word bureaucracy. And then you'll see it makes a lot more sense.
It's pretty good.
It really does. It makes a lot more sense. So let me see. I gotta go to this.
If the Democrats fail, it might be the end of American bureaucracy.
Our bureaucracy really is in fundamental peril.
The foundations of American bureaucracy under attack.
They want to destroy our bureaucracy.
We are a bureaucracy in danger.
We're watching an election where people are on the ballot openly advocating the end of bureaucracy.
That's what Republicans are doing, attacking bureaucracy, attempting to destroy bureaucracy, and they're doing it with glee.
This is the end of bureaucracy in America.
When will America stop sleepwalking towards the end of bureaucracy?
Right. It's Democrats versus, as Bill Kristol says, the end of bureaucracy.
We are essentially, as Neil put it, one vote away from sort of the end of bureaucracy as we know it.
I think our bureaucracy and the stability of that bureaucracy is really the thing on the ballot and really so important.
Yeah, and it was the AI was so good. Like it fooled me the first time.
If the Democrats fail, it might be the end of American bureaucracy.
Our bureaucracy.
It fooled me the first time I saw it. I was like, I wouldn't put it past them to actually do that because most people don't even understand what bureaucracy is. They'd be like, the average, NPC normie looking at the television screen, they'd see that and be like, yeah, let's support bureaucracy. And I even fell for it. And I was looking at their lips and I still missed it. That was AI. It's like, I was like, whoa, dude. I mean, that's how tricky this shit can get. And like with the AI stuff, be careful with the AI stuff.
Just before I forget too, there also the United States is reportedly to conduct a test of a hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after the election polls close.
Yeah, interesting. Timing. Like why tonight? Like that's
what exactly?
What?
Right.
And
I went, okay, wait a second. It's a pretty reputable source on Twitter, right? So I was like, okay, let me look at this. So I went and did a search through Twitter, and it was coming up on like all different news feeds that they're actually doing this tonight. So there's that.
That's great. And aren't they supposed to be? I heard about a cyber attack as well, or whatever.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna do. Oh no, they said they moved that now. They've changed that because of all the people talking about it and the conspiracy theories and shit and everything. They went, damn, they're on to us. And so they.
So in the past, Sav, we've had a winner at about roughly what time in your experience? Like 10, 11 o'clock? Was it maybe midnight latest in your experience?
Yeah, it's probably it would depend on the election too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember. I think it's usually about 11 o'clock or so, maybe. We're going to hang in there. We'll know something tonight. I'm sure we have to. But then there was, some places saying it's going to be months before we can count all these votes. And back in the 1700s, they did it in one day. 1800s, they did it in one day. Early 1900s, they did it in one fucking day. Now all of a sudden, in quarter of the way into the 21st century, it's going to take them a long time to do it. Wow.
Well, you got to remember they absolutely don't going to close the polls until 3:30 in the morning. Remember?
Yeah. Well, see, I think what time they close? They close at what, 9?
They closed at 7:30 from what I heard.
7 or 7:30.
I started an hour afterwards.
7 on the West Coast would be 7, 8, 9, 10. That would be 10 on the East Coast. So 7 on the West Coast. So we should have an answer in like 40 minutes if it worked the way it used to, right?
Yep.
It's 9 o'clock over here on the West Coast.
Sorry?
It's 9 o'clock on the West Coast.
Okay, so like if it's 9 o'clock, then it'd be 9, 10, 11, 12. So like midnight our time, we would have, an answer, I say, quote unquote, from the decision desk, from the AP, this place that we've never seen in an office somewhere that who knows where this information comes from. What we want to understand, and voting does happen, is that all this data goes into a central place where everybody actually examines it. And I think there's a real powerful thing that people really want to know that data, because people really do vote. There's people out voting. You can witness it. You can see it. It goes into this place though. And then they're the ones with this extreme power to broadcast back out the result, you know? And to me, the crux of that seems really, really, really vulnerable to corruption.
This is what I think. This is what it's starting to look like we might see tonight. Now, I really cannot understand anybody getting that goddamn emotional over this shit.
Yeah,
I really
why do
can't.
they want? Why are they so attached to people who don't give a shit about them?
I know. Stockholm syndrome, bro.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get through.
Look at these people, man.
Crying from someone that they don't even know, who might be a psychopath, mass murderer. And
Most
they're
like the chances they are that are really good.
Yes.
Look at that, man. They're just, that's it, my life is over now.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. Like, oh, she's
yeah, she was. She flipped that old bird right on up her now, didn't she?
Yeah, and I'm like that's the thing. It's like that's why elections are always so fascinating to me, because it's just like suddenly people go on to sides, you know. And I had, because I come from a farming community way out in the middle of, you know, the Midwest, and I had a really good conversation with my I guess it would be my uncle-in-law, and they live on a farm, and they're awesome people. They're super cool and straight shooters. They're just straight shooters. And I remember, like, in 2020, this is when I, you know, was still in this little, you know, I was like, you know, kind of discovering the Q narrative, which I think we're now figuring out what that is. And I was like, I was like, look, you know, I've been a musician and liberal, let's call it liberal, my whole life. And I looked at him and I was like, well, doesn't it make the most sense if you'd vote with your wallet? And he came right back at me and he was like, yeah. And I was like, why doesn't anyone else vote with their wallet? Like, is your life better from a person, whether or not you agree or disagree with the guy that's run the country? If your wallet's better, is your life better? Like, I don't know. I don't know Donald Trump from Adam. Never met him. He might be a complete fucking asshole. I have no idea. You know,
voting is the belief that rearranging piles of shit will change things.
That's kind of what my position. And it was like, if you're going to participate in it, then at least it should increase the amount of money in your wallet so you can buy stuff. You know, You know,
so
I guess
it looks like Colorado has called it.
What do they got? Blue?
Harris, yeah.
I don't buy that shit. Bro.
They got the electoral 198 to Trump and 112 Harris.
Yeah.
So from the 270, he needs what, another?
Yeah. Colorado, I guess, doesn't surprise me. If Kansas goes blue, that would be really surprising to me. I am super surprised.
He needs 72 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can guarantee you California is going to be blue.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, California.
That's where Kamala's from, is California.
Yeah, but those people have no reason to like her. She was locking people up for their kids missing school. Like their kid would be sick or in the hospital, miss school, and she would lock the fucking parents up.
Pennsylvania flipped.
Yeah. Oh, Pennsylvania. Wait.
Pennsylvania just flipped. No shit. But it still hasn't been called yet.
No, not yet.
50.9% Trump, 48.2%. And that's 19 electoral votes. That's a lot.
Yeah. So what does he like? What does he need?
He needs 72.
So what states are those? That would be PA.
There's 19. There would be 16. There would be 16 more. So 32.
He needs Michigan.
Michigan?
He needs Michigan. He needs Nevada.
Does he need that many? Does he need like, or is it?
I think Colorado's going to flip.
Well, no, Colorado's already been called.
Oh, it's been called. Okay, never mind.
I voted not to vote.
Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't want to make the agreement with
Well,
any of them. So
here's the thing. I jumped on just to represent the people that we've fed up with it. We just don't vote. But here's the thing. You tell someone, yeah, I voted to not vote. They look at you like you soiled your pants.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, you have to vote. Be like, no, I don't. And then they're like, well, then you can't say anything. And be like, nope, there's still a First Amendment right. And I like going to open mics so I can get on stage and make whoever's running.
That's a really good point, man.
Check this out, Bane. I've had Trump people tell me that if I don't vote, that's a vote for Harris. And then I had Harris people tell me that if I don't vote, it's a vote for Trump. And so did I find a loophole where I'm actually voting twice? I mean, I love that line and from Rush. It says, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice.
Yeah.
Listen.
Right to free speech.
Yeah, and what she's saying is like, Bane, I agree with you. It's like I'm not entering an agreement with either of those candidates. I'm just not. I'm just like,
you're still free to have an opinion even if you didn't vote because it's our fucking right.
Yep, indeed.
Well, it's there's certain scenarios where that works, where it's like if you're in a marriage and your wife's like, "Are you cheating?" By not answering, you're answering. That's the thing. Yes, for sure.
Fucked up, right?
But if someone says you have to choose between Coke or Pepsi, and I say, "No, I'll just stick with water and coffee, thanks," then they're like, "So you're voting for Pepsi?" I'm like, "What? No."
And also, Bane, I like for this, like also, it doesn't take away our general human right to talk about the world, even though we didn't participate in a certain system that we don't want to agree with. Like, in other words, I don't want to enter into agreement with something that I don't understand, that feels very, very built up to surround us, right? I'm not going to agree with it. I won't do it.
Well, the big thing about it is that they have not done anything to change what caused the last election to be thrown to Biden.
Yeah,
they haven't done shit about it. They didn't change any of the way they collect the ballots. They didn't change they didn't throw those computers out that were supposed to be corrupt. They didn't do a damn thing to support the United States and the public on how they were voting and that their votes were cast right.
That's exactly correct. They did zero. Zero.
It's so muddled up. I mean, here's the thing. I see it as my prediction is aligned with some other people's, but Trump will win basically by a landslide. Then they'll claim that he cheated, and then it'll be tied up in the judicial system for 2 years while he's president.
Nope, it's not that. They got a better one now, I heard. What they're going to do is let him go ahead and he's going to get the vote because the American public's going to vote. But what they're going to do then is they're going to declare martial law, and Kamala's going to be president. And they're just going to hold martial law for indefinitely.
I'm going to do the same thing I did in 2020 and in 2016. I'm going to go to bed and I'm going to wake up tomorrow and still go to work. It's not real.
Yeah.
That's very good. Yes, exactly.
Look, wait, that's the plan, Banebear. That's the plan.
If you stay,
but here's what I'm looking at. Yeah. Regardless of which way this goes, it's going to be a shit show. Have you seen the fortifications that they've been putting up in DC in the last week?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nuts.
Well, if you stay up till 3 a.m. to watch the results of the election, you're just like a kid who snuck his iPad into his bedroom and decided to watch Minecraft videos. You're just choice. You made that choice to do that.
I like Minecraft.
The next day.
Hey, Sav, I might come back in later. Have a good show. I'm gonna pop off and love you guys. You guys keep going and keep up the truth. Mwah.
Right on. It just so happens this is the night I do my show, and we're just keeping up with this while looking at some of this other fucking bullshit that's going on as well. So a lot of times my stream will go to 3 o'clock in the morning. You never know.
Gotcha, but yeah, I'll be on it before bedtime. You want to hear a new joke I came up with?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I do stand-up comedy on the side. You can see it on the Banebear channel on YouTube, but one of my newest ones is a friend accused me of being racist, and I said, I'll have you know, I had lunch at Taco Bell. And as we know, only black people work at Taco Bell.
Hell yeah.
Now quit your griping and let's go to Panda Express.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
That's where the Mexicans all work too.
I like it. I like it.
I just wanted to pop on, say hi, give my 2 cents. I'll let you guys continue with the show, okay?
Right on. Thanks a lot, Bane. Thanks for coming up, man.
No problem. You all have a good night.
Yeah, it looks like Jamie Raskin had said, Jamie Raskin is dual citizenship. He says, let folks cast their votes for Trump if that's their choice, but mark my words, we won't be certifying the election. He might win, but we will ensure he does not step foot in the Oval Office.
Yeah, because they're going to declare martial law.
So, yeah, not cool.
Sorry,
They're going to declare martial law, and what's her face Harris is going to get it because she's already there.
Well,
who was saying they're not going to certify the vote, Sovereign?
What?
Who was saying they're not going to certify the vote? Who was saying
Jamie
that?
Raskin.
Oh, who is that? I'm sorry.
He's one of the perverts in the Congress. Maybe you'll recognize him.
Well, that label doesn't narrow it down at all.
No, if you don't know who he is, you probably won't know who he is.
Oh, wrong side of the border. That's all.
Yeah. But yeah, he's another one. I thought he had cancer or something. He was wearing a bandana on his head for a long time because of cancer or some shit.
He is cancer. He's a Democrat.
Oh, this is funny. These guys were trolling a Kamala Harris thing. This is funny as shit. Let me see. Let me go back to my map here and see if anything changed real quick. So no, it's still showing. It looks like it's starting to go red now. He's almost he's what, a full 2, almost 3 points ahead at 51. He's almost at 51%. Yeah, he's almost 3 points ahead so far. What's Virginia was tight. Look how tight Virginia is. That's where
I noticed that Kamala's went up like 3 points, but Donald hasn't gone up any.
What, in Virginia?
No, in the on the right there.
Oh yeah, he's at 198 and she's at 112.
All right.
See up here at the top of the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Where I've got it's right here where my arrow's at.
Yeah, I see it now.
Those are the electoral votes where they're at.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yahoo!
Yeah, so it looks like Trump's on his way.
Well, that's how they're making it. That's how they're making it look. I'm trying to see. Did Wyoming fix their shit yet? Yeah, it looks like they got the numbers right now. Utah. No numbers out of Utah yet. God, South Dakota went crazy. Look at there. North Dakota, the same. Yeah, 72.1%. Northeast, let's see, Nebraska. I called it Northeast because of any. I was like, what the fuck? No, it's Nebraska. 50.4%. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll see what happens with that, right?
Yeah, well, there's an awful lot of red on there, though. You know.
So this was a fucking great troll. You're gonna love this.
Remember the 5th of November.
For Kamala Harris. Yes. We can't wait. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Yeah. Free migrants for everyone. Every house is getting a Somali, right? Yeah, can't wait. Patient. How many do you want, sir? Who wants to pay for more trans surgery? You ready? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
We love abortion. We love abortion. Raise your hand if you had an abortion this morning. Put your hands up if you had an abortion this morning. Let's go. Abortions for all. Abortions for men. How was the bus ride? Guys, why aren't you cheering? I don't understand. You seem glum. You seem reluctant to support the policies of your own kid. Oh boy, we're so excited.
Those people were not, they were not happy about that.
I was kind of offended by the tone of their voice. They could have said it in a more jolly manner, like to make it, but he had a harsh voice. Like I must sound like that when I get excited sometimes too, and he's passionate about it. Like that guy there, it's like, do you know who you're voting for? You're just voting for, like you say all the time, so the idol, the person that, that you think is cool or whatever is what's really pushing the whole game.
Based on your perceptions. This is that Jamie Raskin.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gee. Wonder what
looks like a balloon.
Wonder who he's got dual citizenship with. I couldn't never tell.
His head looks like a balloon.
Pointed star on their flag by chance, maybe?
Yeah, just might have it. Just might have it. Let me see if there was something interesting in those comments.
His dual citizenship is Jamaica.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's crazy. So what is he? Let's see, whosoever. Yeah, and somebody posted. They said, "Whosoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death." That's 18 USC section 2381 regarding treason. So, but they'll never do nothing.
Was this particular country kicked out of 119 nations by chance?
What's that?
Oh, is the one that was kicked out of 119 nations for the
109?
policy?
Yeah, 109. Yeah. Looking for that 110. Looking for that.
Some countries more than one.
Nice even number, nice even number.
Gotta round it off. Well, we should be the next one to do it.
So there's a lot of shit has happened this week that you guys probably didn't know about, and then we'll go back and check and see who's going to be the new tyrant in chief.
The question is, what are we going to do about it, man? That's where I want to take it, and it's like
I'm just here to document the fall of Western civilization. Okay.
Yep. The end of the world.
You're not happy just watching. Yeah, well, you're not happy just watching or you wouldn't be here.
It's not, it's beyond my power. Okay.
No, it's not. Nothing's beyond your powers.
Sure, it is.
The nice thing about it is
the only thing I actually have control over is me.
Right.
Okay. That's it.
That's a choice. It's a choice, though.
No, it's not. You can give yourself the illusion that you've got control of external things and other people, but you really don't.
Because they're making choices.
Not even your own child. Not even your own child.
I know, but the point is like some people get into this thing where they feel like they have no choices, and it's like, yeah, I understand that, and that's the whole thing about this boot that everyone feels, right? Well, I feel it anyways. Just a boot up there, or an axe, if you will. Just an axe and a boot, just waiting.
Sebastian.
But yeah, we're all team players in our own way. But then someone says something like, "Oh, I'm a Trump supporter," and everybody goes, "Whoa," you know what I mean? Or like, I've got triggers. Certain things make me back up a bit. It's like,
well,
oh man,
that's the thing. If you recognize that, change it. Okay.
Oh, I can see past almost anything. Yeah.
See, here's the thing: when people recognize your buttons, they'll push them. But if you disconnect the buttons, they stop. Okay. I'll give you a good instance of that. Guy goes up to his favorite soda machine every day at lunch, and he puts his money in, and he pushes the Pepsi button, and a Pepsi comes out. If he pushes the 7-Up button, a 7-Up comes out, right? So what if he goes up there and he puts his money in it and he pushes a button and nothing comes out? And he pushes another button and nothing comes out. He pushes all the buttons and no soda comes out. Now he might try it again and put more money in it and try it again, but still no results. He won't go back to that machine because he lost money on it and didn't get anything. So you disconnect the supply that comes with the button that's pushed. There you go, man.
Yeah.
They stop. And it stops bothering you. That's external. How dare you let someone else control you in such a manner?
I know.
That's what's happening. They're controlling you. When you react to somebody like that in the way that they want you to react, for instance, they just controlled you.
I don't even react when someone pushes me, Sovereign. Like until I
Yep.
see like a real threat or something, like I don't even get excited really anymore, which is kind of scary because I've never been a fighter or anything, but because I've been mouthing off, I've been confronted physically several times. And now it's to the point where, you know, it's not, you know, super adrenaline can slow you down, can be a negative thing, eh? But yeah, nowadays it's like I'm just going with the flow, and you know, like not too many people have any bravery in them, you know, like it's getting strange. Like just to
Do you know
stick
what
up for
true
yourself.
power is?
I'm not asking you to stick up for everyone else, but stick up for yourself, please.
Do you know
someone
what
else
true
doesn't try.
do you know what true power is? Oh yeah, definitely stick up for yourself. Defend yourself if you're physically attacked, or if you're witty enough to quip back with a. I mean, I'm good at verbal combat. I don't even have to raise my voice. I can cut somebody down with my fucking tongue to the point where they'll cry. Okay. But I don't do that. True power is this: having the ability to just utterly destroy someone and not doing it. That's ultimate power right there.
Benevolence, or what's the other one?
So as I was getting
Malevolence.
into, there's I like to go into these if I can. There's 5 different things that have happened this week that you guys probably didn't know about, or maybe you did. Russia is giving Iran their best fighter jets to help them fight Israel.
Wow.
Yeah. They got some badass aircraft. Here's a little.
Oh, those MiGs are awesome too. They can
Yeah. So they're giving them, you know, they got that MiG 27 fish bed. Is that the one? I mean, they got some. The MiG 29 Fulcrum. That's a badass fucking plane too. But I don't even know what they got the newest shit now. I mean, Christ, who knows?
The Raptor, right? And I've never seen a
that's ours.
answer.
That's
I know,
ours.
but
America. Yeah.
they got to have an answer to it, though.
Maybe
we'll have us.
From what I understand, the Raptor's a real dog, ain't it, Roger?
I've seen it in action. It can maneuver somewhat, but it's not. I don't think the MiGs have got them. They've been able to outflank us in dogfights for a long time, dude.
And now it's missile warfare, guys. It's targeting and missile warfare now.
Yeah, if you can outmaneuver the missile, though, then you're in good shape, right?
Yeah, I remember the MiG-22s when they came out. They had the better. They could turn better than our fighters, and they were faster. They're more agile.
They were always faster, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what. I think Israel's bitten off a little more than what they can chew. Let's hear what this guy says. He's a short little 1 minute on that very topic. And then we got 4 more. And then we're gonna go check the map and see. Because look, here's one thing I do. I like entertainment, and I want to see blue hairs losing their fucking mind. I do. I think that is one of the coolest things in the world. When those fucking blue hair weirdos and shit with androgynous looks start losing their fucking mind and crying in the streets, I think that shit's funnier than hell, man.
Guilty pleasure. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
man.
mine too.
All right, check it out.
Russia is giving Iran their best fighter jets to help fight Israel. Iran said yesterday that Russia has given them the licenses to build the Russian Su-35 fighter jets to help them fight Israel. And they're some of the best fighter jets in the world. And for comparison, if Iran had these fighter jets, then the Israeli F-35 fighter jets wouldn't have been able to attack Iran a few days ago because Iran would have had the better air force. It's also worth knowing that Iran has gotten the licenses to build the Russian Su-30 fighter jets, as well as the Su-35. And Iran is expected to build over 70 Su-35 fighter jets, except the number for the Su-30 is still unknown. And with these jets, Iran would not only be more than capable of defending against an attack, but they would also be capable of launching strikes. And for the first time in history, Iran would be capable of launching airstrikes onto Israel. And this part is speculation, but if Iran did have fighter jets, then it's always possible that they could give them to their proxies, like Hezbollah and the Houthis. But regardless, Russia has given Iran permission to build Russian fighter jets to then use in the Iranian Air Force. But you can leave me a follow for some more global news like this.
So, Sukalovs. I was trying to think what the SU is.
Yeah, that's what it is. I just looked at it, man. It's sleek, dude.
That is, isn't it?
35 is, yeah.
It looks like a MiG, but bigger and a little bit different.
Yeah, well, who got all?
Since they dropped communism, since they stopped being Soviet, they've made some of the best advancements that they ever could. I mean, a lot of time, their shit, a lot of Russian shit was really cheap and janky. I remember back during the Cold War, their whole idea was just mass production of janky shit. You know, T-72 tank was no match for the M1 Abrams.
Yeah, Abrams is a bad tank, dude. We outdid him with the tank. The Abrams was mobile, dude. I got to build some of the parts for those Abrams. We were making air conditioners for them. I manufactured them for a while. It was a very well made tank.
I was detached. I was detached to the 11th Armored Cav Regiment in Fulda, Germany, and they were the first units to get the Abrams. They were the first unit over there that got the Bradley fighting vehicles, and they were the first unit to get the Black Hawk helicopters. It was pretty cool, man.
Who got all of our shit from Afghanistan?
I can't. Your microphone is horrible, Kevin. I can't understand a damn thing you're saying, man. Your microphone sucks, dude. So I guess we're. And also the United States. You probably remember who just landed on the moon recently. India.
All
right. Yeah. Roger looking around for him. He's like, where? Who?
Yeah.
Who?
Where are they? Where are they? And nobody's landed on the moon. Sorry.
Well, we've put sanctions on India now.
Why?
America just placed sanctions onto India. Yesterday, the US announced sanctions onto over 400 entities, including 19 Indian companies. Now, the reason for this was, quote, aiding Russia's war in Ukraine. The US Treasury said, quote, the US will take action across the globe to stop the flow of tools and technologies that Russia needs to wage its illegal war. Now, not surprisingly, this comes just a week after India went to the BRICS summit in Russia, where they signed new deals with countries like China and Russia. You probably know, but for the last few years, India has been getting much closer with the East rather than the West. In fact, they've even funded the building of Iran's largest shipping port, which has created a new global shipping route. Now, India responded to these sanctions from the US, and they said, quote, our understanding is that the sanctioned companies are not in violation of any Indian laws. And that's India basically saying that these companies can do what they want as long as they don't break the law. So they don't really care about the US sanctions. It's worth knowing, though, that these sanctions are very unlikely to affect India whatsoever. It seems very likely that these Indian companies will just become less dependent on the West and more dependent on the East, driving India closer to those Eastern countries. But this does show that the US is definitely isolating itself by placing sanctions onto more countries, especially as India is such an important ally to have. But regardless, the US has placed sanctions onto over 400 entities in India, along with 19 Indian companies. But you can leave me a follow for some more global news like this.
So basically, the U.S. has sanctioned India. It's not going to be any great shakes to them. It's going to probably hurt us more than it hurts them because of the fact that now they're going to be more dependent on trade from the East, which they're already leaning toward with the BRICS nations, who's set to be the world reserve currency, a gold-backed currency, which makes us here in the U.S. odd man out. Nice.
America just placed sanctions.
Think about all this shit, man. Like, I get really excited and I can't even think about what to say because I do have a lot of opinions about this shit. Like, you know, like Putin, he's a WEF guy. We know that, right? And so he's a tough bastard, though. Like, you know, to look at him the way he portrays himself and stuff. And so
I don't think he's a WEF guy.
Is it? He's one of the. He's mentioned by what's his name there, fucking Klaus. But you know,
I
the thing
think
is,
I think he's been referring to them as the vampire ball, who have been filling their bellies with human flesh and their pockets with money. He said the vampire ball is almost over. So
yeah, well,
Russia launched Iranian satellites into space, which Iran will use to attack Israel.
Klaus isn't a Jew, I don't think. I think there's more than one faction.
I think.
Sure, they did.
I think there's lots of factions out there, you know, that are like not as tough as, but you know what I mean. Like Vanguard might be run by AI for all we know, or you know what I mean. Like and it's all funneled through these companies. So that thing about India too, they could just easily have it made in Brampton, Ontario, where they got all their buddies having wars. They could just set up a factory there and say it's a car parts factory or whatever, CNC shop, and they could make stuff there and export it. You know, like there's ways around shit, you know.
Well, like I said, those sanctions aren't going to bother them any. That doesn't matter.
No.
It's just like us. Oh yeah, it's sort of like these fucking stars that are going, if Trump wins, I'm going to move to Canada. And I'm like, you know, why? What did Canada ever do to you? You know, what the
I thought that was really funny when you said that.
You know,
really?
stupid fuckers. Who was it? Somebody said, oh, I think it was Barbara Streisand tweeted out something about that she would drink fucking lighter fluid or some dumb shit like that. And I said, bottoms up, baby. You know, like, what the fuck? You that triggered over that shit? Listen, I can't believe you fucking idiots even want to have somebody running you. That's what gets me. Here's this, almost done with this, man. They said that it's confirmed that at least 10,000 North Korean troops are currently in Russia preparing to fight Ukraine. And the interesting thing is when they send troops into Russia to train, they wear Russian uniforms and they bill it just like the Russians and everything else like that to keep U.S. intelligence and Western intelligence from knowing exactly how many North Koreans are in Russia. I mean, I don't think the satellite can zoom in on their eyes. You know, wait, we got a squinty-eyed guy there in a Russian uniform. Maybe he's North Korean. I don't know. We can't tell.
They'd be embedded, yeah.
North Korea has just sent 10,000 troops to Russia to help them fight Ukraine. The US Pentagon spoke on this, and they said that between 5,000 and 10,000 North Korean troops are currently in Russia preparing to fight Ukraine. They also said, quote, a portion of those soldiers have already moved closer to Ukraine, and we are concerned that Russia intends to use these soldiers in combat. Now, if you've watched my videos, you would know that North Korea announced they were doing this back in June, so this isn't a surprise. Except if this is true, this is probably the biggest escalation in the war since it started over 2 years ago. NATO also confirmed this, and the Secretary General said, quote, it's a dangerous escalation of Russia's illegal war. Now, something to note is that Russia has been quite vague about this. They haven't actually confirmed or denied whether North Korean troops are in Russia. Putin was asked directly about it by a reporter, and he didn't really respond to it. He just said that he signed a new agreement with North Korea. And you probably know, but this would actually be the first time North Korea has ever sent troops outside of the Korean peninsula. But regardless, from satellite pictures and North Korea and the West, it seems very likely that North Korean troops are currently in Russia preparing to fight Ukraine. But you can leave me a follow for some more global news like this, because I'll definitely keep you updated on what's happening with this.
All right, so that's crazy.
Excellent job by that kid. He had it all lined
North
up for you,
Korea
man.
has just
That was pretty sweet. That kid's doing, you know, I think that kid's AI. I don't even think he's a real dude. Good information, though.
Wow. Okay, so here's the very last one. North Korea has launched 7 missiles towards Japan. They also, and we're firing off a missile here in the United States, a test of a nuclear hypersonic missile from Vandenberg Air Base in California. And this says that North Korea launched 7 missiles toward Japan. They also tested their largest ever intercontinental ballistic missile capable of hitting the United States. So Korea is becoming a major player in this whole thing. And then we'll check the election results here.
North Korea just launched 7 missiles towards Japan. And this comes just a week after North Korea tested a huge intercontinental missile capable of hitting the US. Japan spoke on these North Korean missiles that were launched today. And they said, quote, at least 7 missiles covered a range of 400 kilometers before falling into the ocean just outside Japan. Now, Japan, South Korea, and even the US condemned these strikes. In fact, it's worth knowing that the US said they are, quote, consulting closely with our regional allies after the launches and are continuing to monitor the situation closely. And it's worth knowing that these missile launches from North Korea came literally just a few hours after the Russian President Putin met with the North Korean foreign minister. Now, apparently, according to South Korea, this was an expected launch. Last month, the South Korean defense minister said, quote, North Korea will want to exaggerate their existence during the US presidential election. But regardless, North Korea has launched at least 7 missiles into the Sea of Japan, seemingly as a show of force. But you can leave me a follow for some more global news like this.
Why is my question?
Exactly.
What are they
North
gonna
Korea
do?
just you're getting prepared for something, man.
They're knocking at the door like, hey, we're here.
What I wanted to say about it was, has anybody ever remembered so much razor, like what do you call it, saber rattling and like, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of troop movements and shit like this, and it's all pushing buttons. Like, what was it, 10,000 or 1,000? Even if it was 1,000, 10,000, doesn't matter because it's the same thing.
10,000.
It just means that this means they're putting their hands in. Now their hands are putting their hands in the blood, right? And so, yeah, there's a lot of symbolic shit to what they're saying. But I've never seen so much saber rattling, and the way Israel's been attacking outward in a big circle from where they are. Like, is anyone else concerned? You know, like, I mean, not about fear porn, but like, what do you guys think is going to happen next? I mean, like, is this a Cold War situation, like America versus Russia?
Oh, it's gonna go. It'll go hot. It's gonna go hot. It's already gone hot. It's already gone hot. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. It seems like they're doing a lot of like. It's been a year since October 7th or whatever, and they've just been on a campaign of eradication in their immediate area.
Well, now
expanding
the
outward.
chickens are coming home to roost because now that foolishly they've put themselves into a little bighorn situation to where they've started a war with everyone around them.
Yeah, but if the Americans are sleeping with the Israelis, okay, just to put it in layman's terms, then whoever the Israelis are sleeping with and pissing off, the Americans are just as much a victim if they, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know how, but I guess whatever.
They'll expect us to bail them out, dude. That's really what it comes down to.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a jump here going on. We've got Harris up to 113 and Trump up to 210 electoral votes. Let's see if we can figure out which ones they picked up. We know these Western states were later. Here was Utah. I guess they still don't have any numbers to match up with but they seem to have called it for Donald Trump. Wyoming has called it at 74% for Trump, I would imagine. Montana at 60. I think we had those. Looks like, let's see, I'm trying to, Iowa. Iowa went Trump. That was showing blue earlier. Let's see how the race in Virginia. No, still pretty close. Still pretty close.
That's your state, right?
What's that? Yeah, that's my state. Let's see. We got North Carolina. Looks like it's going toward Trump. It's a little close. It's 2 points, almost 3. Georgia. That's going. It looks like that's going to be Trump too. We'll see, unless they flip it or some shit. Wow, Michigan turned red. Michigan was blue earlier, but see, that's the thing. Without Detroit, Lansing, Flint, those areas like that, most of Michigan is rural, farmer people. So a lot of people are sick of shit. So I'm not surprised to see that. It looks like there's an all right margin going on there. And you already know they're throwing the cheat in as hard as they possibly can. That just blinked. What happened? Ooh, California. California's already called it. California has called it, and it's blue. Washington State has called it for Harris. We don't have any numbers yet. That takes Harris up to 179. Trump's at 214.
Well, the big state, California, right?
Yeah, California just turned blue.
Who has more electoral votes here?
That's got to be fake, bro. There's no way. I talked to a hell of people and nobody said they were voting for Kamala, dude. There's no way.
Well, the machines aren't fixed, They're still the same as they were when they did the last time.
Well, they've called it already. And I don't know how they've even counted it that much yet, but we're still not at that 270 mark. We're missing November. We don't have any results from Nevada, Oregon, Alaska, of course, or Hawaii yet. So let's see what's at stake. Nevada's worth 6, Oregon's worth 8.
Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oregon's worth 8.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, man.
I don't think you can hear us.
I can hear. But the thing about it, wasn't Oregon red or pink or whatever?
No, they haven't gotten any no results for Oregon yet. There was nothing out here in the West yet. And automatically, look at here. Already California's called it for Harris, despite Nevada's not causing. You've almost been able to watch it go from the east to the west. Of course, because of the time. I don't know. What's he lacking? So he would need, let's see, it's 60 minus 4, 56. He needs 56 more. He needs 56 more. There's 8 there. There's 6 there. Oh, these haven't been decided yet. That's right. These haven't been decided yet. These pink ones. That's what I'm looking at. Okay.
They all look like they're leaning to Trump, though, don't they?
They do. They do. They do. Virginia's, I don't know, 1.6 points different. We'll see what happens. Pennsylvania's looking red, and it was blue. Maine was red, and it's turned blue now. Maine, or it was pink.
Okay. 51% for Harris.
Yeah. So we could just saw this part right here all off and let it float away. No, I'm just kidding.
A lot of people say it about the big CA on the blue side over there.
Yeah. So I don't know. We're seeing she took all these little shithole places, Connecticut, New Jersey, all these little crap all up in there. New York was red a little while ago, but now it's gone to blue. They called it for Harris.
Well, as it stands, Trump's won from what I'm looking at.
Well, the thing is, he need 270.
Yeah. Electoral votes.
Yep. 270 electoral votes. So far, he's what? 56 away.
Yeah. Talk
66.
about painting the town red. Yeah.
No, yeah, 56. 56 votes from getting to be called as president. But what that motherfucking dude, little Israelite in the Congress, he said, "Oh no, we're not going to certify that shit. He's not getting in. He won't set foot in office." Say what?
Huh?
Oh, Oregon just turned light blue. Surprise, surprise. 59.3% to 38.3%.
It's all the weed they're smoking up there, so.
Yeah, it probably is.
Who's going to vote? Not me, man. I'm getting high. I'll see you later.
What's Michigan's 15 points, man? That's 15 votes.
Just
So
like
if
that
he
one
takes
guy.
that, it looks like he's going to take that, man. Wisconsin, it could go, it could flip. No way Minnesota's going. Minnesota might as well, so that's going to be another 10. What's Pennsylvania? It's not as tight. It's not as tight as it was in Pennsylvania now. It's Virginia looking like, still the same. Let me refresh these results.
They're going to recall the vote. You know that.
They always do. They always fucking do. God, you remember the hanging chads, right?
No.
From the Bush Gore thing, the big Bush guy. Hey, there's Flatsoy. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Keith.
You remember from the Bush Gore election?
I'm thinking back.
They were like weeks and weeks and weeks down in fucking Florida, counting them ballots, looking at them all by hand and holding them up to the light and shit. Oh, they might. They might Flatsoid, but it might go the other way around. We don't. I mean, we're seeing some crazy shit going on in here with this. You know, numbers are not really fucking adding up, but they're coming about. It's looking like Trump's gonna. What did we say? He needed 56 more electoral votes.
Yeah.
Looks like Michigan's going pretty heavy into his favor. They'll probably call that for too long. Of course, that'll be at the chagrin of Governor Whitmer. She's a real fucking wicked witch. You've seen that broad before, right?
No, I haven't.
See if I can find a picture of her.
Is it a man or a woman?
It's a woman.
Okay.
It's a woman.
Gotta ask a question when politicians pop up. No.
Well, it's supposedly a woman. I'm going to just put it that way just to cover my ass, okay?
All right.
There we go. There you go. Gretchen Whitmer. To bring up images. There we go. Hang on. Let me stop that screen.
Great light.
Well,
that's the governor of Michigan.
She's got quite a chin, dude.
Yeah. She's a vampire.
She looks like an actress. She looks like one of the actresses, but I can't place it. Like it would be like a B actress.
She's something. I'll tell you that. She don't get a whole lot of love up there in the Great Lakes land.
So how are we counting all these votes anyways? Why are we counting it by state? Like, I mean, I get the time zone thing and whatnot, but
right.
Why are we, so what is it? So like, are we having like a thing where what if half the states vote one way and half the states vote the other way? You know what I mean? It's like,
well, no, and all the polls close at a certain time. Okay?
Yeah, but does California have more votes than New York, like, or shit like that, right? Like,
it goes by representation, goes by population. Okay, and so they get a certain amount of electoral votes. It's also the same amount of representatives that they have in Congress, in the House of Representatives. Okay, so California has 54 in the Congress, and Arizona has 11, and it's all based on the population of the state.
Right. I figured it was something like that.
Right.
Yeah, but there's also like each representative, they can overthrow the popular vote if they feel that it's against the Constitution.
Which has okay, and then there's the electoral votes, which are a total different animal, right? Like they're like
Well,
a wild card.
the electorates, the electoral votes of that state are supposed to be determined by the popular vote of the state.
Right.
So in other words, if the majority of the people in Michigan vote for Donald Trump, then he gets all of the electoral votes.
Right.
That's how it's supposed to work.
That ain't how it always works.
See, like, look, Wyoming only has 3 electoral votes. See?
That's pitiful.
That's because it's a sparsely populated state.
Yeah, I got you. And Barbara knows that quite well. Right, Barb? Her kids are there. And grandkids.
So over in Britain land,
wow, look at it, looking like this one little place looks like Illinois is going to be surrounded. I mean, this is unreal. Some of these numbers, look at Kentucky was outrageous. Tennessee, South Carolina wasn't bad either. But this one up here, where did I see that? 76% Wyoming. That was crazy. So I don't know. We'll see. It looks like Arizona's going red.
Nice.
Not by much though, boy. Only 0.2. So that's
well, across the pond, it's they call it bonfire night across the pond. November 5th, I guess, is like
the gunpowder plot. Remember?
Yeah, so they're over there doing fireworks right now, or whatever.
Pennsylvania's really smoked ahead for red. So yeah, we got that. That's a fucking crazy shit going on. I thought I had that up on screen. My bad. Let me bring this up. Boom, 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 boom. So I was saying Pennsylvania has picked up quite a bit. Michigan's going to go red.
So Maine and Virginia haven't called theirs yet, have they?
No, Virginia has not called it yet. It's only 1.6% difference. New Hampshire and Maine. Maine looks like it's going to be Harris right now.
That doesn't surprise me at all. I know people in Maine do.
Yeah. They got brain freeze up there.
They got brain damage, dude. A lot of psych wars.
It happens to the best of us.
Oh yeah. I dated a girl from Maine, and man, she was whack.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah. She put a curse on me before she left too. Got really drunk one night. Yeah.
Put a curse.
Mm-hmm. She cursed me and my mom too. Yeah. Verbally right in the parking lot, dude. Where she left, got on the bus. Like, I'll see you.
As long as she wasn't speaking a dead language, you'd probably be okay, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. Don't be speaking no dead languages. We don't need that little shit. Fuck that. What is that? You know, who? Tell me your name, Bazozo. Oh my God, get the fuck out of here.
I've seen people say some weird shit, and it was like not gibberish.
Oh, here's a little update. This is from CNN.
Oh boy.
Controlled News Network.
I trust them. Yeah. Bringing you the news since the world's been turning. Yeah.
Hold up. Let's see.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
What? The blue wall?
Yeah,
What
they
is
just
blue wall?
rely on people
Jake,
going with the party line. And unfortunately, they've lost a lot of momentum with that. It looked like, just by what I've seen people saying. I think that's interesting. They said that their headquarters has fallen into silence. In other words, basically, they pretty much know they're done. I mean, their analysts are way much further advanced than me or any of you right there. So that tells you a lot, the behavior of the people involved. How long until this happens? Yeah, right. Here's it. I'm waiting on that too. It showed that girl screaming and shit. Kamala, oh my God, this is terrible. This is funny right here. This guy put up this. Let me put this out here. He says, how long until this happens? Asking for a friend.
We've already seen it happen before. It's going to
Oh,
happen
we'll
again.
see it happen again, I'm sure. I'm sure. This is right out. This was pretty good too. People are just on shit. This is wild. It's Kamala HQ right now.
Yeah. It's like within seconds, yeah.
That's fucked up. Oh my God.
Well, don't they have the House and the Senate in the Democratic pocket right now still, right?
I'm not sure. It looks like that's getting turned over a bit too. It looks like they've picked up 48 seats, and the Democrats have only won 39, and that's in the Senate. And in the House, looks like 162 Republicans and 112 Democrats have won so far nationwide. So I don't know. This might be like a period or a big red wave, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. The Crimson Tide is coming in?
Yeah, yeah. This is the Crimson Tide. That's fucking crazy. This is Alex Jones saying Trump now poised to win popular vote. You guys want to hear what Alex has to say? Good, because I got to go pee. I'm going to bring him up here.
You mean Bill Hicks? I mean, Alex Jones is going to
Yeah, that guy, same guy. Alex Hicks.
He doesn't look like Bill Hicks, man.
I mean Bill Jones. I
was just watching some Bill Hicks today. It was good.
Yeah,
No,
that's Alex
I like
Jones.
him.
And Morgan Freeman is Jimi Hendrix. All right, here we go.
Oh, I know that.
What's the latest from the crew? And they're looking at the numbers here in Austin.
Okay, well, I would say right now it's safe to say Republicans +4 in the House. That's safe. Definitely going to go up from there. Republicans +2 in the Senate. Could go up from there, but it looks like you're probably going to be +2. Anything after that would probably be a surprise bonus. Pennsylvania continues to look good. I would say Pennsylvania continues to look good. Georgia is tightening up. Trump continues to maintain his lead. Before we move on to what we're seeing in Michigan and Wisconsin right now, though, Trump is outperforming everywhere. Trump is outperforming in Maine. He's outperforming in New Hampshire. He's even outperforming in New York. New Jersey is an interesting case. He's outperforming in Virginia. Donald Trump is on pace to win the popular vote. Now, obviously, depending on what happens in California later tonight, who knows? But right now, Donald Trump is on pace to win the popular vote. Okay, Wisconsin, still really early, but looking good from Trump. If Trump wins Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, it's over. Now, I want to show you what's going on in Michigan, guys. Let's zoom into Michigan because, again, Senate races are at stake here. The Democrats are going to do everything they can to whatever knobs and buttons and weight they can put on the scales they're going to do. Go ahead and go to Detroit. We have ludicrous numbers in Detroit. 93% in Wayne County. That is impossible. Okay. Now, this is still early. Biden got 68% of Wayne County in 2020, 68%. And Kamala's coming in at 92.7. So this thing better balance itself out, or they're going to try to play games in Michigan with the Senate race, maybe the presidential race.
Now, just to keep you updated, it's jumped again to where Trump is at 230, Harris at 179. 40 more is all that's needed. So if he gets Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he's in. If he gets Pennsylvania, Michigan, yeah, it looks like it's going to be. It does. I mean, according to what I'm looking at. So he's at 230 electoral votes, and that leaves him with only 40 more needed. So pop, 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 pop.
Boom.
Yep, and you'll never have to vote again, he says.
Hey, listen, if he wins, you guys realize if he wins tomorrow, it's just going to be sunshine and rainbows. And this shit, it's just going to be, you would be surprised. It's going to just be raining down $100 bills outside it's going to be fantastic. And like Donnie said, you'll never have to vote again. It's going to be so fantastic. You know?
You forgot the kittens and the puppies, too. I need one.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying, Raj. Come on, man. Kittens and puppies. Jeez, man. I thought that was a given, but yeah.
But that is ludicrous, especially considering the neighboring counties are not going anywhere near those numbers for Harris. So we're going to be watching what goes on in Wayne County, one of the most corrupt counties in the United States of America. That is a ludicrous number, but
that is a definite fact. I know that for a fact. I lived in the Tri-County area in Michigan that's where I grew up, man. Yes, Wayne County. The mayor of Detroit, the more scandal he got involved in, the more the people liked him.
Weird.
I'm not shitting you. They were like, even though he was fucking them over, they admired his being a crook. Even though they were the victims. It was the most insane thing I ever saw in my life was that guy. Coleman Young. Oh my God. Had a local newscaster by the name of Bill Bonds. Okay. Guy was well known. He even had a cameo appearance as a news anchor in one of the Planet of the Apes movies. This guy was really something else. And this guy hated Coleman Young. And he'd get a couple drinks in him before he came on the air. And he was on there one day and he would challenge that motherfucker to a boxing match down in Hart Plaza. Now, just to give you an idea of what Detroit's like, right? Most people have a monument in their big town square, and it's usually some person, you know, of historical figure or whatever. And Detroit has that too. But theirs is just a big fist. It's a great big fist, a forearm and a fist. And it's the Joe Louis Monument. That's what. So Detroit has always been a corrupt and violent place. That's just goes without saying. You do not drive through Detroit without locking your doors. Just letting you know.
Huh. Make sure I do.
And that's if you can make it through the potholes.
Aside from Detroit going 90% from Harris, Michigan, I would say, is still at play. But if they get 90% in Wayne County, I mean, you know, that'll overwhelm the rest of the state potentially. But if we zoom back out, Trump's path to victory, as we sit here right now, 9:54 p.m. Central Time, Trump's path to victory, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That is now Donald Trump's path to victory. Now, if they really want to play games, they'll just refuse to call it. But if you look at Georgia, it is tightening up, but the numbers are coming to the midnight hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, Election Day 2024 is here. Trump is going to win big, but they're trying to steal it. We have got all the top experts, people on the ground, everything. on it. Pay attention to what I'm about to say, because
so the rest of this 6-minute clip, only 3 minutes of it was actually the topic. The rest is selling boner pills. Nice, Alex.
Imagine that. Yeah, good job.
Nice, Alex. We don't want your boner pills, dude. We're good.
How about the bone broth? You want some of that? I'll make you
Bone
strong.
broth. That's what I'm after. I don't know. He's selling all kinds of crazy shit. Trump pulls ahead in Pennsylvania. Let's see here. Let's see what our interactive map is looking like here. Yeah, Pennsylvania, that's worth 19, and Trump's at 51.1 to 47.9. The margin in Michigan is 46.4 to 51.9. So that's a good amount. That's 6%. So
What? After they get them throwing their little hissy fit, it'll be Trump in office.
He's definitely taking Minnesota. He's definitely going to take Minnesota. He's only 0.2% ahead in Arizona. What's Virginia looking like? Not good. Not good.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. When I left Arizona, there were a lot of gays there, dude.
A lot of gays?
There were. So, you know, they're going to vote Democrat, dude.
Man, I was looking at this.
This is the big.
There is this satanic PDF file ring that's still active around in Arizona called Midnight Productions, and they prey on homeless and runaways and shit. And they actually make, I don't know if you've ever heard of a snuff film.
Yeah, I've heard of snuff films.
That's what they make, and they do, and it's high level people covering that shit up, keeping it fucking secret.
There's a whole other internet. There's a whole other internet of really fucked up shit where it's
I
like
know.
unregulated.
I
You know, so
hope I never find it. I hope I never find it. I really do. I mean, it's just, I find it to be such a.
See, I got to thinking about that, man. Like, how deep is the surveillance, man? Like, are we all on the Batman phone? Like, if you reach a certain plateau of royalty, do you get access to, like, just like look in on any, like, somebody's phone that you want to? Like, can you be that accurate? You know what I mean?
Says here that Vice President Kamala Harris won and secured Virginia. It's not showing that though. That's it. What's right?
Like, remember them
Look at your
Samsung
map.
batteries? They had a fucking microphone or something in them. I forget. It was a little transmitter or something.
I don't think they called Virginia.
It was clever.
I was talking to my son, Burn Corporate Fiction. I told him, he said he just got home. Said, so this thing here is saying, check this out. This is saying that Kamala Harris has won Virginia, but our map is not showing that.
Breaking news.
And that's from 2 hours ago. That's from 2 hours ago. And I'm like, no, that's not what we're seeing. That's not what we're seeing. So I don't know. Let me see. Let's see if there's anything new on this about that. Yeah, and somebody said come again. And here's the here's how it mapped out. Let's see where the blue was. Now I am, let me find my comment. I'm this little, see that little one that looks like a jug right there? Oh, you can't see my fucking arrow. That sucks.
Nope.
Anyway.
I see it now.
Yeah, that don't look right.
No, it looks red to me. I see 5 spots that look blue.
This is, Yeah, because that was in response to this. All right, this thing here that she won and secured Virginia. And I'm like, I have seen no Harris signs anywhere. Okay. Now I don't go out a whole lot, but when I have gone out, I have seen like major Trump shit everywhere that I've gone. There's Rasta Bear. He's getting his Molotov cocktails ready for tonight. He's out there in Portland.
Yo.
Hey man, you getting all your Molotov cocktails and shit ready for tonight out there?
Oh, you know it. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call Oregon for Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, I've got a map up right now. Hang on, I'll bring it up.
It's fascinating how quickly California can count all their votes. Yet Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I thought that was amazing.
Them and you got Florida can count all their votes.
Yeah, so Oregon and Washington both have called it for Harris. All the whole usual suspects in the left coast. Yeah, they called that shit like a couple hours ago, man.
How do they do that so quick when these small ass states like Nevada and Arizona and Pennsylvania, the ones that seem to matter so much, they put it off. I think it's really telling the Joe Rogan experience with John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. That was such a crazy interview to watch. Like I didn't watch the whole thing, but to know that nincompoop is in charge of Pennsylvania and I think in charge of counting the votes there, and he can't even comprehend what you're saying to him until he has to read it on a tablet.
Remember Idiocracy, Cross the Bear? Remember that? The movie?
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, he is the poster child. Like, he makes Joe Biden look like a very intelligent human being. And they propped him up like he was on his deathbed, like right before the Pennsylvania primaries. And then somehow he came out and won the primary there. And now there was a real precise reason why they wanted to get him in there. And it seems to me like it looks very much like the same thing they did last time, where they wait for everybody to get tired and then go to bed and then pull the old bait and switch overnight. They just need to see how much they need to cook it by.
Yeah.
And then they just slide, because why else would it take them so damn long to count these states that are obviously smaller? I mean, how the hell did California, there's people they don't even have to, they mail their ballots in. Some of them haven't even made it to the counting place yet.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the way it needs to be run. Okay. There's no early voting. There's no mailing in of ballots. There's no voting machines. You get a paper ballot and a fucking pen, and you mark your ballot, you seal it, and you place it into a locked ballot box that is under guard at all times. That's how you have a fucking election without cheating. They won't do that because this is what they rely on, is all these fake fucking ballots. I don't know how many stories I've seen of people that have gone to vote and they were told at the polling place, no, you can't vote. It shows here that you've already voted by mail.
Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't let us do it if they couldn't cheat on it somehow.
Right. They just called New Mexico. It takes Harris up to 192 electoral votes to Trump's 230.
She's closing in, and that's how they want it. And these betting sites, they've all got Trump up, winning like 85%.
Look how close it is in Arizona, man.
Yeah.
Just like 0.2%.
Yeah. It's just wild. you know, and there's so many different ways how they can cook the ballots. I mean, my friend that I live in his house now, he died. You know, he got hit by a semi truck when he moved out of this house, and passed away. And it's been over a year since he passed away, and I still got his ballot in the mail here, even though I've told him numerous times he doesn't live here anymore. You know that you know, to forward the mail to his wife or whatever, where they live in New York. Somehow I still magically got his ballot here, and I'm like, that just makes me wonder how many other people, you know, got dead people ballots and don't have, you know, like I didn't even vote myself, so I'm obviously not going to cheat with somebody else's ballot that's dead, but that I have integrity. Most of these people on the left, that's something
They
that
don't. They do lack integrity and honor.
Especially when they you know, have such a hatred towards this one character named Donald Trump. Like they can't stand the guy to a point where it's
Minnesota's now it's not called, but it's blue now.
It's a turning blue.
It was red. So here's the, you know, now y'all got to be prepared for this, man. You might have to endure a number of years of the cackler.
No,
okay. Now, at the very least, this is going to be entertaining. I can tell you that. I can tell you that it's going to be extremely entertaining because that woman, I've got dog shit in my backyard smarter than that bitch. I swear to God. I mean, that is a low wattage fucking bitch. I'm telling you right now. There's like, you can even see it in her eyes that she's just fucking stupid. You know?
That video that you showed about the, what was it, Harris Alexa or whatever her name was, it was an Alexa that just gave you really long, empty answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even handle that. Like, and it sounded so real to me. Like, that's exactly how she talks.
Well, you see why I tell y'all this is like a fool's errand?
It's hypnotic, man. It's like
this shit right here is a fool's errand.
Almost to the point where they just speak gibberish and everyone goes, whoa.
So what's she need? What's 270? She needs 8.
If she gets Pennsylvania,
it's 78. She needs 78. He needs 40.
I've watched him break down the numbers numerous times. Pennsylvania is the key to this election.
16, 35, 50. Yeah, he could easily do this, but let's see. Why isn't Nevada, Alaska? I can understand maybe Hawaii, not Alaska. Alaska should be reported in as much as all these other states right here on the west. I can understand Hawaii, but what's up with Nevada?
Yeah. I just, if this doesn't show people how fake this is, like, I don't know what to tell people. And how much
Russia took it.
How stressed people have become over this whole thing.
I know.
Like it even matters. Like, I'm so sick of every other person. That's all they've been talking about. And I don't pay for YouTube Premium, so like I have to endure watching these stupid freaking election ads until I can press the skip ad button. You know, like I've had to hear like this, somebody such and such wants to do a ban on abortion, because they're all like liberal ads here in Oregon, even though I don't even know why they run ads here. Like, obviously everybody here is going to vote left. I mean, they could just save themselves a lot of money and not even have to run the ads, but it's
in the words of her own husband, let me bring this up real quick.
All right, I got to run. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, bro.
All right.
Let me stop that screen. Share screen here. Let me make this.
So, just 15 weeks ago, folks, it's only been 15 weeks. So when the country needed a leader, Kamala was the one who stepped up. Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work. So
Yeah, we know that's how she got into this whole thing in the first place. She put her head down and went to work.
I wonder what she's doing right now.
Crying from the sound from what they said in that CNN report, but you know it's CNN too.
Yeah, what the crew was up to. The guy was like wearing a robe.
Yeah, I don't know whether to believe him or not. You know, shit.
My guy told me a horror story and was like, "Yeah, heard about this guy. He wore a helmet because he didn't want to make a mess." Bad joke.
Oh God. Yeah, let me see. Let me go on back over to that thing real quick. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they got going on, but this shit's gonna be crazy when it's all done. Let me see if I go over to this side, what happens. Come on. Refresh. Ah.
Do you think there'll be some like Black Lives Matter type shit goes on, or like, what do you think? Think any country can handle it?
I don't know, man. Well, I don't know. Let's see what we got under this. Let's see what the latest under election 2024 is.
We'll tip over cars over a hockey.
So Elon has officially changed the like button to support Donald Trump. If you're in support, like and retweet this to show your stance. Well, I don't see it showing that. So wait, let me see. Oh, it does. No, it turns into a voting box or something. That's crazy.
I could see there being some controversy by the end of it, whatever's going to happen.
Oh, of course, there always is. Of course. There always is. I mean, in my whole life, I've never seen an election go down that wasn't some controversy wrapped around it in one way or the other, you know. Always allegations of cheating, but I've always said there's never been an honest election. So, you know, that you got that.
I don't trust anybody to count the votes neither, so I'm too far gone. I wouldn't even let them count them.
So let me see here. So this shows us Harris 192, Trump 230. We still got some undecided shit. We still don't know anything about Nevada, Alaska, or Hawaii. And I wonder why that is. Maybe they have different rules on reporting. You know, maybe they don't report until they're already decided because they don't want to sway votes. I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, I do feel like the ship's at the top of a 30-foot swell, just looking like this ship we're on here.
Says here that Trump is either won or is leading in all 7 swing states. Well, let me go over here to our little thing and see if it changed any. Let me refresh it. No, let me look at these results here. I think they're probably going to end up calling it for him in Georgia. They're stubborn. Pennsylvania, definitely they have to. Michigan, yeah, they'll have to call it for Trump there too. Wisconsin, yeah, probably most likely. And we're talking about by 4 and 5 points in these leads with like 90% of the vote in. So Arizona's not showing any change. Well, we'll hang in here and see what the fuck else is going on with it here for the night, at least for a little while longer. Let me see if I got.
You can't just go cold turkey without government. Somebody's got to fix the roads, you know. And it's
yeah, somebody's got to fix the roads, right? Without government, nobody'd have a road, right?
Yeah, or a car.
That is one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard before.
You ever heard me say, anyways?
We have government now, and our roads are shit. So,
where's your logic?
look, here's Noel.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Noel?
Good. And are you guys on about the Trump and Kamala Harris thing right now?
Yes.
Who is winning?
Well, as it looks right now, Donald Trump is in the lead with 230 electoral votes.
Let's go.
Well,
Sorry.
Harris just
Nobody's
jumped up.
gonna win.
Harris just jumped up to 205. I think they called her for New Mexico. They did.
Damn it.
So he needs 40 more to win. She needs 35 more to win. No, 65 more. Yeah, 65 more. And still no results from Hawaii. Let me bring up the map.
We all be screwed if she wins.
Well, we're screwed anyway because we have somebody telling us what to do, taxing us, spending fiat currency at a rate unprecedented in human history, placing our future generations into further and further debt.
Excuse me, did you vote for?
I don't vote. There was nobody worth voting for. I didn't want the lesser of two evils because I didn't want any evil at all. So I chose no evil.
That makes sense.
See, I don't want to choose any evil, even if it's lesser. It's still bad. You want more poison or less poison? I don't want any poison. I think we just got an update here.
What is it?
No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, they did call Virginia. They called Virginia for Harris. That's where she picked up at. So that gave her 13, which took her up to the 205. Right there. Right there.
Why cannot Trump win?
Well, so far he is.
Damn. This
You gotta wait.
is
It's
like a cheating.
It's only 9 o'clock out in some of these other states here.
So I have a question. What website is this? Is this like just like everybody seems to be on the same webpage I was scrolling through earlier?
This is AP.
Oh, okay, you were just talking about that. Like, oh, who is this AP guy?
It's the Associated Press.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they still stand apart.
So what do we got here? Michigan. Looks like they're going to have to call that for Trump too.
Ohio? What
I'm a
about
Christian
Ohio? Did Ohio win?
Yes, Ohio was Trump 55.3% to 43.8%. I can't believe there's that many fucking people would actually vote for that rutabaga, though. You know, I mean, just even based by somebody talking, listening to her talk and shit would be like, what? What the fuck? But there's people that makes sense to, and this is kind of like, I don't look at it other than anything other than who's really very, very stupid.
It's voodoo, man. Like,
You know?
I was trying to bring up that circle back chick. Remember the circle back chick? They make
My
clips of
God,
her
yeah.
and
Jen
circle
Psaki.
back. Yeah,
Jen
and so-
Psaki.
And then we had this other speaker. It was a black lady. I never got her name, but she's been doing all the speaking for Biden, like sometimes, I guess.
Oh,
speaking for
Crean,
them.
Crean,
Yeah,
John
so they had
Crean,
like a food
Pierre, or
truck.
whatever.
Can y'all please be sure to compliment me why I left Miss Ann shut it down?
Who's that talking?
Do
you have something on, Nicole?
Sorry. It was my another panel. Sorry about that.
Oh,
I turned it down. I did.
there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That'll give him 10, 25, 35, 39, 40. So yeah, that'll put him over. If he takes these 3 states, he'll win. And he looked like he's in a good lead there. Georgia. You may very well, but you never can tell what happens because you may wake up tomorrow and have to endure the cackler.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
You
Do
don't have to
you
say, Noel. You don't have to go, excuse me. You're all right. Just go ahead and say what you want to say.
do you guys think Trump will win or Harris?
Well, who do I think they'll select? I don't know. It's up in the air. Last time that Trump ran, it looked like he had it in the bag. And then somewhere late in the night, they flipped the state and fucking
Someone cheating
of course.
happened.
Right. But you're not allowed to say that because it was fair and democratic.
Well, you're contradicting yourself. Was he selected or was he cheated? Because you can't really be both, right? Or he was unselected or
Excuse
whatever.
me.
There you go. Don't. What did I just say? And just because you say, let me put this out there too, Noel. That just because you go, excuse me, does not make it okay to interrupt somebody in the middle of while they're talking. Okay. So wait till they're done. Then you can start talking and you don't even have to say, excuse me.
Okay.
I hope Trump wins. That's what I want. Trump to win. I'm sorry, I can't watch her on TV, and like I know it's like a minor thing, but yeah, Trump's just off the wall when he's doing stuff. But wherever Israel leads, he'll follow. So I mean, and same with Kamala. It doesn't matter. The state's going to do whatever the world chooses it to do. But, yeah, it's hard to say whether Trump's the better of the two because I don't think any of it's going to really matter in the end. It's all a poker game to them. Like,
just about everybody on this stream tonight, their microphone sounds like they're in a can or something.
Does mine?
No, yours ain't too bad. It's a little hot, but you're doing all right.
Okay. That's good.
Wow,
Yeah.
this is. So you see Harris jump up to 205?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's gonna be a close one. Definitely gonna be a close one. But I don't know. It's looking like I don't know if she's gonna be able to pull it off.
I don't know. Yeah, because look, it's pretty. It's getting to be a pretty big margin with most of the vote in already.
I was looking
on states. And what we say he needed, he needs 40, right? So what do we got here? We got 10. There's 25, 35, and 9 is 48. He could, if he takes these 3 states, he's got it.
Yeah. But that's where
he's probably going to take Georgia too. So it looks pretty promising. Now you don't know. We still have Nevada's only 6, Alaska's only 3, and Hawaii is 4. So 6, 4, and 3. 6, 3, yeah, 6 to 13. It's only worth 13. Then it's not shit. Arizona, Arizona's worth 11 though, and it's tight. But Trump seems to be climbing up in that one. But that's only half the vote in. We have to remember, folks, these states out there. That's why when Rasta said, "How the fuck did California count their votes so quick?" I got the same questions, right? Because it's like they're still counting. The voting polls aren't even done, they just, as soon as they close, they had the results. It was like, what the fuck?
They called it before the polls closed because the polls closed at 8 out here, and they called it at like 7 something.
Oh wow!
It's wild to me, and it's wild to me that they can call it before, like I say, Pennsylvania and Georgia and these other small states. That it's like, do they just not know how to count in those states?
Pennsylvania had to hold some of their polls open for later than normal because of the fact that there was fucking machines broke down at some places, power outages at other places, and shit. So we're looking at Pennsylvania's. They've got 81.4% of the vote has been counted. So,
but the deceptive thing about that is, I think Pennsylvania County is one of the counties that hasn't been counted as much yet.
well,
And
let's take a look. Let's take a look. We can
one of
click
the
on
more
the state.
liberal counties.
Here's the state. Okay, so these ones here have definitely called it for Trump. The ones that are deep red, the pink ones, right?
He's
the
in
pink
the lead.
ones still have not done it, but they will, because look at the fucking margins.
Oh yeah.
Look at the fucking margins. There's no way. And then in the blue ones, these light blue ones, there's only one little area, dark blue, that has actually declared it for Harris. So Pennsylvania is most likely going to go to the now this one here, I don't know what this is. Cameron County hasn't had any fucking results in it.
That's interesting.
So I don't know what's up with that. Let me see how my good old home state of Michigan did.
I heard there's a big Amish turnout this year in
I
Pennsylvania.
was gonna say that's an Amish patch in the map.
That Elon was busting the Amish in.
Wow, this is crazy. Macomb County went red, but Wayne and Oakland in Michigan went the other way. And we got nothing from Clinton County, nothing from Saginaw County, nothing from Ogemaw County. So we're still waiting for, and these have certified.
There's got to be a reason why there's no counts in those areas. Maybe they don't do elections in those counties or something.
No, they do. They do. It's just probably there could be a number of reasons. It could be a number of reasons.
And I saw California was doing like a power outage in a bunch of red counties today. They were just doing random power outage. And did you hear that they're doing some like intercontinental ballistic missile test? The United States is tonight after the after the polls close.
Yep, hypersonic ballistic missile.
It's like they're setting off a giant firework to signal.
Wait. What do you mean?
Tonight after the polls close, the United States, I guess the Air Force, is going to be firing off a test of a hypersonic ballistic nuclear missile.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. You tell me.
Why do they ever do that?
Yeah, I know, right?
Like what significance does that do? I mean, you've got different countries
to kill people. They're practicing to kill people.
Exactly. And one of these times it's like playing Russian roulette. One of these times it's not going to be a drill. It's going to be an active missile. And anytime, that's probably how any type of conflict is really sparked off. It's been under the guise of being a drill of some sort. But I mean, right now, between now and January 20th, our country is the most vulnerable to, to any type of geopolitical conflict with China taking Taiwan, or, you got so many different scenarios that could play out. I follow this guy named the Canadian Prepper. I don't know if you're familiar with his channel.
No.
But he's up in Canada, and he's one of the only good things that comes out of Canada, in my opinion. But he's he's pretty good though with his military analysis of what's going on, with all the different conflicts around the world, and all the different war games that the countries are playing. But yeah. It's going to be interesting. It's entertaining, I'll tell you that much.
Wow! So Trump signaled support in a call with Netanyahu. Do what you have to do.
What?
You know what that means? Because that means when he gets in, he's going to back Israel with U.S. military support, which means that many of your sons and friends are going to get drafted to go off to the military and die in some fucking sandy cat box for a fucking Jew again. God damn it.
Shut
Yeah,
up. You
and
know,
I predict.
Might make them wear.
I
What,
predicted the Noah Hyde laws. You know
yeah.
that you know, because even in all the other rallies, because I don't know why I've wasted my time, but I've listened to way too many of Trump's rallies here the past month. Like they all sound the same. Like they're almost word for word the exact same speech every single time. But he really touts the Abrahamic Accord at all of those. You know,
excuse me, guy in the hat. Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
I am over Kamala. Yes. I like him because he's one of the best comedians I've ever seen. I like the nicknames that he gives to people.
Well, let me ask Nicole. All right. And once again, honey, once again, Nicole, you don't have to go excuse me before you speak. Just make sure that it's your turn to talk. Just make sure that the other person is done talking. But I'm going to ask you, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am, and I do like Trump for
Did
his
you vote?
personality.
Did you vote for Trump today?
Yes, I did. Yes, I
Okay.
did.
So why are you a Trump supporter?
Because I like who he is. Yeah.
Well, who is he though? And how do you know that's really who he is?
I know that he can end wars.
How? How can he end wars? He dropped more bombs on people than Barack Obama did.
No, that's not true.
No, that is true. It's
No.
verifiably true.
Now I do agree that
75 bombs a day, Noel.
I do agree though that he is more likely. We're not likely to go to a lot of these wars that are being touted on the world stage. Somebody's got their mic. There's something on with echo, but now it's better. That we're more likely to not have to go to some of these conflicts with Trump just because he's a deal maker, and that's what he might not make the best deals for our country, but that's what he's known for, is making deals. And so, you know, he can sure cut a deal with Putin and with.
Well, it sounds like he did cut a deal with Putin. Putin told Putin to go do what he's got to do, which is giving him a green light to do what he's already been doing.
Yeah.
Which means that U.S. aid and support is on the way.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's you and me. Okay. That's our kids. That's our tax dollars. That's our in our name. Okay. Which by proxy makes us shit in the eyes of these places that we go up and fight against. It's not our fucking war. Ukraine is not our fucking war. Okay?
Yeah.
Figure it out. Work it out. Y'all fight it out. Do whatever. May the best man win. God bless. We're not getting involved.
Yep. No, and that's the number one reason why I didn't participate in this election. I voted back in 2020, and I saw the election get stolen, clearly stolen, and I was like, well, I don't know why. That was the first time I've ever participated in it, and my last. Even though this morning, it was something. This morning, I just happened to sit down and I did fill out my ballots, just for the heck of it. I was like, well, I'm gonna go through and just buy cool names on here, fill out names and stuff, and then I had it sitting in my car all day too. Like I could have dropped it off, but there was just something inside of me that said no.
Okay, well, check this out. 11 p.m. This is in Detroit. 11 p.m. This was an hour ago. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates?
Yeah, that's weird. Or they, yeah, how, why, yeah, why would they have the California plates? Like they didn't drive them all the way there from California, so it's clearly like.
What happened? What happened? Tell me what happened right there in that. Is that illegal to do that?
Out of state. This is. Do you know where Detroit is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where California is?
Yes.
Okay. Why would cars from California be bringing ballot boxes into the voting place, into where they count the ballots at 11 p.m. at night when the polls, what the fuck is going on?
See, and that's what I think like that in the evening time they should have to stop counting at a certain time and then shut the place down and have like bipartisan security there to make sure that nothing fishy's going on. Like there should always be allowed to
No,
be.
they could continue counting and have the same measures, but look, people are seeing it. Okay, now that explains a lot why Michigan hasn't been called yet. That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Trump is gonna lose.
I mean, right now it's showing in Michigan 51.7 for Trump, 46.6 for Harris, but that's only 45% of the vote.
Yeah, and exactly, and this is exactly what they did last time. You know, they waited for everybody to go to bed, and then when you woke up the next morning, it was all a different story. And,
Well, here, let me stop this, bring this back up. With a couple of changes have taken place.
Excuse me.
You're doing it again. If you say excuse me one more time, I'm going to take you off of the show. Okay. What did you want to say?
I was just want to say, is Trump will lose?
Well, we're still at 2:30. He's still ahead. But look what happened in Minnesota. Now we've got it over to pastel blue. And it hasn't been decided yet. They've got 54, almost 55% of the vote is in and been counted. And Harris is at 52.3%. And that's worth 10. So we'll see.
This is like in a casino, you know, where they like wait for everybody to lay their cards down, and then they figure out what card they need to lay down on top of everything to beat everybody. And so they wait with Nevada and Arizona and all these little hold'em cards that they do every year. There's no excuse for them not to be done and turned into ballots at this point and counted.
Look at that shit in Arizona, man.
So.
Hey, can you send me that X video you just played?
That what? That last video I just played? Which one? Of Detroit?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
I gotta send that.
You want me to just send you the link to the tweet?
Yeah, just send it to X or to Messenger. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, thank you. It's awesome. That's exactly. I was just on the phone with somebody, and he said that doesn't make sense. He says we were just within a couple points. They were just within a couple points of each other, and then all of a sudden, Kamala's up 63, and Trump is like 20-something or 30-something, and it's like, well, they cheated. And then you show that video right after I have that conversation. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what just happened.
Well, see, it's showing right here that it's statewide. It's 51.7% for Donald Trump. But then if we go to the state, you can see it county by county. All right. So these red ones, the dark red ones, are the ones that have verified the winner. You know, they verified their votes. That's it. They've called it for Trump here. They've called it for Trump here. These ones, they haven't called it yet. Okay. And you can see down here, it was just overwhelming. Look, so they went ahead and called it at 51%. Nicole, I'm going to make some room for some people. I want to thank you for coming on tonight. We'll see you next time.
Noel.
All right. Oh, okay, Noel. Good night. We'll see you next time. Wow. Okay. So
yeah, I only caught a little bit of that, but that seemed interesting.
The light pink and the light blue are yet to be decided, but the light blues are leading Democratic, I guess. And the pink ones
it's light blue. They haven't decided yet, but look, it's pretty heavy there. The Tri-County area. I was amazed that Macomb County went red so far. And then you've got Oakland is blue. That's because blue rhymes with Jew. And, and then Washington, it looks like Washington is going blue, heavy duty. So is Wayne. That doesn't surprise me. But like I said, you see the vast amount of red. And that's because Michigan, as Ryan and I have discussed, a lot of the majority of Michigan outside of like Lansing and Flint, and Detroit, and shit like that, it's fucking rural, man.
Yeah,
you can
Michigan's
drive
farmland
for hours and it's just farmland, farmland.
But the big thing, the thing about that is though, is it only takes one smaller metropolitan area to just out trump all those rural areas.
And the problem with that is too, is these metropolitan areas, these cities are going to be primarily Democratic because they're all on the government dole. Because that's what happens when you live in a city, generally, unless you're wealthy like this. Most of these people are entirely dependent on other people, everything they need in life.
I mean, honestly, yeah, God, yeah, honestly, Oregon and California and Washington are predominantly red states. Like the majority of people in Oregon, Washington, and California are farm, rural, country folk who are red. But because of San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento, and, in Oregon, we have Portland and Eugene are the only two reasons that Oregon is blue. And in Washington, the only reason that it turns blue is because of Seattle and Tacoma. The rest of the whole state would be red.
So this is something that got. Well, there's another update. What happened? Did we get anything? Harris at 210, Trump at 230. What'd they call? Nothing yet. I can see. It's getting harder to see. But here's what gets me. Why
Hawaii turned
data? And even when I went up here to Michigan, Ryan, look at this. Whoops. All right. Okay. Up here at Michigan, there's nothing from Ogama. There's nothing come in from Saginaw.
Wow.
Nothing has come in from Emmett. Nothing has come in from Menominee or Houghton. So it's like, what? Is there like no people there, or what the fuck is going on, right?
There definitely is, but let me tell you, Whitmer and Benson are straight communists.
Oh, I know.
No,
we showed a picture. Look at there in Hawaii. Hawaii didn't even show any results. They don't even have no numbers up. They've called it for Harris.
Well,
in California, Ryan, you should have seen it. It was like 5 minutes after the polls closed. Suddenly, California has data, and they called it for Kamala.
Yeah,
right.
And
they're trying to cheat.
It's so crazy too, because I mean, after like the tyranny that like places like Hawaii and like with the Maui fires and all the stuff that they've gone through, they will still.
You're witnessing their tyranny. This is what happens because they don't. So even if they overwhelmingly voted for Trump, there's the Newsom is still gonna fucking steal it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
and Nevada,
Nancy Pelosi's nephew, dude, he's a scumbag.
Nevada is fascinating because that's where we have Las Vegas and Reno, and like they're master gamblers there. And the thing with gambling is the house always wins. That's just that's
Well,
just
that
there.
actually added another interesting caveat to this whole situation. I don't know if you guys heard of Kashi. Have you heard of the app called Kashi?
No.
They actually turned the presidential election into a gamble, and this
Oh, yeah.
app allows
Yeah.
people to bet on. So think about the opportunity for corruption with that, because you know what I mean. Now you've got it fixed.
Well,
with
it's
everybody's-
they openly bet on it in Nevada.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So there's huge incentive for these scumbags to make the underdog, which is Kamala. You know what I mean? The one who's got the biggest payout. You know, they would want to try to, so people originally, when I seen the Kashi app, I'm like, oh, that's brilliant. You can actually get an accurate pulse on what the people that actually matter. We're talking about homeowners, people who have expendable income, disposable income that they can gamble with and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Who are they going to vote for? But then I got to thinking about it. I'm like, well, that would make it just like freaking any kind of sports. You know what I mean? The same reason they, it's incentive to rig the game so that the underdog wins and you get the big payout.
It's like the presidential draft
let-
games.
Oh, I was just gonna invite welcome Incarnate Unlimited. Go ahead. What did you have, bud?
I said it's like the presidential draft kings, but they get all the metrics before everybody's actually elected, so then they have numbers to work with to budget with.
And it's like insider trading, like I bet the Pelosi's are gambling on this site, with like putting it all down, like they're, and then because they can rig it and throw it however they want, and if the odds are way against Kamala and she wins, think about what the payout would be on that gambling site.
I bet you Paul's watching it hard, wandering around their house in his boxers carrying a hammer, missing his buddy.
I saw that poor guy that was in that incident with him. He got sentenced to life in prison.
Damn.
Yeah, that's.
And he was just over there to play with that old man's wrinkled up dick. Come on, man.
So y'all, I probably picked a bad time to dip my head in. I've been meaning to, catch a live and join the conversation many times, but I'm actually about to pull up to my house. I've got 4 little dogs. They're going to be loud, so I'm probably going to dip my head out for a minute. I may come back in, I may not, but
right on.
All right, brother. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, right on, Incarnate. Come on back on if you get a chance, man.
Right,
We're gonna be up for a little bit.
Awesome.
Just check it out and see what's gonna happen. I'm hoping to see some fucking blue hairs as their mind. Oh shit. I'm gonna reboot, guys. Hang tight.
All right. Yep. So we got
one thing.
We got about the same. Like I say, Pennsylvania is the state to watch. If Pennsylvania goes to Trump, then it's, I think, in the bag. I don't see how.
Seems like this election has a lot of hype behind it. Like there's a lot of excitement. Like it is like a football game to me. Like I'm on the other side of the border, so it's like I'm just looking at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, when before have we had Hulk Hogan endorse a freaking presidential candidate? I mean, it's as hyped up as you can possibly get. I mean, he builds the hype, and he has not failed in this, and then we've got it's like Trump with his hero's journey from Ketchup Gate. Like
Trump Jesus now they call him, yeah.
Yeah,
like, he can heal ears like magically and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and then the day before to have Joe Rogan, who's so big on like the whole MMA and the fighting, to endorse Trump the night before. And then, it's like a sporting event. And I mean, we've got.
And we're back.
Joe Rogan sold out though. That's why he's endorsing it.
Oh yeah, well they're all sold out. I mean, he's got Buzz Aldrin. They're toting Buzz Aldrin as a reason. Like,
oh, and I don't have any audio.
They're like, we got.
I got you,
Buzz.
Saul. I hear you clear.
Yeah, I could hear you.
It's showing that I got a shitty internet connection.
Yeah, the internet's been flickering at my place.
All right. Hang on.
Hey, what did that say that Trump was at on the poll you just had up?
You'll have to pull it back up in a minute.
The other
He's
thing I was
at,
going to say about that map is very interactive.
Was it like it was like 230 something, right?
yeah, like 230, and he has to get to like
230 to 210.
Well, yeah, it's got to be 270 for him to win.
Yeah.
What was the poll that you just had up? Where was Trump at on that?
On which poll? Do I have a poll in my thing?
Well, the one you just had up, yeah, the one that you were displaying on the screen.
Oh, you mean the map, the election?
Yeah. Well, okay, map, same thing. Yeah.
Interactive city by city map.
Let me bring that back up. Yeah. So
Yeah, Jerry in the chat saying I voted. I didn't vote. I don't know why you're trying to say I voted. I sat this one out.
So it's cut off on the screen where Trump is. What does it say he's at?
Where at?
Oh,
so for us on our screens, like on mine, the Trump's entire number is cut off. What does it say he is?
Oh, he's at 230. Oh, don't look over here. Look up here at the top.
Yeah.
Look up here.
Oh, that's real tiny.
230.
Harris 210, Trump 230.
230. So Harris 210, Trump 230.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just looked at it right now. 254.
Yeah, they're displaying different numbers on different channels everywhere. They're like playing a big old game of cups right now.
Well, I just watching.
I noticed that.
Who was talking with that? It sounded like a robot.
It's one of my friends. I was letting him know. I had it on. I had it on mute.
Okay. All right. That's why I didn't understand what that was. I was like, where the fuck is that coming from?
Yeah, no, but he's saying that it's 250 on Real America's Voice and on New York Times.
Oh, really?
So they've got different numbers, and then what my wife
Well,
was watching.
wonder where they're getting their info, because I'm on Associated Press.
Right. You're on AP. Michelle was on NBC, and they showed it an entirely different number. It was a live feed. And then my buddy is on Real America's Voice, and that's showing a different number.
How is that possible? Like what? How are all?
Right.
And it
We're looking
depends
at
on
a big
which
game of
station.
cup.
It depends on which station is more leaning towards the right or left. It really shows you which
There
one
shouldn't
is
be
more.
any variation because the data should be the data.
Exactly, but apparently it's swayed in some way because they're getting different data. But
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Can
But
we
how
agree that the
the
data
data should just be the data. You know what I mean?
It should, but it's not.
Here's the thing: is that he's winning by such a huge margin that like it's not likely, like it's almost impossible for her to actually win at this point. But they're still putting out different numbers on various reporting.
Different reporting outlets are showing different numbers. So I'm wondering where are they getting their information from? I wonder.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's impossible for her to win at this point.
I would say that they're getting their information from the same place, actually, is what I would say.
They're just manipulating it.
I think that they're playing a big game of cups. You know what I mean by that? Like, which cup is the ball under?
Right.
So what are the differences in all? What are is there any big differences?
Well,
in
just
these
between my
different,
buddy I was just talking to
you know,
and the one you guys have up, there's a 20-point difference or a 20 vote difference.
If he's really at 250, then he's almost got it in the bag. Like he could almost come on tonight. What time is he supposed to come on tonight and give a speech? Is it because they're both?
They said he was going to win by midnight.
Yeah, they're both supposed to come on and give a speech at some point this evening.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, here's something somebody put up. It says, Kamala, you can go to sleep tonight and wait for Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Phoenix Democrat Party to do the dirty work.
Yeah.
No, that's what my buddy just said, that they're talking about what you just showed on your channel. They're talking about it on the news right now. They caught him.
Yeah, that was Project Veritas.
Yeah, they caught their asses. Yep.
I got a question for the panel.
I
got a question for the panel. Do y'all honestly believe that it's that close?
No.
I don't know.
Like
No,
as
I-
far as what the people want, are you asking? Like what the people? No, absolutely not. No, I think it's
Yeah, that's right.
overwhelmingly for Trump, and that everything that you're witnessing right now that even gives her anything,
That's right,
is cheat. Well, not everything, but the majority of it
I
for her
would
to
say
be
the
that close.
majority. Yeah, I cannot see that rutabaga garnering that much popular support. I mean, she is like a turnip, you know.
Yep.
And she's had some very bad recent press appearances. You know what I mean? Like her last several, like her only saving grace was that Tony Hinchcliffe guy coming out and saying Puerto Rico was garbage. But then Joe Biden, I'm like, damn, does this guy work for the fucking Trump? Because he came out and said half of the entire country is garbage for voting for Trump.
That's part of the theory, is that Joe Biden's pissed that they stole the election. There were some people saying that they bet $100 that Joe and Jill both voted for Trump because,
Dude,
like,
I mean, yeah, they
were
fucked him
so
over for
pissed
sure. Yeah.
that he got, yeah, and that's what some of the gaffes that he did, like, you know, like not only like the Puerto Rican garbage, but then he came out like gnawing on babies' legs and stuff at the Halloween thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like he was going, and then he went and went to a rally that they didn't even want him to go to. They're like, no, we don't want you out on the trail, and he went anyway, because he was.
Yeah, like, fuck you guys. Yeah.
He could have been out there trying to, throw a little bit of a cog in the wheel for her campaign, which is, I think, hilarious.
He did a good job of it, because that was her only saving. Like, that was the only thing she had, and he took it right back away from her immediately. And then everything else he's done.
And if you study, are fascinated by statistics at all, you can kind of gauge where people are standing in the race based on, the amount of views that Trump got on Joe Rogan was like 45 million views.
Dude, Joe Rogan had a fantastic week. Yeah.
He's that's why they bought him and paid him $200 million to come to Spotify and all that, because they knew that he was going to be set up for this pivotal moment in history. They're already saying that his interview with Trump is like the biggest political interview, if not one of the biggest interviews of all time.
That was honestly one of the best political interviews I've ever seen. That was like where, it wasn't entirely
I liked when he asked Trump about his ear and shit.
Yeah, I know.
Trump was slick. Trump was real slick about it too. He's like, yeah, it's like just this little
here's what people
tip, kind of like wrestling. And then he goes off into the wrestling and brings up Joe Rogan's like favorite wrestler, and they're off the topic now. But the look on Joe Rogan's face was like, but he knows he's got to play the fucking
Here's
game.
what people don't understand is that like I talk about on my channel, and you've talked about and stuff, like, we are the ones that have to change it. Like, all the constitutional amendments, we're the ones who enforce that. When it comes to the office of president, right, if they're actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, they're the chief executive officer of a corporation. You're supposed to run it like a business. So like everything that Trump says, especially in that interview, is brilliant. And it also spits in the face of Davos and the World Economic Forum and all these guys. He straight went in front of the Davos and said, yeah, like, we're not going to sacrifice our national sovereignty for some climate hoax. You can get the hell out of here with that. Is essentially, it's almost verbatim what he said, except for get the hell out of here. He said, we're not going to do that. And as a leader of a nation, I'm going to focus on my country, and we will not be signing on. And right after that, George, and this is a fact, this isn't like a conspiracy theory or nothing, George Soros called an emergency Davos meeting after that and said he can't win the 2020 election. He's not playing ball in that way. You know what I mean? So, and then the other things he's talking about doing, so he shut down a plant in Mexico. Now you think about that, you got like Tennessee, Michigan, North Carolina, these people, they're auto manufacturing states, right? Primarily, they were going to build the biggest plant in the world in Mexico. And he called up the people that were investing in it, and he said, hey, listen, If you guys build that plant down in Mexico, because what people don't realize, they don't understand economics, right? They think they understand like law. They have not the first idea of economics or law or any of the way that this is set up right now. And so what they're trying to do is manufacture. Everybody wants to sell their products in this country because the dollar is the global reserve currency. But nobody wants to manufacture their products in this country because the dollar is the global reserve currency. So they can basically get it for pennies on the dollar in third world nations. And then thanks to acts like NAFTA and stuff like that, free trade agreements and stuff, they can just ship it back in free of penalty. And this was all set up by the corporate oligarchy, right? So
you got yourself in the closet today and you closed the curtain and you ticked on that Trump box, didn't you?
Today? No, I did it several days ago. But anyways,
If I was going to, though, that's who I would have pulled it for. You know, like they obviously, like
Right,
I mean,
so
I think anybody in the truth community, like even if they see the whole show for what it is, you know, like if you had a gun to your head and you had to choose between the two of them.
So listen, let me finish this thought real quick though, right? So like he said, yeah, I'll put a 200% tariff on anything you try to import into this country. And they stopped building that factory. That wouldn't even be worth it at this point, because this is where all the other nations sell things, is our country, right? That's the whole idea, right? And then China's economic
factory is the biggest thing to happen in Mexico.
I know how to, and several other people know how to exactly fix this problem. But right now you're in this system. And in order to avoid an economic depression, and especially after the previous few years and everybody staying at home and just receiving thousands and thousands of dollars, which ended up being billions and billions, possibly trillions of dollars, while outputting nothing. In order to avoid the effects of that, we have to place the cost back on these foreign countries. Right, because that's the whole thing. They're farming out our consumer base while simultaneously taking our production base and placing it in third world slave nations, right? And so what he does, and the reason they're so after him, right? And so I'm like, I understand the way things work, so nobody has to preach to me, but I understand very, very well. Right. But what he proposes to do is an excellent business model, and it spits in the face of the New World Order. It spits in their fucking face.
Hold on 1 second. I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to say this. I was in the same mindset as you 2 years ago. In fact, you can see right here, I still have Louisiana for Trump, right? So what I did was I did a deep dive. Trump has some speeches where he talks about the exit entry visa tracking system. That is not just some system. It's a biometric system.
Of course he does. Yeah. So here's the thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Hold on a second.
My thought. Let me finish my thought, please.
Okay.
This is the same tracking system that is the socialist credit score system that is in China. Not only that, he is about the freedom cities. The freedom cities are the 15-minute cities. What are they? They are a part of Agenda 2030. They're not freedom cities. They're 15-minute cities, AKA freedom cities. Okay. When he signed over America to FEMA is when I started looking at them. Okay. Because if we have someone that is really for the people, there are certain things. There's things that a president's going to do that is obvious that he's for the people. You know, he just said,
listen,
I love
the
you, Christians.
president is not supposed to do anything for you. You run the country. Okay. He works for you. If that shit scares you, you're still coming from a place of powerlessness.
But no, like what he's mentioning though is, you know, where they signed it over to the FEMA is legitimate.
Okay.
And
So
that's
here's where
something
we are.
that is
In this situation right here, what we're witnessing tonight is this woman can't tell you the plan, because the plan is when you get in, we'll tell you. That's literally. Okay. Like, because the plan is when you get in, we'll tell you. You got to turn off your.
But the thing of it is, do we actually believe that she knows the plan?
Yes. No, I 100% know for sure that they're working. No, yet she doesn't have a plan.
You gotta stop walking around, coalition. You make your fucking.
I'm sorry
it makes
about
your signal
The
fucked
people
up
who run her, like the Mark Cubans who just bought an entire town and all those people that want to farm us out, they run her. Okay. That's the whole thing. If this country, like, we have to fix this. I explain all that on my channel. I'm not going to go into it on my dad's channel, but we can, and it's very easy. It's already worked. Okay.
Right.
And here's the thing, we fix it. But what we're faced with tonight is a choice between immediate destruction, because they know this also. Exactly what they're doing is exactly what we talk about. And in order for the New World Order to actually take place and to exist and become permanent, they need the political framework of our country to fall, because right now it still exists, just the people are asleep and they don't use it, but it still exists. And there are those of us like me and several other people that are awake and know how to use it. And so they will never, ever, ever be able to make their worldwide government permanent unless they destroy this country. And that is what they intend on using her for. So let's look at Tim Walz. Tim Walz lived in China for years, and he got married to his wife on the anniversary of Tiananmen Square on purpose. He said he did. He said he did it in order to have a wedding anniversary that he would remember. Now, who here knows what happened at Tiananmen Square?
Yeah, that was a protest that ran over some people with a tank.
What were they protesting?
Communism.
They were protesting free speech, right? Basic liberties, and they got run over by a fucking tank. And then Tim Walz, in the same breath, says that he learned a lot how government should work while he lived in China. He said this. I watched him on stage. He said, yeah, I learned a lot about how government should work and all this and that, right? Blah, blah, blah. And I made friends with school shooters. And then Kamala, both of her parents served in India Parliament. They are both open and avowed communists.
Right.
Okay.
But here again, as you've pointed out, the president is not there to do anything for you.
None of these
you're not,
government.
listen, you're not there to do anything for the president either.
That's right.
Okay. Basically, he's chief law enforcement. Okay. Commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and he gets to either approve or veto bills.
But what is everything?
Wait, I'm not done, man. You talked for a long, long time.
Shoot, go ahead.
All right. You got to look at where the most important, who represents you supposedly.
No one. I represent
the closest, and that is going to be your representative of your district in Congress. And very few people even really pay fucking attention to that, especially when it comes to economic issues, because every bill that has to do with tax appropriation or money or anything like that has to start in the House of Representatives first. They are the purse strings, supposedly. They are the purse strings. Okay. And what we've seen happen here too, this little map's kind of cool. Let me put this back up here for a second, because, okay, this is the presidential thing. It hasn't changed yet. But let's go over here to the U.S. House. What does that look like? Holy crap.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the United States House of Representatives, there's 180 Republicans to the 151. That's a pretty good, and in some of these places, they're not having the election for that. But that's your most important thing, but people don't really pay attention to it. A lot of people are hard pressed to tell you who the fuck their representative is. They can tell you who the president is because they think that's where all
that's
the
a good
power
point,
is.
and that is the problem with this country. So there's
but this is what they've taken.
Well, so where the power is, so I can elaborate. I'm not going to talk for too long, but everything's being done under the Commerce Clause. Okay, all the problems we're experiencing is being done under the Commerce Clause of the Constitution. Okay, so here's the thing, and the 14th Amendment, of course. But
there's the Senate. Now, these striped places, they're not even having a race. Okay, so these are Senate seats that have been won, and you can see that there's 51 Republicans and 42 Democrats. So that's these ones right here that are striped, the red ones that are striped, if they have a stripe in them and are a solid color, That means they've been flipped. So now we've got West Virginia and Ohio have been flipped. And then when we look over in that area in the house,
Yeah.
what else do we have there in that same area? It looks like a big, huge red fucking wave.
Wow. So, do you think they're gonna let go of relinquish command?
No.
I don't think there will be a peaceful transition of power.
No, I'm talking
Well,
about. Do you think? You think they're gonna let her win?
No.
No.
You don't think?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna let go.
She needs she needs a miracle at this point because she needs she needs 60 electoral votes.
Damn.
Okay. He only needs 40.
What? Is that close?
Yeah, it's 210 to
According to this poll. Yeah.
According to this, yeah.
It should be a landslide, Sav. You know that.
Yeah, it should be. Trump
Now,
should
this
win.
is Associated Press.
Hands up.
What I see is if she doesn't win, then she still has time between now and January 6th to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Well, a good friend of mine says that that on the horizon, when Trump wins, we're going to have some leftist recoil.
Uh-huh.
A lot of it.
Oh, come on, man. The left, they're not going to recoil. The left are a bunch of weenies, man. Come on, bro. They ain't going to recoil.
Very
I think that there's a lot more at play than what we're seeing on the surface. I still think that whatever the Q operation is, I think that there's a lot of that still in play.
Nobody's gotten arrested though, bro. You know that. Come on.
Have you not figured out what the whole Q thing is?
I have. I know what it is. But I think
I'm just curious. What is the Q thing? What is that?
That's to demoralize the nation. Everybody
I can
sees all the
explain to you.
bad.
Yeah, I'm not defending the Q thing by any means because I know about that. But the reason why none of these people can arrest any of one another is because they've converted our entire court system over to being a violation of trust indenture. Is the entire thing that it is. You're going into a special administrative hearing of probate at any time you're going into court, and it's a violation of trust. And these people are not under trust. So they're literally, unless they use common law, there is no way they can actually, and in order to use common law, they got to expose the whole thing. So
like
that's
diplomatic immunity kind of stuff.
It is exactly that. It's
qualified
basic,
immunity.
Yeah, it's diplomatic immunity. It's the equivalent of being a prince in another country. And the reason why, like, we sent the Saudi prince back to his country when a beaten woman escaped his complex over in California, and she, you know what I mean? And they didn't arrest. They couldn't, though. That's the whole thing. We don't have, at this point in time, we don't have the judicial framework. We don't have a judicial framework, period. That's it. It's all special administration, private corporations. And so there is no framework to prosecute these people unless we, again, brings it back to us, unless we form a grand jury of 25.
Hey, Rasta. Bro, I saw you on that other channel that you got kicked off of. They banned you. That was bullshit, bro. I'm just gonna. Oh, sorry. I probably can't say that.
What channel is that?
Just did.
I think it was
just did.
One at a time.
Not Chiquita, where I destroyed him on the rising Earth theory.
Yeah, that's bullshit, man. The Earth is fixed. It's fixed and immovable. We aren't rising. We aren't spinning. We ain't doing any of that shit. That was so crazy. You know, it was like, okay, so now we're not a spinning ball. Oh, but guess what? We're a rising Earth. No, we're not. No, we're not. And that one guy who tried to say all that stuff. What was his name? He's like a
level-headed William. Is that who you're talking about?
Who is it?
Level-headed William. I think
no, it's another guy. It's another guy. Rasta knows him.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else was on there. There was a couple of
Oh.
guys that jumped on and tried
He's got
to.
like a 3-letter name. Australian guy.
Yo, the guy who sounds like
No.
groundskeeper Willie. That's what I call him.
No, it's not him.
No, not
I know
groundskeeper
that's
Willie.
No.
Well, it don't really fucking matter. Jesus
It
Christ.
doesn't
You're gonna
matter.
sit here
You're
and
right.
goddamn
All
cast
I
every
know
fucking
is
guy on the
I get
internet.
in an elevator almost every
Jesus
day.
Christ.
I was in an elevator today, and I rode up to the 30th floor of a building. And you know what happened when I pressed 30 on the
Girl
elevator?
recognized
I
you.
felt myself go up, and then when I went back down the elevator, I could feel myself moving down.
Dude,
And
are you
yeah,
high? Are you high, dude?
Absolutely nothing
Hold
will
on
not
just
be tolerated. That's funny.
Let me find out.
I was reading the ticker on the bottom of your. That's it. Absolutely nothing will not be tolerated.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Clever
Sure, you're
use
not a
of
lawyer.
clever use of a double negative.
Yeah, like in the Administrative Procedures Act.
So here's somebody says,
Section
oh
11.
wow, okay, so I found a liberal tweet. I just did a search on Twitter, and for election 2024, and then you can go to this tab that says latest. Here's somebody with Casey, and right off the bat, you already know where this one's going because I saw the whiny ass Giphy that they got up here. Hold on, let me show this shit to you. Share the screen. Here we go. All right, this is good. He says, "Get sleep, y'all." Look at, see, they got a pronoun, they and them. What's that? It tells you right off the bat, right? Get sleep, y'all. It's going to be a while. It's late. If you're going to be stressed tomorrow, then you may as well be stressed and rested. Let's just hope for a blue wave once we wake up later. Keep Kamala and carry Anala. Keep the faith. And
Let's
then
just
they
hope
got-
they eat while we're sleeping. It's pretty much what they're saying.
Oh, Jesus! But see, that's the mindset. It's like, come on, y'all, really? You can't really think. Now, I don't want any fucking buddy. I think it's all I've seen is a steady left, right, left, right, left, right march off of a fucking cliff. It's never gotten better. Yet they always pretend and promise that, oh, we're gonna make things so much better. And of course, this is the most important election of your fucking lifetime, and blah blah blah, all this other fucking bullshit. But nevertheless, I cannot believe that there could actually be people out there that could sit down, listen to that cackling moron speak for any more than like 5 minutes, and think that there's like any more than 2 brain cells left inside of her head, and both of them are fighting each other for domination. It's just fucking ridiculous that anybody could conceive of that. So it can only come down to not only being stupid, but some kind of hatred toward Trump.
yeah.
You see, that's what gets me. I think
It's a demoralization.
that TDS is funny. TDS is funnier than hell.
It is. That's one of my favorite
Oh
reasons.
my
for
God.
Just because, I love to see people who suffered from TDS.
You know what's funny? Just to add to that, though, actually, that's a good point. And so, like, when people watch her speak and they're like, well, what's your plan? She has to literally sit there and think about it or try to obfuscate from it, right?
I
And then
came
what
from
she
a
does-
middle-class family.
What she does, well, that's a big thing. And then what she does is she keeps using this too. It's the only thing she's thought of to try, probably learned it from her parents, and she's probably going to suggest it to her controllers because she doesn't know the plan. She's not going to unless she wins because she's too stupid to know. If she knows it before she wins, she might let it slip. So they're not going to tell her. Right. So she has no plan because she doesn't know what it is. But the things she's going to try are like price fixing of groceries. Well, guess where else they did price fixing of groceries?
Venezuela.
Yes. What type of government is that?
Communist.
What happened? Yeah. What happened? Like literally telling you, like, hey, I'm a communist, but here's how stupid Americans are.
1979 Russia.
Yes.
Germany.
Yes.
Cuba.
Yes. That's telling you. That's a big warning. She told you. The only thing she's told you of her plan is linking her plan to every other fascist or communist regime in recent history.
The
Because
thing
if
is though, like
you own
social
a grocery
welfare,
store,
like everybody wants to shit on everybody for taking money from the pot, but at the
no,
same
so
time,
food.
like
What
when
do you
you're
need more
talking
than
about
anything?
money
To
that
control a
goes to
population,
other
hold on, let
countries,
me
like
finish this
billions
thought
of
real quick,
dollars, it
and then
doesn't
I'll shut
even
up for a while. But listen,
it doesn't even touch social welfare.
to control the population, you control the food. And if you control the food, you control everyone. I've seen it. I know it's real. Like if it's so everybody, when you're hungry, the food is the most important thing. Like you'll threaten to stab somebody who's giving you food if they don't give you the food because you're hungry. And that's just how it is. It's primal, right? So you control the food. So she says, I'm going to price fix groceries. Okay. So now let's look at that problem. Everyone needs food. Okay. Most people don't know how to hunt or fish or forage or anything to get food, right? So she's going to price fix food, and she tells this grocery store owner, this big corporation, doesn't matter either way, they're both going to leave, and she tells him, hey, I don't care how much it costs you to purchase this food, you can only sell it at this. And you're talking about a business owner, right? Whether they're corporate or private. You can only sell it at this. So if it costs me $7 to buy a block of cheese in bulk, wholesale, and I have to sell it for $3.50, then I'm losing 50% of my income every single time I sell anything. So I'm literally just not running a business. I'm running a parasite. I'm running a fucking black hole for my money that's decreasing at 50% every time it transacts whatsoever. That's what that does. Think about that.
And,
Okay.
and that would
So
lower
hold on. I'm almost done. Now, what happens to those grocery stores, whether it be fucking Walmart, Meijer, or it be the mom and pop on the corner or the fucking party store that sells groceries? What do you think they're going to do?
Yeah.
Cuts down.
They're already
They'll just take the
business
hit.
owners. They're going to fucking leave. They're going to go somewhere else where their business can make money, especially if they're corporate. They're going to be like, well, fuck you. And then you're going to see Walmart shut down all over the country. You'll see everything, Kroger.
We're already witnessing that. You know,
No,
we
but
had
not like this. Not like what I'm talking about. Not like what I'm talking about.
it doesn't just happen at once, though. It happens in a trickle, like what we
No, if
witnessed.
she price fixed, it would all happen at once.
See, that's what I'm really, that's one more talking point as to why I like that Trump would put RFK in charge of the food in his cabinet. I think that's really good. I was really shocked to see that he, came out and tweeted about the fluoride.
That's actually, I think that was awesome too.
That was phenomenal.
Like
that's
Walmart throws out $1 million in food. Like they throw out millions of dollars in meat like every year. Like they just billions of dollars just shit down the toilet. Like it's, and so they're not even giving out the stuff as it gets close to expiry date to the people. Like not that I'm saying fucking everybody should just be getting free food all the time, but I sound like quite the capitalist. Are you a capitalist? Are you a lawyer? Are you a defense attorney?
I'm free market.
More of a civil matters guy.
So we'll call it this though. But look, the last thing I'll say about this is people look at government in the wrong. If you actually read and study our organic documents, our early court cases, I've literally spent years reading these things. Anybody who knows me or has watched my channel can vouch for it. And I'll tell you this, people get their relationship with government confused. Government works for you. So government only has sovereignty in this country because we vested our sovereignty to it to take care of business that we don't want to have to deal with in our daily life. Now, just because we
the cops will
vested
stop me from doing what I want. If I want
just
to do it,
because we
the cops
vested
will
that
stop me.
sovereignty to them doesn't mean we divested ourselves from it. We still have it. So anything the government can do, you can do. And they just work for you. And guess what their only job is? To take care of business. You regulate the businesses that we need in our daily lives to have society. And you do it in a way that benefits us as if you were us. And that's why we created you. And that's why we pay you. That's your relationship with government. You want them to regulate.
God complex.
Well, no, it's the truth, though. That's because it is a God complex with the government.
I don't care about the paperwork.
We created it.
I think that I
in
think
the
that
same,
the laws of
everything you would expect
nature
from your
supersede
creator to
paperwork.
you should treat your government as if they owe you. So everything that you would give to God for creating you or your creator, whatever you, right? Everything you feel like you would give to God, you should expect from your government. That's the truth.
That's a hard no.
But I'm done.
No, I don't. I'm not giving my shit to nobody unless I want to.
You don't have to. That's the point.
So here's I
But yeah,
don't know
I
what
kinda
this is, but there's somebody put this map out, and I don't know. They're already showing Trump as a winner, and I think it might be just a projected map. I don't know. It says that it's. Let me see if it's that. Yeah.
Oh,
But
shit.
I haven't seen anything from Alaska yet. You haven't seen anything
He
from
won.
Nevada
No,
yet.
He won.
They're waiting for Trump to give a speech here right now.
He fucking won. Hell yes, guys. Now we can deal with other problems.
Well, I don't know if that's even real though, because right here, what's this right here? This is
old
1218. It's 1254. It was 210, 230. Let me check my map over here. Still showing 210 to 230 on that.
Rasta says they're supposed to speak or something.
Yeah, he is. I'm watching the feed. There's like 274 people watching it. But
On
he's,
what's the feed? Put the link down in the private chat. I'll bring
it's
it up.
on. It's on Fox News. I don't know if I can. I'm watching it on my phone, so I don't know if I can. I'll try. Actually. Hold on. I see.
All right, hang on. I'll find it. Never mind.
Okay.
I don't want to do that. It's on Fox News.
Yeah.
Watch live. Donald Trump delivers remarks on election night.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this arrogant asshole. They're talking about economics. He came hard with China too, was his thing, and he had a
Right.
Okay,
Okay, stop talking
now. Business guy. Be friends with China.
So this is what's on with this right
immigration
here.
and what you've seen in terms of how much that plays.
They're waiting for
into
him
the
to come on.
votes in
They're waiting. It'll probably be a little bit longer. I bet he doesn't
Right.
come until like 11 or so.
Right. We'll keep an eye on this. And then I'll but as this is going to if anything starts to happen, we'll bring that up. I don't know why that map hasn't changed yet. Maybe the people at AP. Oh, Nevada is showing results. 71.2% Trump and 27% for Harris.
All right. Good
So, yeah.
How did do you still have that open? Pull it up again. What website is that?
Hang on a second.
How'd you find that?
On Bing search on my browser. I just went election
when you pull
map.
it back up, screenshot it because I can't find it anywhere.
All right,
and I'm
hang on a
just
second.
searching.
I'll
Yeah.
just give you I'll send you the link.
All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see what happens when you send me
Send me
that.
the link. Let me just do. There it is. Bam.
Yep. Tomorrow will be an interesting day here in Portland. If
There you go. Give that a shot. See what happens.
I got it. Let's see if I can pull it up here.
What's that supposed to mean, Rasta?
What's that?
What's that supposed to mean,
Dude, it
Rasta?
literally shows 230, 210. The link you showed me. Look here.
Wow.
I'll show you. Watch. I'll turn on my camera for a second. Check this out. Can you guys see that?
No, your CGI is fucking it up. It shows 230 to 210 on mine.
Yeah, that's what. So what did you just? You should have screenshot that.
Of what? All I did was highlight the Nevada.
He was
Right
a lot
there.
higher in the image you just shown.
Yeah, let me see. Well, that was because I had Nevada highlighted. Look, hang on.
Oh, okay. I'm tripping then. My bad. That was a
Yeah,
blonde.
I was.
It was
Here's
very
what,
blonde.
here's what you saw when I went like that.
No, that's not what I seen. It was you had a I'll show you later. I'll just play it back because it'll be recorded. So
Yeah, this was this has been saying 230, 210, but I don't know. Let me see. Let me check
well,
back.
what do you guys think? You think they're gonna several states will stretch it out like a super long time to try to see what they can get away with?
Well, that other map showed. Well, see, this is the whole thing. We got to wait for these states to go ahead and verify. Okay.
Well, here's the thing.
If they do, he only needs 40. Now, Arizona looks like it still could go either way. They've only got just barely over 50% counted. Nevada that's counted. That's no doubt right there. They've got at
Holy shit.
71.2.
Yeah, he
So,
fucking crushed her in Nevada.
Same thing is there. So what's Nevada? Nevada's 6. If he takes Wisconsin, that's 10. That's
Michigan's light red. You think they backed off their bullshit since
yeah,
everybody?
it's not as tight as it was. It's at 52.2 to 46, and then Minnesota's it's up 3 points. Pennsylvania, that's gonna probably go to Trump. So yeah, he's probably won, or it looks that way, like it did that last time, and pull the old fucking switcheroo at nighttime.
Yeah, but even thanks to your show, there's documented evidence of fucking fraud, and like there's been three before pretty much 4 years, where people have been able to, like, it's circulated because, okay, so the damage that social media like TikTok or Facebook Reels, stuff like that, the damage it does to people is evident, and it is awful. The good thing is, since their attention spans are so short and people have been making videos about this shit, right? Everybody pretty much knows because it's been, ruminating for 4 years. So it's going to be the reaction to them trying to steal something this time is going to be so much different.
Oh, fuck. There's people putting all kinds of Ukrainian flags in the fucking chat over there on the Trump thing.
Barf.
I mean, to that regard, like one of my daughter's moms is part Ukrainian, and I feel for the Ukrainian people.
The people 100%, yeah.
So for them to like show support for Ukraine, like I'm all about that too. I'm all about the Palestinian flag. That's why
they need to get rid of that motherfucking CIA puppet.
Yep.
Zelensky,
100%.
and shit wouldn't be going down like it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Who knows what's really going on over there? I mean, come on.
That's why like a lot of the leftists have had. That's one of the problems that they lost on this election, was that a huge group of radical leftists broke off from the Democratic Party with the Free Palestine movement.
Well, the reason,
and they didn't want anything to do with the Democrats anymore because they too much of the veil had been lifted, and they realized that the Democrats were the ones that were supporting Israel in that conflict.
I asked a question that leads into that. Is so whoever wins, does that mean anything for foreign policy? I mean, if it is a selection, as I believe
fuck
it is.
yeah.
So you think if Kamala got in, they'd bomb us and be a lot more aggressive?
The reason I'm hiring him is foreign policy.
I honestly
I think we need to get our fucking asses uninvolved with all these other countries and shit. Fuck all that.
No, you can't be
I'm
uninvolved.
a complete isolationist, man.
I'm with you. I agree with that 100%. I think that honestly, the reason Trump tried to open up the oil pipeline in our own country is because it's the only economic. The reason, Dad, you're an isolationist is because you're very logical. And logically, the only way to be prosperous is to be self-sufficient. If you're ever dependent on other people outside of like emotion,
you are, dude. You're 3 years from retooling to make a Samsung phone, dude. You're 3 years from retooling to make Samsung phones. You're dependent on China and all these guys, man.
Well, okay, so that's what I was saying, right? So dependency, right, immediately robs you of wealth. Okay, being self-sufficient because you have to give to receive. Whereas if you can just you're on a wealth of resource, Mother Earth gives you what you need, and what we're actually doing is sitting on all our natural resources, having them annexed by a bunch of criminals who are using them as collateral to borrow money from a central banking system.
That's true. Hold the line. Penguins do run the world. Trump just jumped up to 247.
Those would be the big rats doing that. Yeah.
He wants to open that pipeline because if we have our own oil, we are entirely into it. So our dollar is already the global reserve currency, and we have the oil, so we no longer need the, you know what I mean, any kind of dependency. So that's period.
Yeah, and
all polls in the U.S. have closed.
So in 1944, when the United Nations was formed, everyone had to be on their team within 95 years is how long they've had it. They showed their teeth in 2019. And since that time, they've had time to infiltrate cabinets, graduate people from the World Economic Forum. In 95 years, they've had time, and they're all on the same team, folks. I believe they're all on the same team.
You're
All
not
of
accounting for one big thing. So they, even if, like, so that, you know, they know there's people that know what's going on, and then most people don't know what's going on, right? So they're not on the same team in this sense, okay? Because
there'll be a new UN real fast. There's going to be Axis and
no,
allies.
there's
like,
entirely
stacking
different
up.
camps. So like
You want to know who's not on the same team? The ones we demonize.
No, so we
Iran,
are. So
Iran.
okay, I'll explain this simply. Actually, we
They're
are a
not playing
United
ball with the
Nations.
bankers.
We are a United Nations. We ourselves are the first fucking United Nations. Okay, so now you have this rival United Nations trying to usurp us into them. It's a fact. I swear that's 100% lawful fact. Is it not, Dad?
They're all on
That's
the
a
same
fact.
team.
We are the first United
You
Nation.
Americans are all a bunch of immigrants from Europe anyways, man.
No,
Like, think
but
about it.
when we
Where the
were
fuck
the
do you
first.
think you came from?
That's what I'm saying.
You're like the most boneheaded fucking Canuck I've ever seen in my life. Where the hell do you
Exactly.
think you
That's
came
the
from?
Inuit in me right there. That's not the Viking. That's the Inuit for it.
Jesus Christ, man. Oh, you Americans, eh? You came from all over in Europe. Yeah, like you
Oh,
fucking
you're all
grew here,
righteous and shit.
Come on.
Well, no, we
But
just didn't give up
Mexico's
our
been
guns
around
to get
longer.
butt fucked by the son of Castro, bro. That's all we did. We knew better, right? Because it's built in our political framework, which is why they want to
Don't
top
compare
it. But
Biden
you
to
never
Trudeau,
give.
man.
You know why? Who here knows why we have a Second Amendment? Who here
They're
does?
getting restless, y'all. So stay tuned. They're getting restless. I'll bring this up as soon as the T-Man starts to come out on the stage. But there's a large sea of red hats, and the air is thick with anticipation. And it doesn't look like they're upset people to me. They look like a very, very happy crowd.
yeah, they're gonna
If somebody could try to find us the link to the Kamala Harris camp.
Yeah, that
All
was an
you do,
excellent
all you
Hopefully
get is
out there
you go,
looking.
you Google it, and it throws up the suicide hotline for you.
Yeah.
You know,
I guess Biden didn't declined to come to her watch party or her speech. Like he's like I'm good.
Can I ask?
Comedy's the thing that brings it all full circle. Like, they're starting to come after the comedians now, you know, because
Yeah.
they're the ones that are speaking truth about stuff because they're touching nerves all the time. Like,
Well,
they don't care if they hush or lean.
that's one thing that really got me was the Tony Hinchcliffe thing. I listened to his speech and it was hilarious. Like he did a great job, like roasting a lot of people. But then Trump multiple times after that, he's like, I don't know who the guy was. I didn't hear what he said, and it's like bullshit. It's like he knew exactly the guy's name, and he had to have heard exactly what he said. Like it's part of like his briefing or whatever. He's like, okay, this guy said some things about Puerto Rico, and
So
it's.
I got a question real quick to ask unindoctrinated, right? He
Okay.
said anyone who celebrates when Trump wins is still fast asleep. Well, I have a counter question to that because here's the situation. It's just I'm a realist. There's nothing anyone in the chat or on the panel can tell me about the way the world works that I do not already know. And I'm not being narcissistic. I'm just saying I've dedicated an overly obsessive amount of time to learning all this stuff. Jehovah's daughter Barbara said he's learned the law. He hasn't learned the truth. Well, actually, the truth is the law. And it's the way the universal law expresses itself as it descends from the divine into the physical world. And it ends up being temporal law expressed by various powers that are given authority by things we cannot understand. Right. So the answer to your question is we're stuck in this situation. Right. Or not. It's not. Well, that was her. But they were statements, whatever. But anyways,
there's RFK Jr.
So we're in this. Hold on. We're in this situation right now. Okay. And
I am the law.
as much as everyone wants to not participate in it, your participation, well, non-participation is participation, first of all. And secondly, no matter how much you feel like you're righteous and not participating in it, you are going to, and more importantly than you, because I'm sure most people see through the illusion of death that are listening, so we're not necessarily worried about ourselves. But the problem is, then you're being selfish, because there's people you care about, right, that depend on you, that you have to worry about. Okay?
Yeah.
And they're not as competent as you are, or as ready or able to even accept the situation or what the situation could be if the alternative got in. So here you're in this situation, and one or the other is going to be in. So why would you not? Everybody intuitively knows what the better, what would be better for us. What would, like, we have to do this ourselves. And I say this all the time. But if there is no home to go back to, then you're done. There's not, you know what I mean? If they take it out and there is no original political framework, you're fucked. You are uber fucked, because they have such advanced technology that you can't even fathom that they cannot release on you because of the original political framework we have, and the fact that there's even still in existence in the world. And you guys don't understand how.
Who has the technology? The military?
Well, that, you know,
What?
that
Dude,
and
hold on
The
one second.
military.
Hold on one second. Not to be rude or anything, but that whole aspect of it's a faithless way of looking at this whole situation, though, because when you get to the nuts and bolts of it, 98% of our DNA is non-coded. This always goes back to who's in real control.
Hold on, wait. How do you know that? No, how do you know that?
Let me finish my
beyond all
thought.
that,
Hold
though,
on, let me
is
finish
like,
my thought. Let me finish my thought.
How do you know it's
there's a
not?
firmament above us. We know
Okay.
that. We know that we're at the center of creation.
Right.
Anything that goes against the mass of free will, it either gets obliterated, like the Great Reset,
Rusty, don't read the
or
chat. It'll mess you up.
or we have enough intuitive states of mind, and we're starting to wake up to where that grip that they have on us, they have to let go, because they're just holding on enough so they don't lose control. But they
Popular
are more
consensus.
afraid of the sleeping giant. Trust me.
No, so
And they
let
can
me
have
ask you.
billions of dollars of technology, because once it does flip like that, our military, when they see the truth about what's really going on, they won't be following orders anymore. When it's the home base, folks.
I seen what happened.
I wonder if Alex Stein is there.
I hope that's true.
He's and that, I just want to address, you know, like, because you know what both of y'all make valid points, but like beyond all that, there's a fringe group in the truther community who are almost like the ultra woke leftists of like the political community, where they're like these ultra truthers who have to just disengage from everything, and then they think that they're just more special than everyone else.
That's
because,
pretty
like,
much, yeah.
because they're like, oh, I
Not
don't believe in
fringe.
politics, so therefore you're not even a truther if you vote or you celebrate the victory of a politician. Then it's like, how are you going to tell me who or what I am when you don't even make streams? You don't produce content. You're just all you do a lot of times is comment and troll in chats and think that you're so woke and beyond all of us that come on the panel and actually will share our, you know, opinions on things. And you don't know the road that we've been on, you know, but they want to push the envelope and be like, oh, the flat earth isn't enough, so now we have to say the earth is rising, you know, just so we can one up the flat earth.
There you go, bro.
You know, it's like, come on. It's like, how dare you? You know, like,
The whole point is like, I have faith in humanity.
Right.
I have faith in humanity, and I have faith, not humanity, mankind, because we're not humans. You got to look into the difference between that. And I'm still training my brain to not, but I have faith in mankind. I do see how exponentially we've woken up since, say, like 2016. Like after 2015, it really kicked off, and people just started.
Actually, it really started around 2011.
It did. But I'm saying it really ramped up. I started waking up in 2012. And then I noticed like everyone else started waking up in 2015.
Well, I heard about
and so it's been exponential, but where we're at right now, we're getting there very quickly, and they know it. When they shoot an agenda for 2030, it's never going to happen at the rate that people are waking up. But right now, where we're at today, we do not have enough people awake to escape the propaganda that they could do and the psychological warfare they could deploy. Like that's just the truth. But I know that within a year or two, like my dad said, this is going to be the year of flat Earth. Dude, I cannot believe how many people know the Earth is flat.
Bro, show yourself.
And
show
he's right.
yourself. Come on.
Who
He's
keeps
right.
hollering in the middle of
think that
while
he
he's
went to the
talking?
moon, right?
Really?
Jerry,
I'm
you keep hollering in the middle. You must have something that you wish to say. What is it? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, why don't Burn the Corporation Fiction show himself? I'm just saying.
He did earlier.
I
He
say
was just doing
you
a couple
are
earlier.
Sovereign Soul, and
why
Ross
does it matter
is.
though? Why does
Because
it matter though?
I'm a very
Well,
private
look,
person.
if you really want to put yourself out there,
I
show
didn't never
yourself.
said I wanted to put my face and my like facial identity and all those things out there.
Okay.
Like, why don't you put your
Okay,
social
bro,
security
it's
number
all
on the
good.
camera? Why don't
It's
you
all
take your social
good.
security card out?
I'm willing to. Rasta is. Sovereign
gonna-
Soul is.
You're gonna
Everybody
take your
else is
social
willing
security
to.
card out and put it up to the camera?
Well, do you want my
Oh, wait a
social
second. Are you
security number?
really expecting him to
Don't do
succumb
that.
to peer pressure because of an example?
Right.
A person
no,
doesn't have to listen.
Sorry.
I
I'm
mean, a
sorry.
person doesn't have to put themselves
I-
on. Are you perhaps going in the direction that maybe Burn the Corporate Fiction isn't a real person or something? I can verify that
No, I'm
he
not
is.
saying
Listen to
that.
me, Jerry. I can verify that he is because I made him. Okay.
That's
Oh,
true. That's
what?
actually
What? Are you
that's-
serious?
oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that's true.
His new nickname is Spawn.
I'm just
Never cease to
saying.
fail. Never cease to fail.
Look,
And he
the
did show
really the only thing I'm saying is this: is that Sovereign Soul shows himself. I can't read that name.
I like to show
Rasta
myself because I'm
shows
so
himself.
fucking pretty, man. That's what it is.
Hey, me too. I'm beautiful.
Oh, Saab, I wanted to mention this to you. Did you hear about the second phase of Operation Looking Glass?
No, tell us about it.
Check this out. There is some leaked paperwork and documents showing LCD screens, plasma TVs. They're using it's called reversal photonics. Some
Storing
imaging.
it in the LCD.
No, the LCD can. It's just like anything that they do. When we say high, it's low. They can take what we see from the screen, and they can reverse with a frequency some kind of way and use the TV screen as a lens, a secondary in the pixels. Yes, in the megapixels, it shoots out these like light beams, and then what it does, AI, is it takes all the megapixels and it puts it all together, and they can see in your home.
Do you have the patent to that?
Watch
No,
it.
seriously.
No, this guy is just breaking it in on this. A friend of mine is just dropping some stuff on it. I'm
Does he
gonna
have?
get the paperwork on it and all. It's actually his kind of like finding on some things. So I'm gonna get to the bottom of it and all. I mean, this is what he was.
Well, yeah, you don't want
showing
to
me some
throw his
pages.
stuff out there. I
He's a
get that. It's
content creator,
proprietary.
and so I'm
found
gonna
it.
see if I can get some paperwork from him and drop some links and stuff. Once
But
I talk.
listen, for sure, do you have my dad's contact information or whatever? You know what? It's just Burn the Corporate Fiction at Yahoo. Dude, send me.
Wait, you're that's okay. Solves your dad. I'm just finding this out. I just got with Saab long ago. Okay, I got you. And look, I want to first say something to the panel, y'all. Look, I'm not anti-government. I'm not like if it's
I am.
legit, you know what I'm saying?
Most of
Legit.
these guys
I'm talking about like
I'm not either.
Look, y'all, if we work our butts off all our lives and we there's a system where we can pay taxes back in a certain way to where once we get a certain age, we ain't gotta work anymore and we're taking
taxes
care of.
are illegal.
No, there
You know
are proper tax. The proper tax system is a tax on goods.
I got
That's
you.
pretty much it.
As
That's
long as
it.
there's no
But tax
accountability,
everything
there'll
I don't
never
think-
be a fair tax system.
No, no, they can only tax something that you buy. It's indirect.
Right.
That's it. That's how you have to. That's the proper tax system. It's that you buy something, and they put a tax on, facilitating the business
But who
within the
counts
state.
the money, right? The same guys that count the money are the same guys that count the votes.
I know that's where it gets weird. I think that's just where
Well,
it gets,
the biggest problem, though, and I want to impress this, is the biggest problem is that people stop learning the law. And then when somebody starts talking about the law or knows very, very in-depth and deeply about the law, and they start speaking to people tend to just shut down. They're like, oh, well, I don't want to talk about that because I'm not going to understand it. Well,
it actually angers
really,
me
they don't
because
teach
I am the law, man. My
about it.
soul is the law. Like,
they don't teach the law.
sorry,
All
buddy,
right,
I keep
so-
cutting you off, man. I keep cutting you off, brother. I like what you're saying too. A lot of it, man. It's awesome.
But yeah,
Both of you,
that's
man.
pretty much it. You have to learn the law. James Madison was asked, what type of government is it that we've been given? He said, a republic, if you can keep it. And the part that's left out is George Washington was standing nearby, and he said, in order to keep it, every man must know the law. So the difference between a republic and a democracy is in a republic, one man and the law are the majority because it's based on the non-infringement of anyone else's natural rights, which boils down to do not harm them,
Natural law.
which
So,
boils down do not steal from them.
You're talking about a bunch of Freemasons, right?
Just in general, I think he's replying. Like,
How did what
know.
I just say not make sense? I'm curious about that.
I'm saying what you said is a bunch of Freemasons said that the American
He's
public.
like, what you reading them words for? You some kind of fag? That's what you sound like right now. You didn't understand what I just said?
Really? Taxes are illegal. Why
No, they're
would
not.
you? Hey, look. Let me just say this.
Here he comes. Look. They're getting
If
all
you
scared.
look
he's
back,
coming on.
All right. Here I think.
Come on, I
we
want to
got,
hear Orange Man.
I think we got action here.
Uh-oh.
watch this, right?
What's going on, Sav?
Yeah, Hulk Hogan walks him out.
Hulk Hogan. Okay.
Perfect timing.
No,
Either
no.
it's gonna be Trump or Elon. They'll have Elon come
You're gonna
out.
get a copyright for the
Now look,
music.
it's the Sons of Silence.
Oh my gosh, man.
Sorry, we don't need to hear the crowd cheering and shit, but hey, perfect timing, right?
They're getting
We got
hyped
the
up.
clones out.
Yeah, today, earlier, I just randomly, I was driving and I looked over and I was by the Tesla dealership and I happened to see I saw a Cybertruck parked out in front of it, and so I was like, I'm gonna go try and test drive one.
Yeah.
And so I went over to the Tesla dealership and just was like, I want to drive a Cybertruck, and he just took my license and I just had to give him my address, and then he let me just take it for half an hour just out driving around.
What?
Yeah.
You're so full of shit.
So I got to,
Hey, the only thing bad about that is you don't know what type of technology's really inside that vehicle.
Oh, yeah,
No
no,
one don't get caught in a rainstorm.
it
How
was so
was it?
bad. It was raining when I drove it. It was awesome. I drove it and like I even did the self-driving mode or the auto mode where it drives itself, and I filmed myself. I was no hands or feet on the pedals, and it was driving it. It made turns on its own. And
So Rasta, are you gonna go buy an electric car?
I would if the Cybertruck wasn't so expensive, I would consider getting one just because like it would
Can
be
I
nice.
throw,
It would be
can
nice.
I throw my 2 cents in? If you're gonna buy an electric vehicle, I would buy a hybrid because it can still run on gas. You can put gas in it. It's an electric vehicle. So if you're gonna buy one, I would buy a hybrid.
Well, I would never
Yeah,
get
pretty
rid of
smart.
my gas-powered vehicle. I would just have a second
Me either.
vehicle.
Well, when you sit in a
Yeah.
Tesla, it probably scans your DNA thumbprint and knows your whole frequency. all
It
that.
definitely felt like I was in a microwave. Let me put it that way. Like I felt
So
like
we got
almost
the
like I was going to
we
have
got
a head.
the Kookaburras on here tonight,
Oh
man.
shit, bro! You was cooking yourself.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it was cooking my DNA going down the road.
Here's
But
the
hey,
biggest problem. Here's the biggest problem with electric. Okay, besides that they catch fire, the biggest problem is temperature ranges. Okay, first and foremost.
All right.
Extreme heat, no bueno. Extreme cold, no bueno.
That's
Okay?
right.
So another big problem too is when, not if, when the battery needs to be replaced. It's about 35 to 40 grand or more to get a replacement battery. Okay?
5 to 7. And there's this one person I heard he had a testimony.
That's right, 5 years.
His battery went out in the first 5 years he had it.
Yeah.
It's
but let me tell you
$17,000 to replace the battery.
that Cybertruck is badass, and like everybody looks at you when you're driving down the road. Like,
I think it looks like somebody who just sat down at a CAD machine, drew some bullshit, and they made it. Okay, that's what it looks like to me. I mean, that is such an ugly fucking thing.
It's got a
It
Blade
doesn't
Runner
have
kinda
any
like
decent
undertone
lines on it.
When you say so,
It looks like a really piss poor prop for a sci-fi movie.
right? Like a Blade Runner or something, you know.
but when
I'm
you
just
get in
saying.
it, it's like it's a whole. If you feel like you're going to Mars for real when you get in the Cybertruck, and
wow,
it reminds me of like one of those soapbox cars that we'd make in high school in shop class. You know, those soapbox racer cars.
Yeah. It looks like a really poor attempt at a soapbox derby car.
Right.
So I guess he's going to be coming out here pretty soon. They're starting to.
Oh, the man behind the
freaked out
curtain, eh?
here. Good, because I don't want to have to stay up too much later.
I know.
You guys may not appreciate it, but this is fantastic, by the way. So,
I know. It's, we this one time at this job that I was at, there was a new owner took over, and it was fantastic, man. Everything was still the fucking same, but
you have no idea what
I see where you went with that. Yeah, Officer Warp Speed stepping out to the podium. He's back.
You just have no idea.
Officer
what we're
Warp
looking at.
Speed.
It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but I do. It's cool.
Officer Warp Speed reporting for duty.
Okay.
They're getting
well, anytime
hyped
you guys want to actually talk about politics or the law, I'm more than happy to engage you. But other than that,
Well, I mean, I think it is
no.
funny
I
because
mean,
a lot of people they want to jump. He actually looks for.
but you guys know
credit
how we
for
ended
that.
up in
He
this
wants
situation,
credit
though.
for that, and it's like
You know
these
how we
people are
ended up
fucking
here
dying.
and like what we were facing. So
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Well, what we're facing, what's it like I said before, whoever's ass is in the seat in the White House doesn't fucking matter.
You don't understand. Darkness always needs consent. Okay.
Right.
When you do nothing, you consent, first of all. And they always have to give you a choice. They cannot affect your free will.
Right.
One of the options is always a good option.
No,
it's always
because if it's a lesser of two evils, it's still evil, isn't it?
I didn't say that.
Exactly, Calvin.
A negative plus a negative equals negative.
Who's going to fix this? Do you vote for people to fix the situation? That's not what I mean by good.
Look, there comes a time.
It's not what I mean by good. What I mean by
here's
good.
a guy with mesothelioma all throughout his entire body, right? But he's still got hope that it can be fixed. Come on, man.
Now, if he got that way by choosing one choice at a time to end up in that position, and the only way he could get out is by choosing one choice at a time to get out of it, that's how they got you into this fucking headlock.
They got you into it in the first
They
place.
always have to
going
present
and
you.
choosing the lesser of two evils, which of course is still evil. If you take a little bit of poison,
I never said something.
Wait a second. If
I have
you
a
take
question
a little
about
bit of
this left,
poison,
right.
if you take a little bit of poison over a period of time, it's still going to kill you. Just like if you took it all at once, right? So when I'm offered a choice
go ahead.
of here's somebody who does tyrannical shit, versus here's somebody that does tyrannical shit, but different tyrannical shit, and some of it being the same. Okay. Which one of these people that is prone to do tyrannical shit do I want to choose?
So let me ask you
So I
something.
took the third option. Listen to me. I took the third option and I took the higher ground. I took the higher ground. I chose no evil.
Okay, so that's I understand that's your position. Now let me explain this. Would you say, is there anybody here who you know who could tell you things I've told you about the law and studies law like I do? And I'm willing to take on anybody.
That's all well and good, but
So no, it's fine. So with me, right, me personally, because I'm not just a dupe, right? This is a twofold thing. And so just let me finish. Me, I'm not a dupe, but I'm very happy about this. And there's a reason. It's because there's only one way to fix this problem, and that's us. And I explain it. And I have explained it, and I'm not going to use up your airtime to explain it. Right?
What is choosing another corporate oligarch?
You do not understand the choice that was
I
just
forget the Latin words for it, but here you go.
Hey,
Deep speak,
so listen,
but I forget
this
the
is
Latin words for it. Deep speak.
This is a fact. They have to give you a choice. They have to. That's
I
the
know.
whole way they. No, they have to give you an honest choice.
Well,
they
that's
didn't do that, did they?
Which one,
No.
Kamala and Trump? Which one's the honest choice?
Trump.
Why?
What?
Because he's not going to fix what he can't fix. He can't give you your sovereign authority at law back.
He has not
he
the
didn't.
authority to fix anything, though, my friend.
Listen,
He doesn't have the right to change his toothbrush.
He just the same as he can't do anything about it? Neither can Kamala.
Neither can Kamala. You're right.
No, yes, she can. She has executive authority over commerce.
No, she
What I was
doesn't.
no,
She doesn't
so
run
that's
one
what-
thing.
are you gonna-
bro. No, she
You
Why
guys-
does she have executive authority over
You guys sound like
Congress? That's what I'm
blowers right
saying.
now. Listen. Executive authority over commerce,
The
right?
veto.
No, not the veto.
president
The
doesn't wipe
ability
his
to
ass
use
with commission.
executive order to
Well,
handle.
yeah. See, there's a problem right there.
Well, no
There's
shit.
a
Well,
problem. Executive orders.
let's
They're
fix it.
not even constitutional. It's
Okay.
illegal bullshit that they do in the
okay.
first place.
Now you're changing the subject.
Didn't Trump do an illegal executive order for Operation Warp Speed?
You're changing the subject.
Well, I'm not. He's got the
all
same
for
power
yes,
to
you
use it
are,
in a
because you're
tranquil
asking, what can she do?
That
You just
thing
asked
can't do nothing.
Dude, I got a
That
feeling
is
you're
a
wanting
puppet.
this. You're actually wanting this system to act. I get it. I get it. But I
No,
think it's kind of
you
a,
don't get it. What I want is
it's
for
kind
you
of
to learn
kind of a
the law,
coping.
learn common law. They can do nothing. They all work for you.
That's
Okay?
right. And if they can't do anything, then it doesn't fucking matter which one of these clowns it is.
That's right.
And like I said,
Exactly,
it comes right down to the rest
You
to the
understand?
representation.
You own a business. Okay, you own a business, and what you're
Yeah, we
telling
get
me.
that. We all have birth certificates here, man. We're not talking to illegals here. Like, yeah.
Okay,
we
but
all
I know how to fix all of that. It's
We all have
simple.
birth certificates because they tax the shit out of us from
And
the
you don't
day
even
we
know
were
what the
born.
tax is for. The tax is for the use of an estate. Is for the use of an estate that is yours, but you've never claimed. So they administrate it and treat you as if you are not the person who is heir to the estate, that you are a person that is just property of the estate that represents it, and that they use as collateral to generate and issue debt securities such as bonds and traffic tickets. Right?
Yeah, I'm not
All
down with
sold to
it.
private
You're right
investors.
about that.
No, I know I am. I'm trying to tell you, people, I know exactly what they do and how they do it. I'm trying to tell you, we dodged a fucking bullet. So
How?
now we can continue. You guys can feel however you want to feel, but just know we dodged a bullet. I don't care.
How?
You can feel
How
how you
did
feel.
we dodge a
Now
bullet?
we can move forward and continue trying to fix what I was just talking about.
Dodged one bullet and caught another one.
Yeah, exactly.
What's he able to
That's
do?
what's
Right in
going
the ear.
on,
I
man.
got it right in the ear. It's right here.
I mean, look, they both have done.
You guys are just in a
No, I'm
bad
just
shit.
saying, look.
Oh no, but it's true too. that.
Well, bro, I think you're the one that's a little messed up.
No,
Let's just
I'm
be
looking
honest.
at this- I'm looking at this from honest. I'm looking at this honestly. Okay. I've got 2 confirmed liars in front of me.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
I've got 2 people that are anti-Second Amendment. Okay. In other words, they want to put infringements on my constitutional right, my inalienable right, unalienable right to keep and bear arms. They want.
Brother,
They
I don't
both
want
want
to
to
interrupt
infringe
you.
on that.
I don't want to interrupt you, but
You know,
I just want to say this.
Jerry, listen to me.
They
When
don't want to take your guns.
When
They
I'm
do
talking,
not.
Jerry, when I'm talking means that you're not.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Damn.
I can't understand why people don't understand that. They've been doing it to Ryan. They've been doing it to me. They've been doing it to each other. Stop.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So I'm being totally fucking honest. I'm seeing a guy who went in and he's playing like he is the one who got this fucking vaccine developed and all that shit. No, it was already stockpiled by the military and then bought by these pharmaceutical companies. That's
You're
the
right.
reality of this. They did not produce that number of jabs in that short period of time. It doesn't occur that way. So, and he knew this. $6.2 trillion for the stimulus package. Okay, so he was not good with the economy at all either. So it's like, and when I say you dodged one bullet and caught another, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, let me respond.
I can't just look at, oh, well, this one does this terrible shit and this guy doesn't do anything at all.
Let me respond to that. No, I will. I will respond to that in a way that will make sense to you, hopefully. And if it doesn't, then we'll, whatever, we can agree to disagree. But he walked into a political framework that if anybody had just seen what Obama was talking about when he gave a speech for some reason the other day, right, where he said there was already a plan, he walked into a financial political framework based on your free will that you've allowed through non-consent and non-participation, because the society we live in, if you participate in society, you exist in a environment which requires your consent to exist. And if you give no consent, then you give your consent over to others who give consent. And that's just kind of how that works.
If
Right.
you vote,
In
you
this
consent.
political, so here's my honest, no, don't interrupt me. So here's my honest thing. So that's the situation, right? It's a problem. It's not a good, so that's why our founders, who were fucking Masons, right? And they said, they warned you, and they said democracy is the worst form of government in the world. We are not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. Well, what is that, right? Which basically means that the government runs business. That's it. And deals with foreign, in the event of we go to war, which means somebody attacks us, because we didn't have a standing army at that time at all. You had to conscript a military in time of war. You didn't just have a standing military because they weren't under martial law, right? But they deal with, they'll be the head of the military. Go to a point where why it was okay. Hold on. I mean, I'd like to hear the point where it was okay for Trump to violate. So yes, I'm getting to the point. So he stepped into that political framework based on free will. So here's the thing: the only people, so everyone who took that fucking thing chose to. Secondly, right, which doesn't justify it at all. That's not what I'm saying, but that's how they use free. But they had to have you choose. They couldn't actually make it. They could coerce you, like with corporate benefit that you shouldn't be taking in the first place.
Give you a hamburger.
Right. Or whatever benefit. They tricked you, coerced you, but they didn't actually force you, and you could have chosen not to. And that's how they ultimately got away with it.
Oh, damn. Did anyone else here take it?
How dare you trick me like that?
So
I
secondly,
took the
anyone else here take it?
The final thing I'll say about that is, do you know how to fix it? No, I'm saying it was a financial framework already geared up to where that was happening. There was probably, and that's just how that works. These contracts are made and they plan these things in advance, which everybody's right about.
but the contracts are already there. And in order to continue forward, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just
So he had no choice but to sign $6.2 trillion of debt.
we're digging our way out of
Yeah, I call
people
bullshit.
entirely controlling your will. So this is the
digging
thing.
our way
You
out
know
of
how?
down.
Who here knows how to? If he wanted to take
Wait,
your
you
gun,
didn't address what I just said.
I am addressing because it's not the point. We dodged a bullet, is what I said, and I think
No,
he's
you're
going
not.
to do good business.
The bullet ain't totally past us yet.
But if he affects your personal
Well, a lot of good
rights, do
people
you
got
know?
hurt already. Yeah.
Do you know lawfully? Who here knows lawfully how to actually defend
Consequence, man.
and personally take from anyone who infringes on your natural rights, even if they're a judge or a lawyer or a cop or anybody? You can take
I
everything.
shouldn't have to defend myself from it,
Well,
as it is already
unfortunately, we don't
framed
live
in
in
the
fantasy
framework of
land.
our Constitution, Ryan. The
We
man
don't live in
committed.
fantasy. We don't live in
Then
fantasy.
why are we doing this? Do you
Because
think he's
that's
going to magically take us back to that or some shit?
Right.
Fuck no,
it's
he's part of
nothing
the
to
same
do.
machine,
Okay,
man.
so I asked you who knows how to do that
He
because
is.
none of you do. Learn it. Learn how to do it. Then you
I
don't
How
have
do
have
my
to
you do
worry
that?
about
But but you
Meanwhile,
I have my
still
swamp.
It
support
doesn't
the
matter how
shit
much-
system. Hold on a minute.
Yeah,
So
right, go.
meanwhile, though, still support the shit system. Are you
What-
fucking
what-
kidding
what's
me?
the what's
And
the
even if you
alternative?
do file
What
the
is the
paperwork,
alternative?
it's not going to be
What's the
heard.
Oh my
alternative?
God.
It's not
What
going
What
is
if
the
nobody
alternative?
voted for any of those fucking clowns?
What is the
Well, to
alternative?
be honest,
Not
votes
fucking
don't matter.
doing it.
So what if
Stop
Kamala won
complying.
because people didn't participate?
Non-compliance. Peaceful non-compliance. It's that
That's all you
simple.
can do.
Exactly.
Nobody
Okay.
would show up to vote. They would not have
Don't
a
vote. Votes
Nobody
are
would show up.
bullshit. They don't count.
I get why.
Hey, if voting mattered, they wouldn't let you
I get
do
why
it.
you get. So
Well, we're dependent on the bank account. We're dependent on the grocery store. We're all truckatarians.
Hey,
Like
he
we're
said
stuck in.
something
yes,
this is-
you
we're
understand
stuck
what
in
I'm
the
saying.
matrix.
Yes, that's
But
exactly
the
what I'm
thing,
saying.
that gets me right here. Okay, so let's say that your choices are Stalin or Pol Pot. Okay, both
I know
ruthless,
that.
murdering dictators. Okay, so that's your choice. You
Blend
have,
in or
wasn't
flee.
our choice.
Yeah.
so then who do you vote for?
That wasn't our choice.
No,
Don't
wait
vote.
a second. That wasn't the question.
You're right.
You
So
have
it's meant.
you have two candidates that have committed atrocities and are known for doing dictatorial things.
What was
So
the
you have to
who's-
choose one.
So
Do you
you're
want
missing the
Pol
point.
Pot or
who's
do
in
you
charge?
want Stalin?
Who's in charge of keeping them in line?
Well, who's
Do
been
you know
keeping them
how?
in line?
You
It
know
looks like
no.
you
Do you
just
know
do
how
whatever
to?
the fuck they want, regardless.
Do you know how to keep them in line?
Yeah, you quit fucking giving them attention.
No, you
They're
learn the
voting.
law.
You don't
because
support
the
'em.
country. You cannot have society without law. Any person who thinks you can
We
have
already
society,
have law. We have law.
okay.
We have
already
the
have law.
humanitarian law.
So go
People
ahead.
know the difference between right and
law?
wrong.
What law?
I mean,
What law do we have? You
Well,
think
we-
people
the
really
law
have-
of being
We'd have to
human.
write up a contract. We'd have to write it down and make
No, you
contract.
don't have to write it down. If
No, you don't.
transgress another person, you have broken the law.
Right?
Yes, you have.
If you
Right,
cause
somebody give
loss,
them a pen.
injury, or harm to another individual, you have committed a crime.
What's a transgression? What is a
Transgression
transgression?
is anything that causes loss, injury, or harm.
Or bodily
Well,
harm.
how do you
What are the
deal with
consequences
defamation?
then, Sob?
That's
What do you
right, Sovereign. You
How
got
do
that
you deal
right.
with what?
Anything.
Defamation.
The
Defamation?
consequences.
Yeah, if you're
What,
spreading rumors,
controlling
no,
what other people's minds think based on
if you're spreading rumors intentionally
Yeah.
about me to harm my reputation, my
Uh-huh.
business depends on my reputation. You're spreading rumors. You're
Uh-huh.
causing me harm.
Uh-huh.
Do you
Well,
know
anybody
one
that
thing
would
that father
anyone that would act upon that without verification would be a fool to begin with. So
Well,
Yes,
how do you
sir.
determine? How do you verify?
when you check it out and see if it's true, see if the
Who does
allegations
that?
are
Who's
true.
going to do that? If everybody's,
Or
if
the
there's no,
individual, the consumer itself, or you can dispatch an agent to find out.
and
I mean,
dispatch
Oh my
an
gosh,
agent.
I agree
it's not rocket science. You don't have to
So,
have a
so
bunch of fucking hook noses
now
decide
you
on
have
that
to, now you have to have an
Right.
agency.
A couple of
If you're going to
cavemen
dispatch,
No, you don't have to. You don't have
how,
to at all.
where are you going to find an
You
agent?
have a choice of whether or not to believe some bullshit or not.
No, you're not.
In
You're
lieu
not
of
getting
your
it. How do you
consumer
have
information.
society? How do
Consumer
you have?
information is the sole responsibility of the consumer.
But how
Yes,
do you
sir.
have society without law? You're pretending like there aren't ultra
We are
clever
all
people
individuals. We
that
are
can
all
deceive others,
individuals.
which is
Sorry.
why we have
Do
the
you
elite.
understand that laws are just man? Laws are man. Now,
No,
our
legislation.
Father
No,
has
listen to me, Jerry.
laws.
Legislation is man-made. Law comes from God. Man
Yes,
cannot create law.
you're right. You're
Anyway,
right. You're
Man
right.
you
can
guys
only
have
legislate.
I gotta go to bed. I've got to
Good
get
night.
up tomorrow. So no, we can definitely continue this discussion, or anybody can it's Burn the Corporate Fiction on YouTube.
Yeah, you got a wrench. Drop the link.
Yeah.
I have to agree with Voy here that this
Anyway,
conversation
you guys have a good night. I'll put
bit.
it in the comments.
What's voice?
Yeah, oh Voy. He put in his 2 cents. Hi, Voy.
Well, cool. You know, there's other channels going on right now too.
I was just saying with that conversation.
You know,
I was
I've not seen any change in this fucking map at all.
I don't think it's going to change tonight. I think it's going to freeze up. But I think that they're going to declare. They might come out and declare victory. It looks like they're already doing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been going now for a long time, and all they're doing is just walking around with their thumb up their ass.
Did you find what's going on at Kamala's party?
No, I haven't seen anything about it other than that they're really sad.
I just have a question. Does everyone want Trump as president?
Oh, I don't care. I just watch what's the shit show.
I do. Yeah, why not? Like if
He's
we
more
have
entertaining.
To be honest, I'd rather have
Cackles
Trump
is
than
irritating.
Kamala.
Cackles is irritating, man. That bitch is just
Yeah.
like, I can only
That's
imagine
true.
what the State of the Union address would sound like.
I mean, our whole system would collapse without a president at this point, unfortunately. Until enough.
What do you mean it would? It already has.
It
Dude.
already has, man.
No.
It's already collapsed. America's done.
System fine like it is.
But like that flag says right there, Trump will fix it.
Oh
Sure.
yeah, sure you will. Sure you will. Hey, have you looked at Trump's 66-story apartment? The man worships Apollyon.
That's right.
Well, you gotta worship something.
I would have to say I agree with that based on the.
And if Saab put out the other day, he said he can't even open a truck door, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, he's never opened a door of a car by himself. I don't think he's probably ever even driven a car.
Hey, do you love how he promoted McDonald's, the poison that's killing America? I mean,
that was rotten.
I did think that was a bit ironic.
RFK is going to fix that, though. He's going to
Yeah,
put the
right.
towel
I
over.
mean, I thought
right,
that's what I
right.
thought was so
Yeah.
ironic. That's what I thought was so ironic was the fact that he teamed up with Robert Kennedy for this "Make America Healthy Again,"
So
and
but
and
yeah,
then-
I'm in
and then goes in
McDonald's
and
serving
starts.
French fries.
I know. I was talking again, Jerry.
Sorry.
God damn it,
I
man.
know I'm an asshole, bro.
Well,
I'm an
how about
asshole.
stop?
I'm sorry.
One more time.
Thank you.
One more
At least
time.
you gave me one more chance.
Damn, bro.
I'm sorry. I am so amazed by all the shit that is going on right now.
Our jobs.
Yeah, they seem to be getting pretty excited. And well, the thing with even the MAGA hat and how it's attached to witchcraft
Yes.
is pretty fascinating. And then Elon came out with the dark
Yeah, that
black
was
MAGA.
that was kind of creepy. Yeah, that was
And
creepy.
called it the dark MAGA. But
Oh,
I mean,
look,
he
they're
had
starting to cheer about something here.
he had to
Package
count
MAGA
the dark
Rose.
Brandon going.
Oh, dark MAGA.
You hear him start playing that gay anthem, you know he's coming out.
Yeah, he always does the YMCA, and then he does the double air jerks. Like that's his new move is like the double air.
What are they all fucking cheering about, man?
Face clappers, the whole lot of them, man.
I mean, really, what the fuck are they all cheering about? There's nothing happening.
Nothing's happening.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
they're
but
beating
those
up
are like
somebody.
scripted reality.
Looked like they were beating
roughly.
somebody up in the crowd.
A couple guys embracing
We're
roughly.
getting ready to drag him out. That's what's going to happen now.
Look at there. He's gonna pork her.
Yeah, just back fucking Taylor.
Oh my
He just
God.
received the Pentagram
Did
Medal
you
of Honor.
just say that?
Well, you know that's what will happen. They can't deny it.
For
Man,
sure.
the
Hey,
sailor.
Sav, have you seen the Medal of Honor and stuff like that? All the medals? Have you looked into that?
No.
It's a pentagram.
Oh yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah, I've often thought that's nuts.
That's crazy, crazy.
Yeah.
Well, in Space Force is the Baphomet.
Right. Yeah.
Space Force, how's that going?
Yeah,
I'm
Space
still
Force.
looking to see if we're the Space Force. Do they have an officer at the recruiting station?
Well, he just set it up for his second term. It got put on the back burner, and now he's really gonna take us places with this.
He's gonna probably he's gonna make Elon Musk the general in charge of it or some shit, probably.
I love how
you don't have to worry
every one of his speeches he talks about how Elon lands that rocket back in that chute, and he's just like boom. He's like talking
Who's
about
that? Who's that with his fist in the air? It's not Trump.
No.
Nope.
Who's
Hey,
that?
can I ask a question?
It looked like Bill Gates from the back. No.
Too big.
What?
Oh, it's the pillow guy, Mr. Pillow.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's Bob
Mike
Lindell.
Lindell.
My pillow, Mike Lindell.
Michael.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's got quite the story.
Whatever happened to him?
Hey, that's Bill Burr right there. No, I'm just kidding.
He
Probably.
went off on
like-
a crack binge for a little bit.
Yeah, he used to be a horrible crack addict.
Is that Spielberg?
Him and Biden's son got hooked up.
You won't catch Spielberg at one of these ever, dude. Ever.
This is
Hey,
fucking
can I
nuts. I
ask-
can't believe that they see, what the hell? He still hasn't come out. The map has not changed, still 247 to 214, but Twitter
I
is
seen that a minute ago though. Sav, they might have that stuff on a loop.
what those these guys? Yeah, I don't know.
It looked like because I saw him waving the same scene. It was like a loop. It looked like. I'm serious. I just saw them 3 minutes ago doing the same thing. 2 people, and then I saw it again.
Who's in those primaries right there? That's Harris. They're running the Congress shit too at the same time, aren't they?
Yeah, the House and the Senate, like that's some important stuff too for them not being able to just get some bills through. So
Yeah, here's the thing.
No filibuster.
Here's the thing came out 3 minutes ago. That it is not fake. It's damn true that Elon Musk has changed the like button for the United States elections. Well, who gives a fuck about that? But it shows this thing with Harris at 241 and Trump at 297.
Okay.
Charterdern, I think it's Trump. See if I see anything else.
That's Donald's son right there, wasn't it?
Can I ask y'all a question?
Sure.
I'm just curious. Do you think it even matters who they put in the office as president, the puppet?
No.
I think it does in one way. I think in one way it does because popular consensus is for Trump. So they're kind of going with the flow if there is such a thing.
I don't know, man.
Whoa,
These numbers are pretty close.
I think he's talking about the physical aspect of if he's in.
The decision
Well,
they're
most
going to make,
people
they
would
already
prefer
did.
him.
it says they called Wisconsin a couple minutes ago.
Well, all I'm saying is Do you think it
Fucking
really makes a
Christopher Walken. I
difference?
gotta go to bed. I'm
Christopher
tripping.
Walken, what?
That ain't Christopher Walken, is it?
The sniper cam's killing me, man. Like, just like, which one of these zombies are they gonna fucking take out, right? The sniper camp.
Yeah, 'cause it doesn't matter. There's an elite group of people that run this place that it really doesn't matter who they put in as president of the United States. It doesn't matter because that upper echelon of people, they're
mean,
going
like-
to do what they're
like
going
the
to do.
Solveys and the Princess Elizabeth, Somerset Bellenhoff, and the Council of 300. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got the money, dude.
Do y'all know what the Council of Nicaea is?
Is it like the?
Yeah.
It
Isn't
says
there
that
also a
Fox
council?
called the race for Trump.
There's also a council of the Hermetic 12. Have y'all ever heard of that?
No.
No, I hadn't heard of
Dates
that.
all the way back. Dates all the way. It's 12, not a family. It's just a group of 12 people that dates back to Hermes that was in control.
Well,
So
I'm going to tell you what, I've been going on here for a long time, and it's if this guy don't come on in the next 10 fucking minutes, I'm going to cut it out.
All right.
And we'll
He'll
pick
be
it
on
up
in a
later.
few minutes. They just called the race, I guess.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm just curious. This guy said something about the Council of 12.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Council of Nicaea, do you know when that happened?
432 AD.
Well, I think it was actually 325.
Or
I
you're
might
right.
be wrong.
325. You're right. 325 AD. Yes.
Right, Council of Nicaea. And do you know who they were? They were scribes and Pharisees.
Yeah, and they were gathered together under what the fuck was his name? God damn it, I just had it too.
I don't even know. I just know the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, got together and said, guess what? People don't need to know all these other scriptures.
Constantine.
Yeah,
the Roman.
I think you're right about that, but I'm just
Yes.
saying they got together and said that, hey, people don't need to know all of these other books. So we're going to put together a 66 canonical Bible, and this is what they're allowed to know because people can't handle the truth. Kind of where we are right now today.
Yeah, it's been highly contested. That's why there's a lot of people that they look into the Gnostic texts and things like that. And then you start getting into the Gnostic belief systems, which really bridge over into some of these fucking people.
Yeah, some of the mystic, all that mystic bullshit.
Well, who says it's bullshit?
I know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I just know what I believe. I believe in our
Well,
Christ.
that's a bad way to go. You know what you believe is a contradiction. Belief is the enemy of knowing.
Knowing. That's it.
Well, I have faith.
By definition, belief is accepting something without knowing. That's the actual definition of the word.
Well, it's actually called faith. Faith.
Yeah. I got faith in things I don't know, I guess.
I have faith in our Christ.
Yeah.
I do.
I don't hold that against you at all, dude.
And I understand his name can't be Jesus because when you look into that,
does it fucking matter?
Well,
God
kind
knows
of
your heart.
does.
God knows your heart. He knows who you're talking about.
Don't
Our
matter what the
Father.
fuck about semantics and what the hell is written in a goddamn book. And that's why I don't I would never call myself a Christian because Christians
I
give
don't.
Christians a bad name.
Yeah, I don't call myself a Christian at all. I ain't a Christian at all. I just have faith in our Creator and His
Written on your
Christ.
heart. I figure the way it goes like this, man. To me, to be a Christian would be to emulate the Christ as much as possible in his actions and his teachings. Okay.
Right.
That would make
Is
one.
this Sovereign speaking?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right, bro. I agree with you 100%. Yes, Christ, we are to emulate Christ. That's
So
our job.
when they start mixing that up with a bunch of letters from some asshole named Paul, that's where I start getting a problem with it. Okay.
Well, I get it a little confused because, when King James got into the mixture
King
and
James
he
was a homo.
translated
Did you
the
know that?
scriptures.
Do you know King James was a homo?
Well, he was a fucking Freemason faggot.
He was
And I
hey,
don't even
you,
know.
you can't use that word on here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, I don't even know if King James is
The
the
algorithm
actual
doesn't care.
person that
Yeah, he
translated the
he's got a
scriptures.
lineage. There's a lineage and everything that goes to King James, and then you get into the whole idea of the House of Stuart, and there's a whole mess right there. But
Well, no, he gets credit. He
holy
gets
shit,
credit.
man! When there are words coming out of my mouth in the middle of a sentence, means that there's more to follow.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Right?
sir. I apologize.
Have you ever
I'm
used
sorry.
this? Have you ever used the CB radio?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, the interesting thing about a CB radio, if I have my mic keyed up, right, nobody can hear you talk.
I know. I
Right?
know how
And
they
if
work.
you got your mic keyed up, nobody can hear me talk. And guess what happens if we both got our mics keyed up?
No one
Nobody
hears
can hear
anyone.
either one of us. That's right.
Yes, sir. Okay, Sovereign, let me just say this, brother. I thank you for letting me come on. I really do. I'm sorry that I interrupt. I don't mean to.
I'm sure you don't. It's probably
I'm
something
just
you
an
should be
idiot
conscious of.
asshole.
And
I'm just gonna say it. I'm an idiot asshole, and I'm just barely scratching the surface.
do you really believe that of yourself?
No, to be honest, I don't.
Well, then why would
yeah,
you
I think
say?
I'm
Why
an
would you?
asshole. I
If
know
you
I'm an
think that,
asshole.
you're going to be that. Wait a second. If you think that, you're going to be that. You understand that, right?
Well, I'm an asshole.
You create yourself.
Well, if there was a better word to describe what I am,
You are.
Okay, so
I'm
you
an
have
asshole.
okay, so here's the thing. Here's what you do. When like the interrupting thing that you do, you recognize that as a fault, right?
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
do.
So here's what you do. When that urge comes over you to interrupt, fight it. Okay? And don't do it. And then what happens is after a few times of doing that, it just becomes normal. You don't even think about it. You just don't do it. You dig? It's
Yes,
really
sir.
easy way. You can do
Well,
that with
like I said,
any bad behavior that you might have.
If Rasta can learn it, anybody can learn it.
That's what I was gonna say. That used to be me, but I learned my lesson.
Rusty's pretty bad about it.
Mike,
So Russ has done really well.
I was the worst. I got kicked off of this show so many times, and
Hey, bro, my feed keeps quitting, and I have to keep rejoining. And I think maybe Sovereign's just kicking me off. I think
No,
he
I ain't
is.
kicked you
I
off
think
yet.
he's kicking me off. I don't know,
If
but
I kick you off, you won't be coming back on. Not tonight, anyway.
then I guess it's my shitty internet.
It is.
Yeah, it probably is because my internet sucks.
he's got to be coming out any second now. I'm serious.
I'm serious.
I hope so.
Well, it's Trump, so he's got to make a grand entrance.
Well,
So yeah,
here's the thing that happens too. This is kind of like a cue from the Mustache Man. Okay, the Mustache Man was a great orator. Okay, when the Mustache Man would come out, there you have this crowd, and he'd come on late. He'd be a little bit late. The crowd's getting restless. Where is he at? Where is he at? And pretty soon he'd come out on the stage, and the crowd would go just crazy, and he would just stand there. And then the crowd would start to die down, and he'd just stand there looking over the crowd, put his hands on the podium. The crowd would get to a hush, and he would just stand there and look over the crowd. Pretty soon, the anticipation of what he was going to say was so thick, you could cut it with a knife. And then he would give his impassionate speech and drive the crowds wild. You can do that as a sales technique, even.
That's an art form. Stuff.
It is.
I've never heard of the Mustache Man.
Really?
No.
Yeah, he was a
I get it
leader.
now.
And he
Okay,
was a
I get it
leader in
now. I
Europe.
get it now.
He was a leader in Europe.
Well,
had a
I'm in
girlfriend.
America. I was born in America. I've lived in America my whole life. I've never heard of the Mustache Man.
Yeah, he had a
Because he's
girlfriend
from
named
Germany, Austria.
You know, there's two
Austria?
types. You know, there's two different types of people. There's those that can extrapolate information without it being given to them from limited information.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, so.
Well, I get it. The Mustache Man is obviously a thing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I never
real
heard of
famous,
that.
real famous, real famous.
Yeah, he was.
He's got
Worldwide,
the
dude.
most famous
He was
Did you
Time
hear of the
Magazine.
Mustache Man?
He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1936.
1936, 1936.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just saying 936. Okay.
And even
What
the
about
Pope made him a son of the
1933?
church, too, dude. Yeah.
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 Well, 1933 was an important year.
It certainly was.
1936, important. 1939, important.
What was
And
important
all
about
of those
19?
years,
Yeah, in 1939, due to a poke in the bear type thing going on in Europe there, the Mustache Man said, well, we had enough, and he invaded Poland.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now I get it.
Wow.
I know who
I
you're
was about to
talking
write
about
it on an
now.
anvil. I was about to write his name on a anvil and throw it at you.
Now I get it. I get it.
Hey,
I
so
know who you're
hey,
talking about. It starts with an H, right?
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Okay, we're all
All he was trying to do was to get it so that, Germans were running the German show over there. And like, that's controversial to say out loud for,
Yeah.
Americans to run America, but who am I to
Do you
argue?
know
Like,
that
Canadians
guy
are not
was
running
a
Canada.
he was a Freemason. That guy that y'all are talking about, the Mustache Man,
Was he?
Freemason.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
very much so. Look into it. You'll
All
find
right.
out.
Turns out they all wear the same little hats,
Right up.
man, and whether they want to admit it or not.
Well, I don't want to admit this, but it seems like the Freemasons, actually, it's that J word, and it's not with the W, it's the Jesuits. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's a good word to use.
those people run this realm. No
Arguably.
one's saying nothing.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me,
Yep, he ain't coming out.
I have read too, didn't he ban the Freemasons out of Germany?
Mm-hmm.
Under his-
Well, why
Yeah,
do you
might
think
have.
he did that? Why do you think he did it? It was a ploy.
Oh,
It
it was
was
a
a ploy.
5D chess. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Sure.
it was.
Come on, man. Listen,
I
Could
don't
have been
think.
an
I don't.
evacuation.
that sounds
man.
like
They kind of,
some 1930s fucking Q-tard shit to me.
Yeah.
Well,
well,
it
they kind of did
also
that in
is.
Ukraine. A lot of the wealth fled Ukraine. A lot of the mob and stuff fled Ukraine when warfare broke out. It was like
Yeah.
a cover. It was like a fog of war to get out of there. Like, I don't know.
I
Well,
think
it
they
also.
demonized the Mustache Man. Saab, what do you think?
What that?
I think they demonized the Mustache Man.
Oh, absolutely they did.
Yeah.
I don't
Absolutely.
think
Yeah,
he
because that
was.
guy
No,
wasn't no one.
I don't think he
I
was
mean,
anything close to what they said he was.
No.
Think
he
about
wasn't. He wasn't even important. They just propped him up as a
What?
character.
What are you talking about? Hundreds of thousands of people in the audience.
Okay, bro.
saluting
If
him.
you want to go with that narrative, go
Dude,
ahead.
I've
I'm
seen it in
just
black and white.
saying.
I seen it
He
in
was a
black and
good
white.
actor, is
Hundreds
what
of
he's saying.
thousands, hundreds
He
of
was
thousands
an
of people in
actor.
the stands.
He
Come
was an actor.
He may
That's
have
all he
been.
was.
May have
He
been.
was an actor
That's
that
all
was
any
put
of them
in a
are.
position to do what he was told to do.
Sure.
Don't know. Maybe because he could be Walt Disney now.
Yeah, I think there's a very good possibility that that guy became Walt Disney in America.
Bob, I got a new one for you, brother.
What's that?
Jimi Hendrix is Morgan Freeman.
Oh, that ain't
Yes, he
new.
is. He is. He is. Jimi Hendrix is Morgan Freeman. Hey, I tell you what, there is a thing online that you can watch Morgan Freeman talk about singing that song. What was his song that Jimmy sang?
Voodoo Child.
No, it was a
Purple Haze,
something-
maybe.
Purple Haze. Purple Haze. He's on stage with like 5 other people. He says, "Yeah, I came out on the stage and I had my big afro going on, and everybody said, 'Hey, sing Purple Haze.'" So yeah, Morgan Freeman is Jimi Hendrix.
Well, there you go. You heard it here, guys.
He got it.
I've been saying that for a long time myself.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Morgan is Jimi Hendrix. He never
Well,
died.
look at it. Don't look like this fucking guy is going to come out on stage anytime in the next.
I told you it's Trump. He's got to make
well,
a
I'm not that
grand
fucking
entrance.
interested in him.
Yeah,
Well,
I think his clone liquefied in the green room. He just turned to liquid again. Yeah.
But multiple
put back in
places
the
have
mold.
declared him the victor, and Kamala's not speaking tonight because of it. She's going home.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? Do y'all think Kamala is a what man, or do you think Kamala is a man?
I
Got a
don't
strong
care.
jawline.
I don't care. I just know that we
He's
don't
got a
have to
big
listen
forehead
to
and a
her
strong jawline.
anymore after this.
I'm not even altogether convinced she's human. So
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Have y'all seen the
There you
pictures with her
go.
neck?
I'm
Y'all
kind of
see
like
that thing
you.
with the
I'm not so sure it's human. I think it's a demon.
They saw it got really quiet on the set in there. I think something might be happening. Everybody's standing still.
Yeah, they've been doing that a bunch on here.
Yeah, they have.
It's almost. This looks
Seen
like
this
it's
like
this
5
big.
times.
I don't know. Stop talking so we can fucking hear it.
But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. And we got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party. And we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that
Oh, yeah.
this speech,
I was going way back.
we're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? There may not be-
I'm saying he can put on the teleprompter anyway, but he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was.
They all quieted down to watch Fox News.
Wow.
This shit is so stupid. Oh my gosh, it's so stupid. I hope y'all didn't hear that.
Bless America. Let me check the Twitterverse real quick here.
How's things in the Twitter universe tonight? Oh, they're wonderful.
There's a lot going on the Twitterverse.
Coming out.
This is America.
There's some guy shook somebody's hand. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
I know. That girl brought a box out on the stage. I saw that.
He was just slapping hands. That was a drug shop. He just slapped his hand.
What the fuck is this?
Man, if I wake up in the morning and that woman's president, I'm gonna be rolling.
Oh, here comes the group. There you go. There's
Oh,
another stage.
somebody coming up on stage. Hold up. Yep, they're doing something.
To wait for
We're
hours,
done.
to then
Listen.
stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that, but he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Oh,
And
she won't
looking at the
concede.
popular
That's
vote,
what's holding up.
he's still
Ooh.
up and could finish up.
And part of that is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be that she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive
Knuckles.
way. She was given that opportunity. I
What
personally
feed
like
is
to
this
thank the
from?
women
Oh,
who
that's
do tonight.
Shiva, right?
For asking us questions, for having her on.
Yeah. Yep.
Oprah,
Yeah.
we see you.
That's by Bradley,
And so on and
wherever
so
his
forth. People
name
who
is.
thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not.
So
It's
we
the
had
opposite
some
of
people
Trump.
come out on
They make him
stage
something
and
he's not.
do something.
Take
Somebody's
that one
setting up the
word, take that
microphone or
one
something. Like
line, take that cherry
see him.
pick this, that, and the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does
Who's
everybody remember
married?
5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanni, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanni. You see the blue dress, I see yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is. in
Oh,
this
they're
country.
testing
There are
camera
people who
angles
look
and shit.
exactly the
See,
same
that's why he's
person,
pointing those
and they
different
see two
directions.
different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one.
You sure there's not a sniper out there in the audience? Come on.
Well, probably.
The Democrats.
Most
Oh,
likely.
come on now. That wasn't real.
Unhinged people
We know.
across the political
Too
spectrum.
soon.
Don't we saw?
And we give
We went through
no-
that with a fine tooth comb.
No, they're
Yeah,
still
they
not
were
showing.
hard to
They're
go,
not
didn't
showing
they?
any change on AP at all.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they gave Harris 214,
I'll do it.
Trump 248. What'd she get 2 fucking votes for? Yeah, they haven't even called any of the rest of these states yet.
Yeah, they're going to try and fight it. That's why.
Yeah,
she has,
that's what's it. Kamala won't concede. Kamala won't concede.
they're
Get
going to
ready.
claim.
Get
fraud.
ready for tomorrow. Well, actually, it's already started, but get ready for today. Because this is going to be a weird day in America.
Yep. Oh, I got to go to Walmart tomorrow, man. It's going to be even weirder. I promise.
Oh, I would imagine, man. Wally World's probably all flipped out shit in there going on, man. And you're in Colorado.
Oh, that's the worst, dude. It is.
Here in Portland is going to be lit as can be.
Why?
Like they've already boarded up a lot of the buildings because they were in preparation of this downtown. They it's ready. I mean, they've got the National Guard here on standby.
Yeah, the Koreans are already on the roof of the store.
Nice. That's a good one.
Oh, God. I'm in Oklahoma. I got it made, guys. I'm in Oklahoma. I'm going to have no problems tomorrow.
Vociferously.
No, he ain't talking.
No.
These people keep walking out there on stage. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to come out. I bet you now. They got it lit up now, so we'll see.
You're going to play.
Trump is the princess. He's got to make an entrance. He's like the queen.
This guy's sitting here. What's his deal? This guy with the red deal.
Ain't that a Democrat?
God damn it! I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
Oh, Jerry, that girl next to him, he hired her by the hour. He's getting pissed off. Let's get this fucking show on the road.
I really think all those people are Democrats, but all of a sudden now they're Republicans.
Well, so was a lot of the like RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and a lot of them.
Well, hold on, Saw. Didn't the paradigm flip? Was the Democrats back in the day when we were younger for the people, and then it flipped?
Well,
Rasta, the Democrats were the Ku Klux Klan.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about back in the day when I was a kid growing up, we were like,
right. Okay, so basically the way it used to be before the neocon movement and the communism moved completely into the Democratic Party was that the Democratic Party was for personal liberties at the expense of economic freedom. Whereas the Republicans were for economic freedom, but at the expense of personal freedom.
Right.
Well, it seemed like the Republicans were all about let's get rich, and the Democrats were, hey, help your fellow man.
Right, communism.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Okay, so
pretty
this comes
much
back
what
to
it
what I've been trying to
was.
say all night. I've been trying to say this all night.
Okay, do you think it's a noble thing? This is the thing you ask somebody. Do you think it's a noble thing to give a portion of your wealth to someone who's underprivileged?
Well, I will say this: if I go down the street and I see a guy who's asking for money, I will talk to him. I will share Christ, and then give him money.
It was a yes or no question.
Answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you would consider that if you give a portion of your wealth away to someone in need, that's a noble endeavor, right?
Well, I don't
Can
know
I
if it's
expand on that?
noble. I just think that's what Christ tells me I should do.
So then you would say yes, that's a noble endeavor, right?
I guess.
Okay, I would as well. Now, is it a noble endeavor to force me to do the same?
No, it is
Okay,
not.
there you go. That's the problem with communism.
You
right
can't
there.
force people to do things. If you make someone do something, it's not by their own will that they did that. If you choose to do that, that's one thing. If someone else is telling you to do that, it's
Yeah.
not by your choice.
That's right.
If
All
someone's
contracts must be
telling you.
voluntary.
Yes, you're
All
right.
contracts must be
Voluntary.
Hey,
Yes,
so
sir.
I got to get up out of here. Y'all be blessed.
All right. Yeah, I'm not going to be a whole lot longer here. I was going to cut it off a little bit ago, but that asshole ain't coming out on stage. So, and it's, coming up on 5 hours here. So I'll give it another few minutes and then I'm going to cut out myself.
You got that right.
Well, we rode it through though. All the other election streams they cut it short. We made it through to victory.
Here's my prediction though. Here's my prediction.
Is this a victory?
It is victory.
No, it's not. America's going to hell.
Well, I'm not going in that one. No, you can go to that version of it, but
No,
my
I'm not
timeline.
saying I am. I'm just saying our country is.
No.
Oh yeah, we're headed straight to the bottomless pit.
What do you mean?
No,
headed?
Bottom of the ocean, but it'll take a while.
What do you mean? What do you mean headed?
Book.
Wait, what do you mean headed?
Well, America's doomed.
Already there.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. We're already there, bro. You are right. America is already headed to the pit.
If you run across a barn, if you run across the barn and it's completely engulfed in flames, right?
Yeah.
Or it's already burnt the fuck down. It's just a pile of ash and timber laying on the ground. Are you going to paint it? You can't fix it. You can't fix it. You have to build a new barn. Okay.
Yes.
It's just like mesothelioma. Mesothelioma is a type of cancer that fibrously moves its way through your body, and it's impossible for them to get rid of it because of the nature of the way that it progresses through the body.
Yeah.
Okay. And you cannot remove the cancer without killing the patient.
Do you know?
And we're at that point now where we just this patient is lost.
In the genes.
Okay, Sovereign.
It wasn't a discussion on cancer. It was a simile.
Yeah, I
pull
get
the plug,
it,
dude.
but
Pull the plug.
do you understand why America has these diseases? Because of vaccines.
Well, that's another word. We just used the word jab.
Oh, I guess I wasn't supposed to say that.
Yeah,
but
there's algorithms on here. I think you've had
Shots.
a few drinks and it's starting to show.
The shots.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jabs.
Can you say shot?
Jab.
Tequila, vodka.
Remember the word I just told you? Jab is the word that we use on here. It's
Okay.
hobo speak. We use hobo
The
speak.
jabs. Yeah, that's the reason America is sick.
Well, it
Because-
started before that.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Started with our nutrition.
They're putting stuff in our body with the food and
Water,
the water,
air,
the air.
everything. It's pharmakia, bro. It's pharmakia.
You know what
Yes,
I couldn't
sir.
believe? I couldn't believe that they were gassing the cities to do the mosquito thing. I thought, holy cow, I'd freak out if I saw it.
They were doing that when I was growing up, dude.
Wow, what's this one say? Says Trump is going down in history as the man who stopped the first female U.S. president twice.
Oh, get out.
Nice.
Are you serious? Is that Bernie? It looks like
What?
Bernie Sanders.
No,
No,
that's
it's not Bernie Sanders.
No, I know it ain't.
Some other old coot. I think he was in
Wait,
Poltergeist.
that is that one guy.
Preacher
Oh,
King.
within his holy temple.
The guy that's got the rag on his face. That's what's his name? Yeah, look, that's that guy. He's a Republican. Man, I can't think of his
Newt Gingrich is who you're thinking of, dude?
No.
I think you're right. No. Yeah, it might. No, it might be. It might be Newt. I think it is Newt Gingrich. The guy with the rag on his face.
That's what I'm talking
There he
about.
is. There he is. All right, guys.
There he
You
is.
made it.
Oh, hallelujah.
We got a song. We got that gay ass song.
Oh, look at that thing. That's Melania.
There they are. Good old Mel.
Oh my God.
Oh,
God, look how tall fucking Barron. Barron's a fucking Nephilim, man.
He's gonna be president one day himself.
Because Trump's already a tall motherfucker. Look at that kid, man. That kid is like a Nephilim. All right, he's gonna talk. Here we go. Oh, he's still got the music going.
Oh God.
YouTube will kill us for the fucking music.
Hey, that's Dana White, isn't it? Right there, Dana White.
Yep, Dana White.
Yeah.
Probably Elon's probably gonna be up there. And Tucker Carlson probably.
Tucker
WWF, man. UFC. Ding,
Tucker,
ding, ding.
Tucker Johnson.
He's got an all-star cast of people. I tell you what, really.
Look at there.
Really
He's got
great.
a whole pile of fucking people out there on stage.
Oh,
It
Look,
collapsed.
this is where they should put the hypersonic missile.
great.
Holy cow.
This has just been a great season of political football.
Stand up next.
Oh, is that Dana White? What the fuck is
Hey,
going
he's got
on?
like-
Man? This is
with
too
like
fucking
three
much.
different
I told you that.
broads. He's got kids with three different broads, I think.
Dana White's on the stage, man.
Oh, that's
Yeah, we
Kimberly
know.
Guilfoyle too. She goes with one of the Trump sons. She looks like an alligator woman to me, man.
Who are these people, man?
Oh, they're patriots.
They're
Oh,
gonna be part
Joe
of the.
Rogan.
God damn! How long is that stupid gay song?
It's almost over.
Gladly stand
Look at
up.
there's JD Vance. Look at that old guy. Looked like he got a shit.
I kind of like him. He's quite the debater and talker. Like he's got.
He is. He's a master debater.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
They pulled
he
off the
did
shot
great
when he
job.
almost got his ear in the shot there. We could have seen the
Oh.
scar. Huh? Nope.
Yeah,
There it
there
is.
it was.
I went right through that time.
Here he goes.
All right, here he goes. You are gay. You are gay.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
God, that was so predictable.
And
Like a ball movement.
Yeah.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest
Like we've never had before.
political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Captain
And now it's
Hyperbole.
going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Yeah. When was that?
And in
I missed
addition to
that part.
having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it.
Wow. Let's see what the thing over here. It's got him at 267 over on AP.
Thank you.
That's
Wow.
only 3 votes away from it, and he's got it.
Yeah.
So she's got to resign, basically. Or
Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you.
Yeah, Arizona and
A great-
Nevada are
a
pulling
great
ahead
feeling
for
of love.
Trump.
We have a great feeling of love in this very large room.
he's got it in the bag then.
With
Yeah.
unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They
Overwhelming.
made the journey with me, and
Heartwarming.
we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking
I'm
back
very
someday
happy.
and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Man, the presidency, the House, and the Senate.
Yeah,
That's
he's
Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job.
He's going to be able to make some power moves.
I want to
this
also
time.
thank my beautiful wife,
He's
Melania,
got
for saying
all
It's
three
scary.
branches of government are Republican controlled.
You know what would be the cherry on top of the cake would be appoint a Supreme Court justice, and that would be
who
that
has
would be
the
it.
number one
That's the end of it.
best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
And the Democrats are melting down right now.
Oh, no, she's
Oh,
done
they
a
already
great
melted
job.
down,
Works
dude, a
very
long time
hard.
ago.
Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help.
Jeez, what a group.
Yeah, Barron started clapping when he heard his name. Watch.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Wow.
We got real
And his
problems with looking at
absolutely
each other.
remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the
my
enemy
God.
camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
He does. He's, yeah.
So I guess they're saying at the Harris headquarters that they told people to go home that she won't speak tonight.
Yeah.
That's so sad, dude.
Well, Mr. President, I
We don't need to hear her speak, do we?
you allowing me to join
No,
you
yeah,
on this
listen
incredible
to her
journey.
anyway.
Thank you for the
I
trust that you placed in me.
do.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest
I
political
do wanna
comeback in the
see-
history.
I do want to see her cackle about her defeat.
Yeah,
I
good
do
point.
too.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to roll over.
And
I
under
think she's
President
gonna
Trump's
try
leadership,
to-
we're never going to stop fighting for you,
They're
for your
gonna fire that
dreams,
ballistic
for
missile.
the
They're
future
trying
of your
to
children.
freaking
And
warhead
after
on me.
the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Hell, just print more money and buy shit we need.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family.
The
and
brain. You knew the brain
wait
was
4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad. It was going bad fast.
That's funny.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in. but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express
Let the mass deportations begin.
for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie,
You will get on the train and you will like it, you Schweinhund.
come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden.
Oh man,
Oh,
who's
she
that
fits
with?
that, dude. She's an ice maiden.
All right.
Susie
Yay,
likes to stay in
bald-headed
the
guy.
background. She's not in the background.
All right, so he's just gonna go on and bloviate for about
This wasn't
fucking all
expected,
night.
but I just want to thank, obviously, President
It
Trump for this
is-
journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate.
Apparent that Trump has won the 2024 presidential election. However, the fat lady has not sung yet.
Yeah.
The fat lady still has not sung.
Cackle.
We have yet to go through the grueling time period of bullshit between now and January 20th.
Uh-huh.
All right. And I don't know. Will they try to take him out? What will happen on January 6th of 2025 when they go to do the certification of the votes? If you recall, on that date in 2020, we had a big erection that happened in DC, and that was not cool, they said, and they were scared, and AOC almost got RAPED, man, even though she was like almost a mile from where that happened, but nevertheless, Yeah, I could spell so good. everybody wanted to jump on her. That's how it rolls, man. But yeah, that's we'll see what happens. As it turns out, they didn't do what I thought they would do yet. But they're saying Kamala's not going to speak tonight. They've pretty much gone through. I don't believe that they've conceded because, I mean, what was the dude saying? Get back up there. I'm going to bring up.
Are you Twittering it?
Yeah, I'm looking on Twitter. This thing. Oh, where'd it go?
Tweedledee.
Where's the guy? He was telling everybody. He said, "Yeah, just go on the fuck home."
Nice.
Yeah. I mean,
Right here it is. It's going to be down here. It's got to be.
there's going to be potential tribunals for a lot of these people that
Oh, they ain't gonna do nothing to them. Come on, Rasta.
you don't think so.
You don't remember last time when we had lock her up, and then he was like,
but that time he didn't have the full power of the House and the Senate. This time is going to be a total different presidency than what we experienced last time under him. But like you said, like we don't know what happens. There's some people that have predicted, and even the Simpsons, that have predicted that he may even possibly fake his assassination at some point.
Well, we already tried that.
No, I mean that really fake that it happens, and we may see some things like that. But who knows? It's all a show though, and it's entertaining.
Yeah, but see, the whole thing is no. It's like, look, we really bought the "I will lock her," lock her up, and then not only did he not lock him up, he told everybody how he'd been friends with them for many years, and they're good people, which we know otherwise that they're not good people, and that they need to be left alone. And then gave him a standing ovation at his inaugural luncheon. Now,
but that's sometimes how the enemy work. Like that's how you go about your enemy.
Is that more of that 5D chess?
Yep.
Yeah.
For the max, where you give them the standing ovation when they know, like, because like that letter that they all got at Bush's funeral.
We don't know what that was.
Yeah, but I think that it's all leading up to like something. We're gonna have a grand finale where things are gonna get rectified, like the Diddy list, the Epstein list, a lot of these things that, we thought nothing was ever going to become of him. I think now that he's in a position of ultra power with, a stacked majority and a powerhouse to do his work, we might see some crazy things transpire. At least, that's what I would like to hope and see, that we see some of these things come to fruition and that evil is put in its place once and for all.
Dude, he was hanging out with Epstein before Epstein was cool, man. His friends are the same guys. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's just weird.
We still have votes to count. What is this?
I don't know. Every time I started, fucking Snowman starts talking.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. We still have.
So that was.
We still have votes to count.
But see, this is the thing. I'm looking at the interactive map out of what's been called so far. Okay. Now, Arizona hasn't called it. Let me bring that up so we can look at it again. And then we're going to cut out of here. All right. So we got right here. Okay. So Michigan hasn't been called. Right. But 74% of the vote is in. Right. Trump's leading by over 6 points. Wisconsin, same thing. Arizona, a little close there. Nevada, no contest. And this is that's only 50% of the vote. This is 80% of the vote. Listen, other states have called it already for this, but they're going to hold out because they're going to try to cheat in Arizona, Nevada, Michigan. We already know that they're trying to cheat in Michigan. They caught them. Project Veritas caught them. And we showed it on here, and it's been broadcast on the local news in Michigan. So maybe it'll pick up national news attention. We'll see. But as it stands right now, Trump only needs 270. Okay. He sits at 267, even without with the undecided states that are leaning completely in his favor. So he's still got 267. He only needs 3 more. The odds of him not getting that are really not very good. I mean, I'd be really shocked if he didn't gain those 3 critical electoral votes that this map is suggesting.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
Camilla's got a snowball's chance in hell of winning the electoral vote. Yeah.
You know, so there's that. That's what it lays out to, the possibilities. And like we've said, the fat lady hasn't sung yet, man. Fat lady has not sung yet. So I'm gonna put it up here like, wait a second, we're supposed to be like this. And give everybody opportunity. Go ahead and give us your final words, what you think of the election briefly. And we're going to start with Ryan, the Cookie Monster, at the top. Go right ahead. Awesome. My thoughts exactly. Snowman. You're muted, bro.
Yeah, good time. Yeah, I hope Ryan's not mad at me. Obviously I don't agree with everybody all the time, but
right.
I don't think Orange Man's going to be no superhero or nothing like that.
No.
But I don't think it really makes that much of a difference because they're really running this thing off the railroad, I think.
I think most important, like I said, you have to pay attention to the House of Representatives first and foremost. I mean, especially when it comes to economic shit and that kind of thing, you have to understand. And like my son said, you have to start understanding law, because a lot of times you see them, oh, that's just some farm bill. You got to understand those farm bills are talking about you. You're the chattel within the farm. Okay. So
these are weapons. The pen is
yes,
a weapon.
yes,
That's why
yes,
these
yes, 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 yes. So you have to be very, very careful and
Yeah,
know
I'll get
what's
it.
going on. But first and foremost, more important than the president of the United States, even more important than your senatorial candidates, is your House of Representatives. And unfortunately, most people don't even know who that is. So if you're in the political game or whatever, and you think that you can go into the system and whatever and make a difference, find out. If you don't know, what's your district? Who's your representative? And a lot of people, I guarantee you, cannot answer that question. And there again, that's mind blowing, because they don't understand. They put so much focus on the president and so little focus. I mean, most people don't even know who the fuck was running. They just voted along party lines. So, Rasta, what do you got, bro?
Well, I wanted to thank you for having me on tonight. It was a pleasure. I feel like we gave some of the best election coverage on
There you go.
on all of the platforms, probably better than CNN or Fox News. You know, like we took it all over the place tonight, and we covered all the bases. And you know, I'm just I'm ecstatic that that Trump won over Kamala. I don't think that he's my savior or that he's anything more special. I think he's an amazing dude, though. I mean, the amount of rallies that he's done, I think it's over like 900 rallies. Like, and he does it all just like, I don't know, with the stamina that he has just to put his foot in that race. I mean,
That is amazing. I mean, we're talking about an octogenarian. I mean, I gotta give him creds for the energy. Sharp mind. He's sharp-minded, I gotta give him that. And let's face it, he's gonna be at least a little bit more entertaining than Harris. I mean, I can't imagine having to listen to that fucking bitch cackle for the next 4 years, man.
Exactly. And yeah, Trump, he's like, he reminds me of my granddad in a lot of ways, but like he's just so clever and witty, and the nicknames that he gives people and stuff, like, and he's gonna rule with a sense of humor. He's gonna like really dish it to the people. I think like he's been making a list and taking names of people who have fucked him over and like really done him wrong, and I think honestly part of him really wants revenge in a lot of those situations, and he'll subtly and gracefully get that, I believe.
He said he'd consider pardoning Hunter Biden.
Well, and I don't blame him for that. Like Hunter, me personally, as someone who's dealt with addiction in my life, like
Yeah, that's not at the point. Did you sleep with little girls and videotape it and shit and snort cocaine off their buttholes and stuff on camera?
I mean, I haven't seen.
No. Okay, so that's a little bit different. It's Charles Manson dealt with addiction too. So
I mean, we'll have to wait and see what he does with all that. I mean, he's the type of person that will say one thing and then do the total opposite. So I mean, his actions will speak much louder than his words. I think like anytime a politician's on the campaign trail, they tend to say one thing, but it doesn't have to quite align with their actions in the long run. So we're in for an entertaining ride. I lost hope in the plan of Q, but I still like to squirt along with all the QBs every once in a while. And
oh my god!
And so I would like to see the plan come to fruition. I've been waiting a long time.
We'll see. I don't have a lot of. I'm not looking for a whole lot of it to happen. We'll see though, right? Okay, so Roger, Rogelio, what's
Yeah.
up, brother?
Well, I think that you had a real good idea with the ballot box. They should bring it back for one. And it keeps it honest.
Yeah,
and
man.
the fact that I don't take any politicians' promises to heart. They never carry it through, dude. None of them. They never have, dude. It's too much red tape to go through for them to actually get any of that done. So other than that, it was a waste of fucking time. That's all I got to say about it. The whole
Well,
election
hell, most
process.
of the shit they promise they can't deliver on anyways. It's not within their power to be able to do it. So
Yeah, there's no point in it. It's just a
All
show
right.
to me. But, yeah.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like with unless some fuckery comes about between now and tomorrow. I mean, I'm looking at a thing here showing that Trump's only 3 electoral votes away from being the winner, and that would be even just Alaska, and he's at 55.1% there, but only half the votes in. I don't know what to make of that. Nevada. He's 51.6 to 46.7, his favor. That's worth 6. So if he wins any one of these swing states, any one of these undecided states, he's taking it. And the odds that he won't are probably pretty slim, especially when it's coming. Like right now, 76.6% of the vote in Michigan is in. And he's 52.4% to 45.9. So, I mean, that's a huge margin right there. So, Maine still hasn't called it, but it's looking like it's Harris. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man.
That's a large hill to climb.
Anyway, I want to thank y'all for coming on tonight. We'll see you next time. I'm going to tell everybody here to go ahead and remember not to that the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and just stay the fuck away from your doctor. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Maybe we'll have an update on this nonsense by tomorrow. Good night.